explain exactly why he's changed his mind. I'm going to take you through a couple of the highlights from Jerry's commencement speech and show you Schultz's reaction to it. We'll take a look at a couple of clips from Jerry's recent appearance on Bill Maher's podcast, and we'll also hear from Papa Rogan. Like I said, guys, there's a lot happening here. But before we go through everything, I want to give you the underlying point here that I'm trying to make, so you're not going into this blindly. If you're new to this channel, one of the things that my regulars and I dedicate a lot of time to is calling out the hypocrisy of the podcast elites and exposing their lies and contradictions. And one of the things that we've noticed is how Rogan and his buddies are slowly becoming what they always used to criticize. They started out by pitching themselves as an alternative street media, where they were looser in their conversations. It was a lot more casual and uncensored, which made it easier to watch and listen to. But slowly, as they found fame and bags of money, they began to replace the establishment media, and they created their own version of being douchey, the embodiment of the saying, either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Backflip on Jerry Seinfeld this week is the perfect example of this. But first, let me show you how all of this started. Why do they even make it? Good point. I'm bringing up great point. That's a regular salary on myself. Seinfeld's whole favorite. Seinfeld's whole act. He's right now. Yeah, like this. Why do they call it air? Air, Joe? That's just up there. What's the deal? Why do you warm up, not warm down? We call it warm up. But then we call it cool down or heat rises. I've always been a massive fan of the TV show Seinfeld, but his actual stand-up comedy has always been forced and overly performative to really make it bad. But I wouldn't go as far as trash like Schultz, but you could also sense some bit coming from Andrew, perhaps due to the fact that he hadn't really found his stride yet. He was just like to make some real money from stand-up comedy and podcasting, and compared to Jerry with his ridiculous comedy. Jerry's fame and fortune wasn't deserved. You like Seinfeld? Yeah, I'm a big Seinfeld guy. You don't think he's wildly overrated? I mean, he started in 79. What do you want him to be? Like, he's not your Eddie. Before Eddie, I'm trying to, for some reason, because he's so successful. And, what do you think? New York? I'm just like, I don't know. He's like the king, dude. Once Cosby was out, that's the guy. Really? Yeah, so like Akash just said there, Jerry's basically a billionaire, which would make him one of the most financially successful comedians in history. Next to Joe Rogan, Kevin Hart, Adam Sandler, and Ellen DeGeneres. The list goes on. Even though none of these comedians made their fortunes strictly from stand-up comedy. And I think that's what bothers comedians like Schultz so much about Jerry Seinfeld. He really was one of the first to make his fortune from being identified as a stand-up comic. He played himself in the TV show, which was a single stand-up comic from New York. Now, sure, Eddie Murphy was a well-known comedian, but he made most of his money from movies. Same with Kevin Hart in recent years. Ellen got rich from her now cancelled talk show, Seinfeld was probably one of the most recognizable in that genre throughout the 90s. And I mentioned how rich he is. Warren Littlefield wrong. And if you would have given him another season of Seinfeld, he would have paid you $110 million. Got more than that. Yeah, when you do the kind of crazy. Not to mention the fact that 25 years ago, nobody was earning over $100 million a year for a TV show. But for Schultz, it got worse than that. It wasn't just Jerry that bothered him, it also got personal. I would love to be that. I'll have to know to defend you to him. No, that's what he does, dude. He wears those shoes. He goes to the Galacticans. I know. I would like to defend you. What if he gets just rounds on you the whole time? And I'm like, no, there's no way Seinfeld knows that. You're too new. Yeah, Schultz is in his feeling at the time he met Jerry 15 years ago. He actually saw how annoying Schultz get famous comedians don't know who he is. There was that time when Rogan was telling Chappelle about Andrew's PowerPoint presentations on YouTube during the pandemic. And Chappelle basically said, good luck to him, but that's not stand-up. That's not what I do. That's not thing that you described. Schultz is a little bit sensitive about his place in the stand-up comedy world, but in defense, Seinfeld is known for being arrogant and dismissive of the people around. And it's strange, you know, I spoke about this before. One of my earlier videos of Rogan versus Seinfeld, he didn't agree with me. For some reason, I feel like Jerry's arrogance condescends him in a weird way. And I'll show you exactly what I must keep this in mind as we move on. Jerry was 44 years old when his famous TV show ended in 1998. Andrew Schultz is 40 years old now. Tom Segura is 45 years old. So give or take a few years, when you compare them, Jerry had reached the height of his fame and career as a comedian around the same age as guys like Schultz and Segura are now. So Jerry made it big when he was quite young, at least in comedy years. When you would go on Larry King, that was always so great. Yeah, I love that. It was great. That show, don't you think there's a hole for that show? I think it's Joe Rogan. I think Joe Rogan was. It's just put your hands up. What I'm getting at is what was I thought special about that show was it was 9 o'clock. Every night at 9 o'clock, Larry King was going to be sitting with someone who would probably be of interest. Yes. And that was a great TV. That was great TV. The set I thought was, I love the multicolored dots, the blackness. You know, not like he was the greatest interview in the world, but he was good. Well, but that's why I compared him to Joe Rogan, because they're both minimalists. Both of them do zero research by their own admission. Right. Like, they just, I think Joe would say the same thing Larry said. I want to be the audience. I want to be the guy who knows nothing about you. I know, but he's on for 3.5 hours. Larry King is, you know, it's on at 9. You're wandering around the house. You're looking for something to do. Who's on Larry King? Right. That was a great thing. I can't believe they haven't tried to replace that. The coincidence that they're there, all these guys, whether politically, entertainment industry, corporate world, a lot of people are there for a reason. I feel like the late night host is always a reflection of the society that we live in, better than a lot of other signposts. I mean, like, that's why Leno was right for his era, and Johnny was right for his era. And what do we have now? We have Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, yes, and Jimmy Fallon. I think are right for their era. And that. Why look at this? Oh, new breed of stand-up comics. What's that? Oh, these are the 2 articles that were in the New York Times. Am I in any of those? You probably are. I think that's a really good example of Jerry's arrogance, and for some reason, it doesn't bother me. I think it kind of suits him. Now, I'm probably too young to talk about the differences between old school late night and the current breed, but one thing I know for sure, without any doubt, is that the current breed are absolute dog shit. I miss Letterman. Anyway, like I said earlier in the video, Jerry's currently doing a publicity tour for his Netflix movie called Unfrosted, and I think it's funny to see Jerry being forced to do the rounds to promote it. He's 70 years old, he's a billionaire, he's probably motivated to do the movie to help out the comedy community and keep himself busy at the same time. And so even though he's trying to be conversational, every now and then he drops an arrogant take, which catches people off guard. You know what I came to the other day? Because I'm going through the show and actually doing a lot of press. They're watching the movie and they're responding to it. And I gave me the other morning an insincere compliment, absolutely of equal value as a totally genuine compliment. There is no difference in value. They're both utterly meaningless and just as nice. An insincere compliment is just as nice. I don't care if they're lying to my face. It doesn't matter what they think anyway. What the game's on here, buddy? This is ridiculous. Like, I gave you a very wonderful compliment, I think, and it came from me and more than an insincere compliment. Not in that situation where you're meeting strangers and they're saying, "Oh, I loved your movie." Right? That's great. That's just as great. I don't have to know. Really? Did you really? Give me that rabbit thing back. A compliment from you who knows me. That's what I'm saying. That's different. Oh, okay. That's different. I hope so. I'm talking about 90% of the things people tell you in show business are not true and not sincere. And that's okay. Take what you like, whatever you like. What do I care what you like? All right, then why do you keep arguing when I say you're more mature than me? I like to argue. I know, good. I don't even believe what I'm taking. Not even arguing. So Jerry's settling quite nicely into his boomer years, and in a strange way, there's a lot of truth to the weird things he says. This is how Schultz has magically found a common ground with Jerry now. He decided to finally bury his beef, which Jerry never had any idea about, but it came down to his commencement speech at Duke. This was Schultz backpedaling this week and throwing his support behind Jerry. Before we get to that, can I just say that despite rude to me, I'm like, then Seinfeld did this commencement speech for Duke, and there's a bunch of these kids walking out because there's a Jew on stage.
Aquarius?
There we go.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I fell asleep last night.
That's okay, it happens. Are you ready for me now?
Yeah, we can play now. Let's play 2 games and then I'll take a nap. The next one got home.
Sounds like a plan.
How was your day?
It was good, thankfully. Here we go.
Ready. Okay, I got one. Okay, come on, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm talking about.
You got me. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Hey. Come on. Get this through. Get these through. Good
Got
spell.
him. Got him. Get it.
Yes.
Great strike. Great strike.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah, another strike. Get it, Rabbi.
Thank you, man. Oh. All right. Get this one for the lead.
I don't know. Okay, yeah.
You got it.
it.
Now get a strike.
Nope.
Oh, but
Okay,
that
you
makes
got
it.
Rabbi.
You made it so it's you might win.
I don't know, Rabbi. Come on, strike.
Oh, that did it. That did it.
That's it. They hit it. Go, Rabbi. You did it. Oh, yeah. Get it. Get it.
I'll take it. That's a good score. Get it. I'll take it.
Yay.
All right. I win. You win.
Yeah.
All right, Miss Aquarius. This is your game. I'm gonna go
Let's go.
normal on you, but I'll win.
No,
If I win, it'll be my 200th win.
yeah, if you win, it's okay. Because when I win, it don't matter.
Get it. Oh, you almost
That
hit it.
way. It's okay. Come on, everybody, you got this.
Oh, for sure. Not even close. Not even. Not even close. Got it.
Yay. Kiss it.
What I'm talking about. That wasn't just nice. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
You're
Come on,
welcome.
everybody. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
I matched you. I matched you.
Good strike.
Thank you.
This is a tough one. Hey.
Ooh, almost.
You can take the lead out, Rabbi.
That was terrible. That was terrible.
I know.
This.
You got this.
Ooh.
Okay. You got it. You lead it.
It all comes down to this, Miss Aquarius. Get a strike.
It's okay. It's all right. I don't care. You win, I win. Okay?
That's right. It would be my 200th win. That's a big number.
That's good. Now,
Milestone is right.
come on, Rabbi. You got it. Come on. You got it. Just win your 200 milestone. Let's go.
I'll take
Yeah,
it.
you did it.
I don't know what I'm talking about. It's only 196 wins. That's,
You do.
I win, you win, you win, I win. All right, Miss
I
Aquarius.
got 80, I think. I think I got 80.
Yes,
I
you
think
do.
80's coming up for me.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Nap time. You take care.
Oh, you too.
Thank you. Good time and I'm not going to shake your son up in the second line behind him. Good time and I'm not going to line this for so. Break the around. Friction with mosquito and workshop the
All these people felt this way about Jews probably October 6th. But they were too busy to say anything about it, and they're 7th. You guys will just be anti-Semite. The people be consistent throughout the whole time. I'm not critical of them. You have an opinion. Maybe we agree or disagree on it, but you've always felt this way, and you took the heat for feeling this way. You took it. The other people, they were too much of a coward. They were too much of a bitches to actually take the heat. They were like really quiet. Like, I'm not going to say anything because what will the people followers? Maybe people want their opinions. All of a sudden now that there's views in it, now that there's ad revenue in it, no. Now you're talking about it? Nah, you're grifting. You're grifting. Imagine Ed's calling out people for being grifters because they're jumping on the legend to have hot takes. I made a video discovering what grifting actually is. I think maybe it's his word of the month or something, and he just likes saying it. Like I said in that video, the way Schultz describes grifting almost exactly describes himself to a T. I want to take a look at Jerry's commencement speech, though, and show you Schultz's reaction, because the things that resonated with him about how much he's changed more and more like Jerry. I've truly spent my life on the smallest things, amount oblivious to all the big issues of living. Find something where you put good parts and don't mind the bad parts too much. The torture you're comfortable with in life. Work, exercise, relationships, they all have a solid component of pure torture, and they are all 1,000%. Only two things you ever need to pay attention to in life are work and love. Things that are self-justified in the experience and stress about the result. Stop rushing to what you perceive valuable and point to enjoy the expenditure of energy that may not be on the correct path.
There she is.
You know how they always say nobody ever looks back on their life and wishes they
How are you?
spent more time at the office? Well, why? Why don't they? Guess what? Depends on the job. You do the stupid job that you find out you hate and you don't leave, that's your fault.
Excellent. So
Don't blame
thanks.
work. Work is wonderful. Looking back on my life, wishing I worked less. Or quit. On your life break. Disappear. Make people go with that guy. I don't know. He said he was getting something to eat. He never came back. The other thing that throws a lot of people off these days is thinking I can. I personally believe the real game is I want to have the coolest job. When I started out as a comedian, I did not think I would be one person, and I could do that with the local one. I just wanted to have this super cool. Cool is a word not easily defined. It's really just what you think is the coolest. Money will be made eventually. Somehow, try not to think about it so much. I see this messing people up a lot. Put it to the side a little. Don't think about becoming. Having is fine, but focus on becoming. That is where it's at. Oh man, I'm so done listening to billionaires and billionaires telling us to stop worrying about money and just to work hard. And if you don't like your job, just quit. You'll figure it out. Try not to focus on having stuff for 150 exotic cars. Jerry has the same exact Porsche in different colors. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff, huh? But finally for Schultz, now that he's part of the rich comedy elite, he can finally relate to what Jerry was saying. Anyway, his speech was actually really good. Yeah, I thought his speech was really cool. Maybe there's like, my wife said it's on TikTok, but I'm sure there's like a longer version of it. 3 things in life that he's, his 3 like lessons. I thought they were really good. So yeah, maybe I was wrong. I'm willing to forgive him if he apologizes. I'm willing to forgive him for that thing that he has no clue that he did. I thought what was big is falling in love with the little things, and how valuable that can be, and how much it should come to your life from that. It's very easy to just focus on the biggest things that are happening in the world. What are the biggest issues we love right in front of us? It might make no sense to anybody else, but those things are going to end up bringing us equal joy, maybe more joy. The other thing I loved was just working hard. Like, swing the bat. If you don't know what you're doing, just work hard and take the chance and swing. And it was great. And also looking at the things you have as a privilege. But, yeah, I thought it was good. because he did something to me. It's so easy, man. I know, yeah. Why the hell do you hate us just because he's a Jewish kid from Brooklyn? I mean, now don't get me wrong. I agree that you should work hard and be live. Don't play it safe. Take a risk, swing the bat. Why is it that all the guys preaching about these things are either babies or struck up lucky and got absence of any real harm? I mean, most of us are working hard. Most of us are swinging the bat every day. But statistically, we can't all make it big and become millionaire comedy podcasters. That's the point I'm trying to make here. When these guys were still coming up, they used to hate Jerry and they were bitter because he was so rich and successful. They achieved their own fame and fortune. All of a sudden, they start preaching the same truths. Remember when Rothschild was secret to happiness is not being poor? Realized when I was young, I got a development deal for Disney. When I think I was 25, 26. This development deal, all of a sudden they gave me like $100,000. And I had money. I was like, this is crazy. All of a sudden I had money. Like my own, I was like wondering how, when I was on my own, and it was like, how am I paying the bills? How am I eating? And the moment I got that check, I didn't have to worry about my rent. Now I didn't worry about food. And I remember thinking immediately, oh, this is the key. You just gotta now get to a place where you're not worried about this money, and then it's like live a more prudent lifestyle, whatever you have to do. So then I was like, hey, now the most important thing is keep going. Like, make sure you don't lose any ground here and keep going. Because now you know what it's like to be successful. Continue that. Do whatever you have to do, whatever work you have to put in, continue that. And then when I got to a place where I felt like I felt really secure, then I started learning how to do it. My accountant did something once, and I never forgot it. He said, kids, we're in our 20s. He said, the only amount of money you need is so that you can go to a restaurant and not care what things cost. Everything else is cool. If you got enough for a bottle of wine or meat or whatever you want to eat, you don't have to think about it. Because that's real. I experienced that leap, that jump, when I got a development deal. So I was like, I guess I was 25, 26 maybe, 25. I got this development deal from Disney. And it was like $150,000. I couldn't believe it. And I felt like a physical weight lift off my shoulders. So I get what Greg is saying there. It's nice to be able to go out and have a dinner and a bottle of wine and not have to worry about how much the bill is. But to say that's true freedom is just true freedom is not having to rent or your bills, your healthcare, etc. with wine any day. And this is where I wanted this video. All of these guys were meant to be alternative to the elite establishment, but they're so far removed from reality, especially Rogan. I mean, he's been independently wealthy. Now he's preaching his Saunders, TRT, HTA, 2-hour morning routines. I don't think he realizes how unattainable it is for his average viewer, and his solution is just get money. I mean, he a way to get money and you'll start to be happy. If that's not the most uber take next week when Bert Kreischer was telling us about how to channel his goals into the universe so he could manifest buying a new house, and his producers laughed at him for saying buying a house was a small goal. And after all that crap that Tom Segura went through over the last couple of years with dollars and the airport knockdowns and telling his angry fans to change their attitude, so he thought it would be a good idea to post this video. These guys just don't get it, and it seems like they never will. Just when you think they've turned the corner and started to make changes, they prove you wrong and double down on their hypocrisy, and don't even get me started on Brent. So when Schultz tries to call out the mirror and realize that he's describing himself, Jerry Seinfeld, it's so predictable that after his continuous rise, Schultz is starting to agree more and more with Jerry. But difference is, like I've been saying, Jerry's old school. He's 70 years old now, and even though he's got boomer life advice, he still has his charm about him that Romy and his buddies don't seem to be able to grasp. You'll see what I mean in the closing clip I have for you video. I'm getting pretty sick and tired telling us to work harder and not worry much about money. But on the other hand, work harder and get money so you can be happy. And the best one is just be grateful for what you have. I remember when comedians used to be fun. Anyway, thanks for joining me on this one. I hope you enjoyed it. Let you guys think in the content. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of the channel, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks, next one. Oh, you're driving? Yeah, I drove an old Mercedes-Benz diesel. I mean, I just been that level of car. I mean, I guess it too. Level of car enthusiasm. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. I don't either. I don't like to. I know it's not that interesting, but there's a part of some point Tony's doing a joke, and you just see Bert behind him mouthing the words to the joke. How did he say that? I was like, oh, I forget there's a concert clock the entire time. He's reading in his head, but mouthing the words. That's also so. I would do the same thing 100%. Yeah, I just like to be ahead of my own.
Don't like what's going on for me right now. I'm not even joking you because it's too much attention. And when there's too many eyes on you saying how great you are, it's only a matter of time when they start going, is she really? Let's look further. Let's find the things about her that she doesn't.
Reactions, particularly Andrew Schultz and Nick Glazer, but unfortunately, because Tom and Bert make episodes of their podcasts, we'll have to wait a few months to hear what they thought about the event. I'm actually going to start with those two, and I'll also discuss some of the controversies from the roast. If you want to see my full breakdown of the event with full clips and commentary on all the best and worst roasts, you can head over to my Patreon via the link in the description, and you'll find my latest video covering the Tom Brady roast. So go and check that out. As for Tom and Bert,
all expenses paid in New York, or you love fishing, but you can't afford one of those charters. They're $10,000 a day. No problem. You want to go charge on a kid? Maybe you've got a kid with a sweat house, and you can't afford a fishing. I'm sent you $40.
just how you roofie, guys. You're in the sphere right now. You're on the show. Every time. Those are the probably his point. There's a part of some point Tony's doing a joke and you just see Bert behind him mouthing the words to the joke. How did he? Roswell crash? Yeah. I don't know. That was. I don't know. I don't know. Seriously, I don't know. It could be like, it just looked to me like, come on. Come on. Tell us. That's the problem. No, you wouldn't. That's a whole segment of society out there that believes that I'm just here to die. We're back with our favorite ex-CIA agent, This was his 19th appearance of the Joe Rogan Experience to be a record for a non-comedian. Vegas his first episode basically had 2 appearances per year, and this guy still does my head in. First of all, why does he hold his cigar like this? Now, I'm not a cigar smoker, so I googled how to hold a cigar, and I couldn't find one image with someone holding the cigar the way he does, which makes you wonder, as a former CIA to himself, yet here he is holding a cigar like a tool.
1 and 3,
Like I said, I'm not
1
a
and
cigar
4,
guy, so
1 and
maybe that's
5,
which way to hold
2
one.
and 5,
I don't know, and let me just
2 and
say,
6,
thank God JRE
3
is
and
back
6,
on YouTube.
4 and 6,
The comment section
5
is
and 6,
getting out of
6 and 6,
control,
7 and 6,
a good way.
7,
Like Baker
6 and
bugs
7,
the room and he comes back
6
every
and 8,
few weeks to change the batteries. Whenever
7
my
and
Baker is on the block, you know the entertainment will be
7
in
and
the
9,
comment section.
8 and
When I
9,
saw the thumbnail, not
8 and
this
10,
effing guy again,
8 and 11,
click just to read the comments. Go to CIA handler
9
reminding
and
us
11,
who owns us. Remember, there's
9
no
and
such
12,
thing as a former
9
or
and
retired
13,
CIA man. Joe's quarterly check-in
10
with
and
his CIA handler.
13,
Mike Baker, finally back, was wondering what the CIA
11
wanted me
and
to think.
13,
So clearly, people
okay,
are
1
sick
and
of
0,
this guy and his
1
boring
and
ass
1,
talking
2
points.
and 1,
12
1
hours or so,
5 and 1,
his word is
5 and 2,
Rogan's
6
other recent episode. Just before I forget, when you were working for the agency, did you guys? I know that there is a program where they use special effects to make Guts appearance. Have you ever seen that? Yes. Yeah. How does it look? Yeah. It gets better all the time. Right? Go to a concert. Like, can I sneak in? Sure. Sneak into a concert with a rubber nose? Yeah. We have a disguise unit. To see it. Yeah. So this is this guy's. Yeah, she was there. She was senior officer. She remember wearing disguises. I had the full over. That's great. I never did wear the monkey. The thing about this is what they did was they went to Hollywood, and it's been this liaison for years between the agency and Hollywood when it comes to special effects, when it comes to makeup. I'm not giving away any secrets. This stuff is all out there, and you can light disguise. It's for a brief, cover for action. You're not going to be engaged in it. So sometimes it would be a light disguise. With a rubber nose. It could be like a wig. It could be facial hair, a change of glasses. Could be just a change of hair color. So the whole time I was watching this, I thought to myself, remember that guy who went on Rogan's podcast with Josh Dugan and then dismembered some guy a few weeks later, and his body parts were found in his freezer? Yeah, that man was Sheldon. And the reason why it came into my mind was being used to throw off the police on CCTV. Now, if you want the full breakdown of what happened and who this idea is, you can go and check out my video covering the details. And then a few minutes into this discussion here about disguises, Rogan actually mentioned Sheldon Johnson and his wig. You've seen on the podcast that came with my friend Josh Dugan, who works with criminal reform and getting innocent people out of jail. So we had this guest that came on, and then after he's on the show, wound up killing somebody, cut some dude's head off, and yes. And the unfortunate surveillance was where he tried to wear a blonde wig and walk around. It's like, tell the story. I said, I know it's my daughter last night. I love how Mike's reaction seems like disappointment rather than shock. You can tell him and his team watched Joe's podcast pretty closely and felt like Rogan let them down by speaking American Psycho on the show. And this wasn't actually the first time Rogan addressed the freezer killer on his podcast since it all went down. A couple of weeks ago, Rogan went into a little bit more detail about the whole situation and tried to justify the craziness of it all. I've done a ton of podcasts with Josh Newman. I used to work with the Innocence Project. He's actually guilty. He's guilty before, and we knew he was guilty. He got 50 years. Right. And then he was talking about he turned his life around this, like, after he was on the podcast. After he was on the podcast, 2 months, maybe 2 months. But all we didn't understand was, like, this dude put a blonde wig on. They had crystal clear footage of him with his goatee on, wearing a blonde wig, carrying some dude's head. In the room with him, how good was he at putting himself as this responded person? So he didn't kill anybody in jail, and he's out now. He's got this new lease on life, and he's out. You know, he's trying to do something different with his life. When you listen to his explanation of what happened, why he went to jail, some dude owed him money. Some dude, some drug deal, and the guy was like, "You." So he found the guy, and he pistol whipped him. He robbed him, and he got 50 years for that. He was an habitual criminal, for sure. Well, should he have gotten 50 years for that? Well, I don't know. I mean, it seems like when he got out, he was kind of a bad guy. But was that because he spent 25 years in jail?
So you're saying did prison make him much worse?
Did prison make him much worse? Because it certainly can with some people.
Yeah.
But we've had people on that were innocent, and prison made them amazing. I mean, something about like the constant studying and accepting your situation in life, even though you're innocent. They lost 20 years of their life for something else. Completely bullshit. And then you find out that the cops and the prosecutors who were involved in their case had done that to many, many, many people. And that's another thing people need to take into consideration. How dirty some people involved in prosecuting and convicting people are. Yeah, that explanation from Rogan is absolutely wild. Like, you when all of this came out that he'd be saying something along those lines, you know, the whole idea that because he spent over 2 decades in prison, that tormented him because he didn't belong there. So when he came out, he was even more damaged than when he
when they came home, his family gave us houses for apartments that were way bigger than we were ever seeing. So they came home for the second party, and people had taken shit to everywhere they could. They had like 4 doctors. And people had taken shit. Wednesday, the premiere of the Netflix show, Masters next Thursday. They go Netflix series Bears, animated series, and then which is why they flew out. And oh my goodness, we asked for 3 cases missing. And God knows what you had. You know, how many classified documents were personnel reports? But this is what they do. They're going to survive as a nation. They have to rely only on themselves. So that means that they have to spy on the Americans as actively as they might spy on the Egyptians during the and that's what they do. My very first briefing, when I was first hired at the CIA, was a Mossad officer and a shit that was offsite operation. And I thought that was like, why didn't we just go to Congress? That's where everybody else gets paid. They said, no. Israelis are not allowed inside the building. We used to allow the Israelis in, but then they brought a gift drone. It was a big CIA secret. And it had a transmitter embedded inside with enough batteries to last a year and a half. And they were like, oh, you should put this in your pocket. So we x-rayed it and find it's investigated. So no more Israelis allowed in the headquarters. It's a this was a hero getting ready to attack Iraq. Yeah. And because I was a junior analyst, I was the last one. So everybody said, and my boss said, don't use your real name, you're not understanding, which I wasn't. So it's like they're secret level to these patients that they want to top secret. There wasn't much here that I would have given them anyway that wasn't secret. So we come to the meeting in Nashville, and I said, John Curiaki from Rothschild. And the guy said, spell it. You spell it A-I-R, spell it A. And I said, I am not recruitable. And then so I went, but how dare you try to develop 5 seconds into our first conversation? You have never been trained? on Facts, show written by former Shin Bet. If you want to see how Shin Bet and Mossad work, you gotta watch the show. I can show you. Because the Colossians guys, the stuff that they do, and then move on. Like this is not this is like a good opportunity. I got just that's what's going on. This has bring that up. The dates what you can do is that blackmail, that there's no reason this guy bringing scientists and politicians to some island to get some sort of dirt on them or some sort of full blackmail over their head for favoring. I agree with you. Blackmail is effective in the very short term. To give you something where you have information you can he might end up confessing he's on side. He might end up killing himself, which happens with some frequency. So it's only going to work for you for a little bit. I don't think that was necessarily Jeffrey Epstein. I'm convinced that Jeffrey Epstein was working for Mossad. He was working for Mossad for a he was at the bottom, put it that way, of what we would call sexist. Yeah. So Jim's not going to give you classified around because he doesn't want to driven him. Let's say Mossad wants access to a former president of the British royal family, the greatest minds of Wall Street, who are willing to talk when their guard is down and their pants are off about the people that they want and the people that they're talking to. I think Bill Clinton didn't talk to Barack Obama. Of course he did. Presidents, former presidents talk all the time. So you're going to get those who loves Israel and you're going to get to invite all talk about this down to this private island. Compromise his position. Clearly, the guy has worked towards the people that the guy is working in their life. That's the best ever in his life. He said, no, this is something she was in heavily access to president. But what happens when the population breaks and the climate they gotta have kids. So you recruit this guy. Just wait till it breaks and in service. And then he goes to repair it for the source that every time somebody it's a copy back to it. And so you see literally everything that's access. It's not. You got the repair AI to compromise race in bad ways. But why all the Chinese are really hard science because those are the guys that are working nuclear programs. Those are the guys that are DARPA scientists. They're working on things like microwave weapons. They're working on things like Havana syndrome, maybe, whatever that turns out to be. They're working on things like laser systems that are going to be next generation of Jeffrey same thing. Listen, that whole island has golf systems and probably sounds cheap. And everything going back to Mossad so that they can see the Mossad has never, the Israeli government has never trusted them. Give them So if they can parrot what it is that we're giving, then they'll know. Or you steal it by gathering the information from the scientists who are working on the system. And at the very least, even if this, let's say the scientist goes through a convention and he doesn't really say anything, they're the two. And that's where
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
It's a long-term operation. This is not something that happens overnight. I remember from my training class, operational training class, saying, well, how long does it take to recruit something? Well, a quick pitch takes 5 seconds to knock on the door and say, hey, CIA, that almost never, ever, ever works. And you can find this with normally, it's going to take to differentiate yourself with it. To make this more there's a point where you're going to be able to see it. Sometimes it'll take 2 years. So, you gotta
Yeah, what's up, fam? It is Monday, June 30th. It is a crisp morning here in Austin, Texas. What's up, your boys? In good vibes, good mood, man. July 4th week. Nothing better than that. And also, El Tigre, my kiddo, my oldest, made his talk about it. People warned me that you get ready for a baseball in Texas, a little more intense. But SoCal ball is also intense. How this can be. And you can find this in states. I think it was Cali, New York, Texas. Obviously, Texas has been players in football and baseball. But SoCal, California in general is known for baseball. The travel team is some of the best in the world. Now, we were in a good program, but we weren't in like a super intense program. And then we come out here, and just so happens, 8 minutes from the house is the number. So that's who decided to try out for. And it was a 3-day tryout. The first day, there were 70 kids. And I was like, oh my God. There's so many kids here. And there's not enough spots on baseball. And there he has even though they have done, they super intense. For nothing, it's like 2 it's bullshit. And El Tigre, when it matters the most, shows up and rips the bombs. Now, he has some work to do. These kids are damn good, he has some work to do. But he has a shot. He had a shot, and we found that he made the team and squad, so we're cooking. Picked up in August. Yeah, I can't wait. Perfect time for me, at least. Gone over that. Is it the Lord? So, yeah, terrible. Whatever. I guess we call it the war report because I had the it's still yeah, I don't want to think about it. There's so much conflict going on. Okay, whatever. Fight us up. Whatever. Tribute to Dustin Poirier. One day with the war report. So I did a show with Jesse on Thursday to bring down the national fight week. My thing is, I don't really have anybody. Never have. The fight compared to the world. Because even it's not privy to like her. So I don't really have anybody to go back and forth. I'm not talking about arguing about discussing the current culture of the UFC. So I've never had one to talk fights with, but I watch TikTok. I liked it, but yeah, I watched it. And, it's just like he's writing a lot of anything about. I've always wanted that. So my idea for a show was to try and find that. There's not a ton of people in Austin when it comes to that. So I have a lot of good space. People are like, man, I'll fly to Austin, but it's just not. Jesse on Fire is literally up the street. He has his stuff on MMA. So yeah, it was fun. But here's what Jen's talking about. So we get that show. I come in Thursday, man, choose my day off. I come in Thursday and we shoot the show and then connect it all the way in. And it just shut down the power of all the cameras and TVs. Literally about an hour. I'm like, what the fuck is that? She's like, oh, shut up. The cord came on, I didn't see it. And then she's like, oh yeah, we didn't get it. I can say it like that, but yeah, you're trying to wish I don't know. I know that was, if you're like a new intern of fire, I know, so I knew it would have been right for it. But you know what? I got the text that I made the deal. Yeah, right at that moment. I said, oh, dude. God works in mysterious ways. He made dog this night. I'm like, what? 16 of them? I'll be good, baby. I'll be good. I'm fucking stoked, dude. Fucking stoked. Stoked, man. God, it is good. It's good, man. July 4th, I love July 4th. Man, since Christmas, probably my favorite holiday. But in California, there's people that get away with it, but the pretty smuggling when you're in this Tijuana, you can't like get good fireworks. So I grew up in Denver where we had M80s, we had the big things up in the air, we had the snakes, we had all those. We had all those. And my kids all grew up the gay burglars. That's all they've ever had. That was memorized by them. Don't work with me. They love them. They love them. Out here in Texas, though, drive around, it's like fireworks stand. Get them here. Dude, I just peep out the kids. Buddy, it's like old school days. Our neighbor's house is a theme, so one house has the bouncy castle, another house has the slip and slide, one house has ice cream, one house has barbecue. I thought it was a little racial. They were like, yeah, he has Mexican food. That makes sense. So I don't know what we have. I can't wait, man. It's gonna be dope. Well, Jin's finally here. Jin's officially here. You can come over with us, Jin. I'm actually going back to the first one. That's good, Seth. You just got here. You just got here. Oh, come on. It's like fine. The fourth time. Come to the crib, man. Meet your family. Just good people, man. Just long people. We had this case back in North Korea. You with the homies or lady? Yeah, transition. Let's go. Yeah, man. Yeah, life's good, man. A lot of lake life. We really can't, because it's big lake life right now. Like, bitch, I live behind the lake. It's just, it's awesome. It's insane. It's fucking great. And so, I think, Denver has its finished outdoor activities, but lake here is fucking hell, man. You got the turtle and shit. We're on the fucking tube and stuff. It's so much fun. I get the fishing. Should you have your fishing buddies? Can't wait. Yeah, once everybody settled in. Yeah, it's great. My favorite thing is like wakeboarding. Have you ever done wakeboarding? I have wakeboarded squad. I'm running sprints, trying to show these 9-year-olds that I still got it. So you're going down for a little bit. Okay, I couldn't partake in the festivities yesterday. I can't explode right now. That stresses me out. But it's getting better. We'll figure it out. But yeah, can't wait for the 4th. We had the merge and drive fast on gas for the 4th. They're doing 10 times bonus entries for the 4th. The merge is King Shock Dogs collab with my favorite shirt, maybe 10 or 1. They got the fire, man. The boy dropped some fire. That Keep Me Down is so fire. That's my favorite one. They dropped some good stuff, man. These with that gear. Before the 4th is 10 times bonus entries. They have definitely blue on there, the fire hats, everything. Hat wig, with over $50,000 in mod. I try to damn it every game now. No way I'm not getting crazy because I don't want to flip it. But yeah, it's dope. It's dope. That's all that's gonna come. Let's get into fights, baby. International Fight Week delivered. Listen. I on the UFC. Right? The big dick attack. You know, you gotta give it up. You gotta give it up. I watched from the very first prelim to notice every single fight. This card delivered every facet to me. I know maybe I'm wrong, but not get the best of all time. Definitely in the past, it was so it was insane. Now, I was kind of hating on it early. I'm like, dude, go back to 2010, we get international fight week. Just not the same. UFC knocks it out of the goddamn park. Every facet, the matchups were usually when I see 2 fights on the main card, I'm like, God damn it. We had 2 decisions, dude. The flyweight divisions, they're typically terrible. You know, here we go again. Give me 2 decisions. So, decisions are not good. Your points are especially in the main event. But my lord, this card delivered. Yeah, fuck, it was good, dude. It had everything you want. Everything you want. Across the board. Jacoby Smith looked good. You know, young prospect at Oklahoma State. Savage. Has a ways to go, but Price definitely a great step up competition of that who can't speak a lot about himself, but he's going to be a real threat to the favorites. One of my absolute favorites, God, dog, his transition from then on to guillotine was filthy. Tracy Cortez, the president, always a fan, which he fights for a variety of reasons. Delgado, the Camino, will knock out that's filthy. Robocop killed again. I thought he killed Jack and Lance. The main card. I didn't like this, but I told you guys when he lost his last fight, which wasn't too long ago, to a real savvy vet, he just got out grappled. You know, for these prospects, I always say this, and maybe it's from my own experience, but it's a marathon, not a race. So when you have these young prospects, when they get challenged in their stock, coming off a loss in his career in the bantamweight division, so he fought a very savvy vet. Didn't get starched, didn't get, flatlined. He could just tell there's some holes in his game. He's young, but power's there. He's a real threat if he kind of works on his takedown defense. It's a terrible fight for this underdog for a reason. Felipe tried to take advantage of that grappling, and my God, Payne Talbot had the feel and work. God bless him. He's the real deal, man. He's the real deal. I always said this, translate to boxing, when Anthony Joshua, Klitschko, we've never seen him really down in a fight. Never saw him really taking punches. Just can't get all the way out. I like him. I want to see how he reacts to when he gets knocked down. They see fight Klitschko and he gets knocked down. And he got back up, answered the call. Okay, now I believe it. I love when fighters face a little adversity and come back, especially when they're this young. Back in the gym and work those takedown if he looked good. God, did he look good. Darius, that's one of those fights, 2 favorites. Darius got close and then Peters off. Mercado got the title shot by force of injury. It was a rookie, which we'll get to. My God, the news is that. So Mercado, I think the thing with Darius too, though, he looks older than he is, like 33. But if he dyed his hair, nobody's saying shit. If he is real, he would look so much younger. But he just doesn't give a fuck. You can tell he hates the camera, hates fame. Even when his team want to take pictures of him, he's like, oh, yeah, I just hate it. It's all cool. Way closer to him than any of our people are right there. And then I'm probably the plus one. We'll see how. Then by far, God, dude, this fight, I can't say enough good things about it. Joshua Van. Joshua down by the river Van, dude. Brandon Royval. Brandon's a dead kid, so I always fucking root for him. Paul Dog's one of my favorite flyweights ever. I absolutely love Brandon Royval. He's so game. And Josh motherfucking fight. If you have to, somebody who's never seen MMA, especially UFC, and make him a fan, you show him that fight, or you show him Kelvin Gastelum, or you show him Roy McDonald and Robbie Lawler. With Joshua Fan, Brandon Royval, I'm talking, the Darius fight to see, like, all right, Big Talbot, Aaron Paul's team, MMA, and improvement for me was exciting. I like they were changes, but my favorite part about it is the adjustments for guys made at such a high level for 3 rounds, the back and forth, no one even throwing a takedown, which I would have liked if Brandon Royval, especially with the jab and Joshua Van's fucking insane speed. Trading one for every doesn't that did it. I actually had it 1-1 going to the knockdown in the third, so I'm like, so this is the most, kind of biggest moment in the fight. It's a close fight. Joshua Van. And then for the UFC, dude, this is what I love about this card. This is what I love about the card. And for the UFC, because obviously you have, it's a flyweight showcase with Pantoja, Kyler France, the Joshua Van, and for now, and then for the UFC, they have Joshua, and then go into the octagon. Like that, dude. Do you know anybody who doesn't like Joshua Van right now? 23 years old. Fighting for fucking 5 years. 5 years? Mixed martial arts are the smaller fighters. How fucking good you have to be to fight for a title in the UFC. You've only been training for 5 goddamn years. Are you kidding me? The kid just has it. He just has it, man. He just has it. I love watching him fight. I'm usually not the biggest flyweight fan, because they're too small to hurt each other. It's like watching my 5-year-old fight. It's like, but they really love wrestling. I'm seeing it hurt. It's similar with this, but then there's these guys that come along. God, he looked good, dude. I'm an instant fan. I can't wait to see that fight. And the UFC takes, maybe it's the TKO influence with the WWE, but they're just setting it up so the fans know. There's Joshua Van, there's Pantoja. Take my fucking money. You could just have that as a main event, and I'll watch it. I'll watch it. I watch it every single week. But watching Joshua Van was just stylistically so goddamn good that I'm a hater of Pantoja and Kyker. I thought Joshua Van Royval was better than Pantoja and Kyker. And maybe because Pan's back and that control and lose. Kyker fans like Jesus Christ, dude, what we can't, this is what happens right away. But I thought after, especially after this, like midway through the second, Pantoja started to slow down. He was still dominating. first round. But just look at Toja, don't get me wrong. I thought Joshua Van was that fight. Joshua down by the river, man, is my favorite fighter right now. I fucking love him. He's so goddamn good. Houston boy. Houston boy. Yeah, Pantoja, Kiker France. I'm a fan of Kiker France. He's never been able to get over that hurdle. He lost Brandon Down. He lost Brandon Moreno. He's never beat the two echelon guys. Same thing here. And this one was even close. They fight 100 times. Kiker France gets finished in under 2 rounds. It's just not. It's just what it is. It's just what it is. It's what you do. Pantoja, or there's going to be a flyweight. But I'm hoping Joshua Van can pull it off. It's a lot to ask. 23. It's a lot to ask. To be honest. But Pantoja is 35. And I did in the first round. I'm pretty tired, But we'll see with Joshua Van how he answers the grappling questions. He's going to be pushed in that. And Pantoja's like, hold up. This kid's just he wants to stay on faith, man. Man. Does he can win this thing at 23? Big star. Because for whatever reason, Pantoja, even though he's doing insane things, he just hasn't been pushed into that kind of conversation. He's ranked that top 3 pound per pound or whatever, but he still doesn't get the respect he deserves. For whatever reason, maybe because they're smaller. Demetrius Johnson he never got his due. Pantoja's definitely not going to get it. But then bring it in the freaking cage, man. I love it. Like, yes, dude. Yes, let's do it. This episode of the Shocking Down International Fight Week UFC 3 by Progressive Insurance. Full financial genius, monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car to Progressive and save hundreds because Progressive offers discounts for paying in full on your home and so much more. Plus, you can count on their great customer service to help you get what you need when you need it. Dollar goes a long way. Visit Progressive.com to see if you can save on car insurance. Progressive Insurance Company affiliates potential savings will vary not available in situations. Progressive. My God, maybe it's because it's talking about. Oh my God, please. The reason kind of this outlier, and everyone's getting a comparison, which speaking of hands, that makes sense. They both came from 41 to 55. I get all that, and we've been almost forcing the next Conor McGregor just hasn't collision. But Ilya Tapir is a guy that, listen, there's never going to be another Conor McGregor. It's never happening. The sport's different. Just the landscape's different. You're just not going to get to that level anymore. I just think it's impossible. But as far as technical-wise, talent-wise, Ilya's there. He's there. His resume is actually more impressive than Conor's. If you look at who he's beat, the way he's done it. He's that guy. He's the next superstar in the current climate we're in. Now, if you're expecting Conor rocket ship stardom, the UFC will never allow that to happen. And just the media is different. It's just we live in a different world now. So I don't think we'll ever see that. But when you look at what Ilya Tapir is doing, now the knock on him is like, well, he's beating up older guys, he's not fighting these guys in the primes. And I think that criticism is fine. That's fine. My rebuttal to that would be, yeah, but they're not like, when Tony Ferguson's last fight or Great Zombie's last fight, you're like, bro, what are we doing? It's not like that. These guys are still fighting at a super high fucking level. The world championship pays. But I'll give you that. They're not in their prime, but here's why you have to respect it. The way he's winning, that he's literally calling his shot and KOing guys that never get finished. That's all. Never get knocked out. And he's starching him. Holy whopping. Charles Oliveira. Really, man, to get knocked out doesn't really happen to Charles Oliveira. dude, and he fucking called it, dude. Now, even I'm a big believer in Ilya Dopira, but I said under 2 rounds. But there's no way it's going to be under 2 rounds. But to call the first fucking round, and then maybe, again, it might be my own thing, but, you know, when you see the night before he's celebrating, like he already won, and he's like, oh, we celebrate the camp and we celebrate this whole, like he's living in the moment, which I'm like, God bless you. If you're saying, hopefully you win, otherwise disaster was going to, you know, roast the hell out of me for celebrating before you win the fucking thing. So he's like celebrating before, which is different. He's drinking wine while he's getting played. It's just some foreign shit if you're American. Well, we're like, oh, what the fuck is he doing? And then even when he's in the octagon, when they're showing him, he's leaning on the crowd, he's like kissing, and I'm like, oh, he's not taking this, he's not getting fucked up. But I know my wife, I'm like, God, he said he's one under 2, fucking, act like he's just another date. He's fucking Charlie L, man. This guy's a fucking savage. And he's like kissing at his wife or with his girl, his son, he's like, and then just fucking starts Charlie O, dude. I said under 2. I didn't expect it to be on your fucking in the first round like this. And it, you know, Charlie usually, and here, the reason I made my predictions because Charlie, you know, one of the greatest finishers, one of the greatest 55s of all time, but he likes to get hit. His head movement isn't his thing. And so he gets in these back and forth exchanges. And I thought Ilya Dopira's power would transfer from 45 to 55. So, at least in my words, to involve the salt fight, Jai Herbert, and fucking worked him. So we got 55. I thought it would transfer. You know, he'd actually have more power. He's not getting so much weight. So, and I know Charles gets hit. And it's not like he gets hit later when he gets tired. He just gets hit. That's his thing. That's why we love him. So I figured it would be an issue for Charles. Can't do it. Him, dude. Yeah, oh my God. So Rose, he's different. Again, we're all forcing this Conor McGregor. He's just different in so many ways. Dude, at the fucking weight, he said, I'm excited to have him. What the fuck? Scary. You ever seen that? Who was with Ariel? This is his new fights back. He's doing a FaceTime with Ariel. And Ariel said something. And his girl chimes in and goes, oh, all I know is if someone goes out, it's not going to be mine. You're like, God, fucking blood. Again, Ilya's not the guy who is going to talk shit and do all that stuff and bring that side out of him, which we'll get. But in general, he has so much respect for, you know, Volkanovski and Max Holloway and Charles Oliveira. And his shit talk is just different. Like, so fucking cold. Like, man. Now, I hate I have to do this. And it's literally like it's just a not quite. What the fuck is going on? What are we doing? This dude is a fucking freak. Chef down at 170. You gotta believe the guy. It's kind of like Conor. Remember he was predicting all this stuff. This guy's got a million too pure. He has so much self-belief. He has a tattoo of his own face. Chest. One eye. Like the UFC, when you talk about not having stars, you have a mega superstar. That's his face. Oh shit, that's his face. That's his face. Gerard Butler. And that's a split between a tiger with a teeth. And then there's, I'm gonna put my face. Cut. Split between a fucking tiger. Yeah. That's just so crazy, dude. his rise is my favorite part of the rise of stardom, the best. And I still feel like he has so many days there. And I'm super negative, very super negative. And they're not jumping on the Ilium train. Like they love the guy for a reason. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because he's from Georgia, they represent Spain. Like there's something, there's a disconnect there, but you're gonna have no choice but to jump on board. Like obviously Connor and Ireland, it's just this thing. When we think of like that fucking brawling, you think of Connor, and it just made sense, and Mystic Mac, and it was this perfect storm. But with Topuria, his degree of difficulty is high Connors, and he's doing more impressively. He's just not getting the same love. I don't know what it is. There's some sort of I don't know what it is. I can't figure it out. And it'll be like, well, speak up these older guys. There's an argument there, but you gotta understand what way he's doing it is fucking insane. He's such an outlier. And then again, UFC just taking a page. They allowed Paddy Pimblett in the octagon. When they allowed Paddy Pimblett, I'm like, let's fucking go, dude. Let's go. Now, a lot of you are like, well, Paddy Pimblett's only beat Michael Chandler. I get all that, but it's a fight business and it's show business. So, if your argument's like, oh, what about Justin Gaethje, which there's an argument for, what about Justin Gaethje, what about Armin Sarukian? When Paddy went up into the octagon, I just pictured Sarukian just like, as far as if you're a purist, Sarukian's next. As far as the toughest, by far, the toughest fight for Topuria, it's Sarukian. Not even remotely close. That's a tough fucking fight. Those odds are not going to be that far. It's a very tough fight for me. And especially if you are a Topuria hater, the only kind of knock you can really give that fight is the one knock, the only kind of chink in the armor I saw was Charlie was a little strong. Unders. Like when they're against the fence, he's just a run. That could be just some trouble in beating Sarukian. So again, if you're a purist, you're like, no, this guy deserves it. This is what's next. Sarukian would be next. He's by far the toughest. He pissed off the UFC. This way, especially a championship fight, he is more the story, and they're really disciplining him. And his kind of big test was being the fill-in fighter for this, and he made the weight. He has some work to do, and that's just what it is. It's Topuria's toughest fight. But we can tell Paddy Topuria, that's a massive fight. Massive. Now, the argument is Paddy ready for that? He beat an older Chandler, and then he jumps the queue and fights straight for a title. It's all about timing, and it's about the story, and the narrative, and the build-up, and it's there. These guys fucking hate each other. What I can tell you is I would almost guarantee the Paddy versus Topuria fight lasts longer than Charlie Hill versus Topuria. I can guarantee that. Yeah, I can guarantee that. It lasts longer. Now, can Paddy beat him? You guys know I love me some Paddy, and I believe in him. There's ways he could. I believe really how good either guy is yet. I think Patty, just beating a Chandler, he really dominated him. It's tough to say if you could beat a Topiary if he had a fucking issue. But again, Topiary, when Peter got back, when he does get your back, so those could be some issues, but it's 3 to 100 on that fight, if not 4 to 1. But again, there's a lot of unknown there. But as far as what the companies do next, what's best for the UFC, when we need stars, it's Patty Topiary. That's a fucking fight. Did he earn it? I don't know. That medium in Europe, pick anywhere you want, the thing sells out. We're more than numbers of that. Gangbusters. Now, if you do Sarukian Topiary, dude, that thing on his back is going to sell out. But I really think that he has to strike while the iron's hot. Because who knows? Because maybe, let's say Patty's not as good as I think he is, and his fan base in Liverpool thinks is, and they give him Sarukian, and he gets started. Or they give him, and he gets started. And then there's nothing to do. Right now, the argument is, no, man, he's undefeated. He beat Chandler with real bad. So you can see the cash for sure. Build up as Conor is. If you guys want the shit show, these two hate each other. So we haven't decided to appear. Like when he came into the lockdown, he's all put that stuff in. We're good. And then, Patty doesn't think he'll get knocked out. Is there any odds? That was minus 500 for Topiary. Yeah, but still, cool. Take my money. Take my fucking money. That's that we can tell. But Sarukian, again, deserves the most. It makes sense, but strike with iron's hot. Now, the other one in contention would be Justin Gaethje. Again, way funner fight in Topiary. I'd rather see Gaethje than Sarukian. I want to let Topiary cook and build this fucking megastar. And again, Gaethje's gonna take him down. Stylistically and excitement-wise, Gaethje is by far the funnest fight. Just Gaethje messed up a little bit when he goes, then we give you a top shot for your time. Man, this never worked out for anybody. I don't threaten the UFC. The UFC is about a year out. So hopefully he figures that out. But if I'm the UFC, and my only goal is to make Topiary the face of the UFC and build his star and sell out stadiums and sell fucking merch and get this new TV rights deal and make as much eyeballs as possible. You do Patty Topiary, Justin Gaethje Topiary, and then Sarukian's like, that's bullshit. Sarukian deserved it. I hear it. And now on, Sarukian could have earned this if he would have made weight. If Makhachev beat Makhachev, now it's in Sarukian's hands. Where this is even conversation. You gotta take some ownership there. That's on him. Dude. Especially if you're not the most exciting fighter. And then also, I love Sarukian. The only knock would be is, dude, if that fight with Charlie Oak goes one more round, he probably loses that. Which apparently, starched. So there's argument there. But Sarukian needs to take accountability. This isn't fair. I deserve a title shot. Yeah, we can. You fucked it up. You're the one that didn't make weight. You said you hurt your back or whatever the fuck it was. We tried handing you the keys to the castle. You dropped the fucking keys, dude. Now we're putting it on the back burner. That's how it goes. So, the Sarukian fan base, I get it. I love him too. He's a fucking monster. My closest odds of any of the 3 matchups I just told you. He fucked up. Now he's paying the price. As far as just entertainment-wise, Patty Topiary is the motherfucking fight. No brainer. Strike with iron's hot. Make as much money as possible. Get as much views as possible. The other thing is, what if Patty? I told you, Patty, I've been around a lot of fighters. The closest thing we have to Conor McGregor as far as having that impact. That fucking kid just gets it, he has it. He beats Topuria, what if he did? Because again, the minus 500, I get all that. I get all this. Topuria, Justin Gaethje, minus 400. Even Topuria, Surukin, minus 300. That's a little too risky, but Patty's fight, we don't know a lot about Patty. Patty can do it. Patty can do it. But again, if I'm the UFC, again, yes, Surukin deserves it. I'm with you. If you're the UFC, though, you need Patty Topuria. It's a win-win, dude. It's a sold-out fucking giant stadium, Europe somewhere, or Spain, whatever the fuck you want. Put it in the UK, whatever you want to do. We get a huge fan base on it. Topuria wins. It's our higher just get you in from Surukin, keep building him up. If Patty wins, you got another. I don't say it's a back and forth fight, you're just doing a rematch. Make your money. Who knows how long it's going to be? It's fucking dope. It's dope. And Patty's fucking big. So who are we not to say if Patty somehow, all of you, it beats Topuria? Say guys back to the mountain. Patty's a big fucking boy. That show I saw was fucking 240. It's huge. So he's getting better, but he's so bad, right? Patty, right? But who's to say he doesn't go, oh, Topuria, your dream is to go up to 175 fight Islam? Now I'm doing it. So for the UFC, it's like, dude, we can't lose it. Don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. Don't listen to the hate. No, it has to be Surukin. I'm with you. But we gotta make money. We need stars right now, and we're cooking. And you promised us these huge title fights. You lost John Jones and fucking asshole. That was a shit show. Islam Topuria never happened. We promised all these fights. Conor coming back. None of it's happened. Don't fuck this up. Don't fuck it up. And it writes itself. Patty is already in the kind of shit they beat before. That's it, dude. That's it. All I was driving near the lab this morning. All I can think of is Justin Gaethje's in the crowd for an national fight with Surukin's like, when Patty got up, I see that they just Surukin deserves it. He's like, motherfucker. If I'm Surukin, I'm jumping in that cage. No, we turn, and it's this real rumble. Just to keep my name in the hat. Because right now, nobody's talking about it. No, unless you're Armenian, nobody's talking about Surukin. Surukin should have ran through security checks that meeting. It's like, it's fine. Everything's on firearms, right? It's fine. You go for Gaethje, yeah, I can still shot, but you want a Ferrari. Life ain't that bad, big dog, you know? Yep, that's it. But Surukin's big. That's Surukin, this is fine. That's fine. I'm okay with the events that are unfolding currently. This is fine. That's okay. Okay. That's it. That's Surukin right there. That's fucking hilarious.
This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of free movies. Summer of Cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, and Transformers Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from Stream Now. Pay.
What a card, though. What a card. My God. Bravo, UFC. Bravo, man. I love it. This just reminds you why you're such a fan of the UFC. And if you missed the prelims, the main card, God, it was so good, man. No shit. No shit. Fight of the year. My God, it was my God, it was good. Bravo. I love it. I love it. Absolutely love it. Topuria that guy, but if you guys are expecting the Conor rise, it's just a different world now. That will never happen again. as crazy as whatever happened again, Rothschild, all like that insane meteoric rise, they're too big now. It's too big. They're in a different atmosphere. They just are. They just are. And with Color, remember, he would do that. NFL players, NBA players, emulating it. It's just, Javir's just own different animal. It's just different. Now you have like Ramos, some big Premier guys who love him. He's in his corner. But as far as Americans get on board, again, I don't know what it is, what it's going to take for him to get to the next level as far as stardom. People know him here, but it's not that Connor effect. It's just, you're saying like the Nick Diaz, I don't know Nick Diaz, but it's just not there right now. And, I don't know, because like my dad like watching, he's like, wait, he's from Spain? Like, no, it's Georgia. He represents Spain, but it's just like, all right, like the Lennox Lewis thing, a little bit. I don't know what it is, but it's like, fuck, people get on board. He's born in Germany. It's a shit show. It's a shit show. It's a shit show. Wait, you look around, hold on, he's born in Germany? Yeah, man. He's Georgian? Yeah, man. But they claim Spain? Yeah, man. It's just, so Javir was born Germany to Georgian parents who were refugees. They just said he moved to Georgia with his family. So, wrestling. So I mean, because of Georgia, it's a lot to take in. It's a lot, But he's just kind of riding. Yeah, when he dropped that.
Welcome. How are you, Cobalt?
These legends, you don't understand. You start to follow the sport.
What's up, Paul?
Since fucking COVID, you don't have flatlining guys that can't be flatlined. And telling you he's going to do it. This is not normal. This is not normal. You're watching it. Get on board. Yeah, but where's from? Germany, Georgia, Spain. He's great. Kind of changed a little bit. If I had to be kind of picky about it, against a Saruki Islam, against a Patty, there's a size difference or size difference, strength. He's not small. He's small for 55. He looks small. He looks smaller, but he's compact. It's just like when Volkanovski fought Lynch, he looked like he was getting taken, he was doing work, and it was never like a glaring hole. That makes sense. And it's because, you speak 220 pounds, his joints are 10 bigger, so he only trains with bigger guys. I don't know if Joe Pierce trained with bigger guys. They said slim picking. But only that little bit. That could be an issue down the road if somebody drags him in the later round. A Patty, a Sarukian, an Islam, that could be an issue. Could be trying to find some clear of this game. It's not really there. This week just bullshit. But get on board. Germany, Spain, Georgia. If he was from Texas, don't make a story. It's just people are like that. If he was just from, if he was born in Spain, that's it, dude. Or Brazil, China, but you know what I'm saying? If he was Hawaiian, if there's something in Georgia, Spain, Germany, I don't know. There's something missing there. I'll figure it out, but people get on board for that. People get on board. reasons he gets kind of disliked is the company, which I never understood. Now there's guys who handle it different, but he's confident, he's engaged, he's engaged by it. And he's drinking while celebrating the victory already. It's just some shit I can't get behind yet. So as an American, it's like, what the fuck? He's drinking wine or the fucking wake up party the night before. It's so cool, dude. And it's so cool. The problem is you have these idiots fucking get on a break like drinking wine the night before the fight, and they get fucking anxiety the fight, drinking. Until period, there's only one. He's from Georgia, Spain, Germany. It's not him. The shit what he's doing and the confidence that he oozes, he's so relaxed in there. A little too Joe Cool for me. I used to actually get fucked up. Dropping roses and shit like I might get fucked up. He can be like, folks. No, he's just like from Georgia, Spain. It's so strange, dude. It's awesome to watch. Hopefully he's not fucked up. You gotta do that strike when the iron's hot. Don't fuck the fan base. So, it's what they're doing. It's really messed up sometimes. I love it right now. I fucking love it when we have fighters like this. So now you look at the UFC. Our biggest stars are Joe Perry, Tom Aspinall. Right match up. Records, I'm kind of sick of hearing myself talk that way. And that's those are stars. And then Sugar's up there. Sugar was great. He's watching this live. He's taking good videos. I'm like, oh, wow. I love that. Okay, dude. If you do that, I love that from Sugar. But Topiri and Tom could take that UFC flag and run with it if they give Tom the right matchup. Again, this isn't hard. If my dumb ass with CT and speech and figure it out, you guys will figure it out, dude. You go Alex. You go Tom Francis, Tom on. Boom. Any of the brain busters. You go Topiri and Patty. You go Topiri and Gaethje. Boom! Another brain bust. That's it, dude. Do you hate money? Do you hate stars? Do you hate fame? Do you hate selling out giant arenas? That's the key to the castle. It's for everybody. That's what it is. Nobody's claiming it. Spain. It's like Lennox Lewis was cooking in Canada. I was like, yeah, I'm going to play. And then England was like, no, he just never got fan base behind it. Man's a bastard, dude. Tuxedo loved it. No fucking kid. Loved it. Shadowboxed it. Yeah, my money. This thing is so sick. So good. Spain, Germany, wherever you want, dude. Wherever you want, he's that big. Please get behind him. He's so talented. And we have fucking Charles O in the first round. Like, no one's ever done that. He's just different. I'm like, the new wave of MMA. This guy's old school. I am out. He's here. He's doing something right. Change cams and change scenery. Like, he was at some new gym where the soccer team's at, like, the Olympic facility. They can't get there and hold on to his head with he's on his surroundings. But he's so the night before, drinking wine or Lance did this. Nobody loves Conor more than me. Because maybe Casey, but we fucking love Conor, right? We defended that. He's almost like Conor shit up there without the darkness. Where, let's say Topir starts just adding, and Jake Paul called him out. Topier's not doing that. Let's say Topier stopped and Canelo called him out. He's not doing it, I don't think. He's not doing it. He's not doing it. I just don't. I'm not really. I think McGregor did. Guys of do this is rare. There's like deal with this issue. Atmosphere where you learn from McGregor's mistakes. Remember, McGregor, when he laughed, remember the whole we wanted the Khabib fight, all this stuff, he laughed and fought Floyd and took all that time off. They all the money in the world, but came back was never the same. It just was never the same. The hunger wasn't there. It just wasn't. He was never the same. After that Floyd shit, he was never the same. And I think Topier can learn from him. That's short. 3 fights here. I'm going to face the UFC, and I'm selling out giant arenas. Like, the same money here. It's just going to take a little longer. But I'm not going to fuck up my legacy. You know? So I think he can take a learning opportunities in every and get a deal with it. And it doesn't
get right now. Part of Connor's branding was the money. So bringing the money on and kind of out of the Floyd playbook. Yep. So Breed's not doing that. His branding is like, I'm the new Breed. And everybody's fine.
Everyone's fine. And then he's like, yeah, I'm sorry. I like these guys. I'm so sorry. But I like these Charlies, right? Dude, he's like, that's all. Show my respect. Drop a rose. You know, it's like, all right, dude. Like, he shows his respect. He's like, dude, I hate having to do this. And fucking start. You know? Yeah, Connor's whole brand is the money and the Maybachs and the yachts and the Gucci and the Rolexes and the restaurants are proper and period. That's where this kid, I'm telling you, behind this kid goes. I have holes in my game. I'm worried about every single fight. That's why I train so hard. I have a lot of holes in my game. That's why I train so good. I'm definitely beating. He was unbeatable. I'm definitely beating that. After starting 3 legends who nobody does that to, like that's the attitude. I'm telling you, that's that attitude. But because most guys like, I'm the best ever. You always have touch me. I'm untouchable. You hear even Connor. Nah, I'm better than that guy. Bird. Here's like, oh no, I'm beatable. That's why I'm my ass up. Even at this level, I'm unbeatable. I'm definitely not unbeatable. People can beat me. That's why I work like that. But that's it. So I do think Connor took it for the team. And he made all the money. He's doing his thing. But as far as money goes, Topia's just on it. He's the word. That's a deal. We get a Jake Paul, Canelo, Topia. I don't think he's gonna do that. No, he could be totally wrong. A year from now, he's like fucking has a crown and a fucking gold money, that's the flag where he's from. It's like, could be wrong, but I don't think so. What do you got, Jim? All right, are you guys on board with Topia like I am or not? 100%. Dude, he's the first person that I think like you're the whole coffee versus confident. He's just so confident. I can actually feel his confidence. It's not confident. I don't get how that's not inspiring people. There's haters. They're not happy in their lives, so they hate them. And that's a whole different subject. But just for the regular people like the guy's fighting Charles Oliveira, the greatest finisher ever in UFC, never knocked out. That dude from German Spain, he's fucking insane. He's not there. Max Holloway, never been fucking knocked down to. His offer knocked him out. He did it. Volkanovski, he did it. If that's not inspiring, dude, you're a fucking cup. Whatever guy that comes along like this and does that inspiring, man, you just put the hate rate down. And such a high level, that shit didn't inspire you. That makes you angry. Now, one of the issues gets laid is because he's beating people's favorites. All-time favorites. There ain't nobody in the world that hates him about. First team all nice. First team no drama. One of the best to ever do it. He starches it. First team all nice. Silence. Everyone fucking loves Holly. Starches it. Charlie O. Fan favorite. Oh my god, people are always walking on fucking octagon. Starches it. But again, he's not degrading these guys. Shit. He's not throwing fucking stools. He's not talking about his dad, his family. Remember the Connor shit got so dark? Sometimes they guys are looking for none of that's inspiring. None of that's inspiring. I don't need a guy. You don't talk about some man's family or make the fight a dream. Oh shit. Some of it's organic and Khabib and Conor actually hate each other. But in general, I don't need that. I need two of the highest level fighters in the world. And if shit talking happens like Patty and Kabir, it's natural. Fine, cool. But we don't take it over the family, the personal life. That's oh shit. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Pure is one of the greats, man. Pure is one of the greats. Take a little break, and we'll get right back in this juicy ass episode. This episode of the Shot Show is brought to you by Sure Shot. This is no snake oil. This is the real deal. The world's first alcohol detoxifier that reduces blood alcohol content in those 3 freaking minutes. You're gonna drink this July 4th, man. When you drink, there's fireworks, don't blow off your hand, sober up in 30 minutes or less with being boost, gut support, and hydration. We got it all. Have the drinks, but make sure you have your companion Sure Shot. Go try to get 10% off. Go to TikTok shop is on sale all over. It's Sure Shot. SureShot.com. Happy for it. Let's get back to the program. I already got you. Okay. So Jake Paul Jr. We have a session before ceremony. Yeah, Holly, get a girl of Holly. Yeah, this one, I bet it sold 10 pay-per-views. You know, it's like, I'm in the business and nobody asked me about it. Like, no one talked to me about it. At all. For whatever reason, solidifies the thought to me, which I don't get why he wants that. I think he miscalculated this one. Caesar Chavez Jr. for about like 4 years. Before that was being on him. You know, the boxing is not. No, he's not. You actually can't stand that guy. He's super on him, and his dad's the greatest box of all time. This kid fucked it up. Like we actually 4 years, 2 steps back. And he didn't finish him, you know? So, for JK, again, money dude. Like, you know, you guys know I like Jake. I like what he's doing. I like what he's about. We have a bunch of mutual friends. I'm working with the guy. I really support what Jake does. And I've always said this from day one. Fuck giving validation from the boxing community. It's never happened. You could fight Canelo right now and knock him out, and they still win. It's never happened. So he's taking these tougher challenges. Again, I had fought 4 years. I don't know, fuck up. Like, I was even interested in this fight. Okay, he's fighting. Chavez Jr. about 4 years. Fuck up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, take my look at it. These are the disclosures. different statements after the fight. One was he's in talks with Anthony Joshua, like they're DMing each other. They pretty much like said that they're gonna fight each other next year. So that's such better. I'll say this. They're on Jake Paul, and he will never live this. Is these fights are fake. I'm here to tell you, they're not fake. They're not. He's just fighting guys that you do this to. He's being smart, strategic. Fight over. I'll tell you right now. If he goes in there and it's a decision against Anthony Joshua, and I love Jay Browns, I'll be the first to tell you, oh, this is Anthony Joshua? Hold on. You're talking about the 250-pound British goddess that was a gold medalist in the Olympics and has fucking beat some of the very best heavyweights of all time, fighting a 220-pound, walking around 220 Jake Paul. Just went to decision with fucking Chavez Jr. who's a royal fucked up. Tommy Fury. If that fight gets made, which I don't know, but if it does, and that thing's anything but flatline knockout from Anthony Joshua to Paul, this fixes it. Then I'm like, fight. Then I'll be the first one to say that thing. That's not real. The world doesn't boxing, the sport boxing doesn't like that. Ask Francis. Ask fucking Francis and God. Anyway, do you feel like you compete with Anthony Joshua? I'll be like, fuck no, dude. He fucking whooped my ass. I had no business being that. And then Jake Paul's just gonna post it. And I love Jake. I love Anthony. And get your money. The Floyds of the world, the Floyd Logan, the Floyd Jacob. Okay, that's what it is. That's weird. You can't give me that. The Mike Tyson, what the fuck are we doing? You know? But when it comes to Anthony Joshua, who's not over the hill, we're talking about the gold medal. Are we talking about the same guy? The gold medalist? If that's anything, but a fucking Instagram knockout, it's finished. I'll tell you that right now. Oh, what did he say? I don't know. I was on this weird rant about him and Joshua. What we talked about, they asked her. I'll just play it for you.
And it's so sad. And right when you need these companies, they're not there.
Some insurance company.
Insurance denied him to get the double lung transplant, which is also one of the most expensive surgeries, which is why they denied it. And it just sucks. It sucks that no one's doing anything. I'm super busy this week, so we're figuring out the donation now, but none of these people like Dana or anyone stepping in, so I feel like I have to do something, and that's really all it is.
That's Jake Paul's all over. That's Jake. Yeah, so he's working on. He's a good person. I'm telling you, I know the boxing community and the MMA community hate him. As far as like doing things behind the scenes, like that's Jake. TikToker, Disney kid, all that bullshit. But when it comes down to it, that's involved. Dude, he'll take care of people. He just does. He's also inspirational. Like, dude, we never thought he would do this in boxing. Remember, we were like joking, we were laughing about like it's dude again. If you can't step outside and look, hold on. This YouTuber who's financially set, him and his brother, both of them. But let's focus on Jake for a second. These YouTubers, and Jake came from Disney especially, and they don't have to, they can make money playing fucking Twitch or checkers and make all the money in the world. They're not struggling in any fucking facet. They have all these businesses. He doesn't need a bonds. He decides to go down the toughest fucking road and box, even though they're MMA fighters, they're still fucking tough guys. And he's beating them. If you can't just step out for a second, I get it if you're boxing peers like this fucking guy, I get all that. If you can't step out and go, I respect it. I respect the hustle. You're just a fucking loser, dude. You're just a stone cold bitch. You're just a loser. If that's not inspiring, again, maybe the way he's fighting, the way he talks shit, or the build up of some of the fights, if you don't agree with that, I get it. But if you can't step out and go, from Disney to that, that's fucking pretty cool, man. We'll never see it again. That's pretty cool. How much does it make you? Yeah, dude, figure it out. If that doesn't somewhat inspire you, get your shit together, you are. It's crazy what he's doing. Crazy. Now, do I agree with the Chavez Jr. right now? I appreciate what I respect what he's doing. Nancy Joshua, again, that thing is not a fucking brutal KO or things his name. But still, up till then, what he's doing is fucking fun. So this is good news. So that was a press conference that happened on the weekend, but today, Amy asked her, Ben asked his wife, posted this about Ben receiving an actual transplant. So we're so thankful to share that Ben has received a double lung transplant. So that means that they're taking from somebody. Yeah, someone died, guys. So I can only donate one of my lungs. So we're forever thankful to the donor, his family, and giving new lifestyle for Ben. But every day, as a kid, still the big wheel that he's walking around completely healthy just 5 weeks ago. So much didn't change so quickly. Please keep that in your prayers. That his body welcomes the new lungs that they were his own. I'm not saying all about people can't stay right now. I can't wait to tell Ben all about it. Hopefully, in a couple of weeks, Ben will be able to take the next update, but hopefully, we'll wait until the new lungs wear off. Man, that dude. Yeah, that is actually really, dude, to receive a shot at the track. I know. Biggest piece of shit. That sucks. So damn expensive. Alright, this is pretty cool. John Addict's gonna be in the ring played by guy for Canelo versus our boy Max back. Yeah, it's like John and Max. Insane. Just put this real quick.
John Addict, it's a pleasure.
Pleasure's all on this side of the table. A fight of this magnitude needed Max Kellerman's fights on it, but I covered boxing from 2003 to 2008. I am so grateful to have this opportunity. The responsibility of calling a fight of this magnitude certainly is not lost on me. I can't wait to dive into the preparation. And nobody I would rather be working alongside than you. And we will have further announcements on our broadcast team in the future.
John Addict is flawless. Like, it's so impressive to watch him. Max great too. Yeah, he's great. Yeah, this is where David's, promoting. He'll have to say that tell John is in that. They should have Ariel in it. I don't know if David can watch that. So this is from the hardcore.
There she is.
This is for like 4 to 6 years, I think. He's retired. He retired.
Yes, ma'am.
He's like probably one of the only journalists that get to the press conferences and ask. Usually people are kind of like.
How are you?
Oh, I thought you said what am I? It was great.
audience, yeah.
I thought she was a picture though. It's doing something for me.
You know how to do it. Go to settings, change your picture.
This was crazy. So this fire trying to. Okay, so they're surrounded by. But he was literally like. This is crazy too. So Sean Strickland was at a fight for one of his guys at Tough Enough 145, and then I'll just put this him and Chris Curtis in the ring afterwards.
This environment that I'm in right now, my head. What kind of something?
I don't know.
Those punches, he got a seriously split decision they got. So let me see, Sean.
No, that was like medically trained.
I think just saw Sean smirk.
That's all it is. Why would Adam have to do that if she was training?
I saw him sticking his tongue out. I can't go anywhere. If you're doing that, just immature. Yeah, he does very well. This has nothing to do with anything really, but I just found this fascinating. Some killer casting. Like this is dating this Korean model. Just like she's like so cute. That's her most wow. Good for him. So great model. I like it. I don't know why this is surprising to me. It's just good for him.
Rabbi, it's kind of like you're in a fishbowl.
Yeah, I'm actually in a Discord known as Fish Tank. It is.
What's it? Wait, what's the Discord for? With the fish thing?
Yeah, so Fish Tank is a website that basically live streams people 24/7. And I'm trying to get on it. It's like a TV show. So I just do my best to always be streaming in there so that the people who are interested in that show get interested in me. But yeah, I mean, you're not the first person to say that. It is. It's a lot like a fishbowl. I mean, fish can't generally leave the tank. So, but I do. What?
Okay. I'm gonna go
Yeah. Were you able to figure out how to change the picture?
how hard to do it. I was just saying, you know, and then, like,
All right.
so, I'll get to this when I get to it.
From 6, how are you? What are you talking about?
$6.
Nobody.
What's that? Wait, are you Jewish?
Yeah.
Well, I'm German.
Cool story, dude.
I think we were both at the same time. would feel to be in that body. Terrible.
Croatia, and the other one was from Serbia. Slovakia. Right? And they won the Olympics together. And I guess a guy walked the Croatian flag, grabbed the flag out of his hands. Like Slavics at the time. It was like they wanted to push out all like the dissenting sort of nationalistic movement over there. And it drove this crazy void in friendship. Wait, was Slavia was the same since the beginning of the only that
What's on your agenda for today? That's great.
Here, I can play the whole this is falling apart, but at the same time, or is it just in a different place, but doing the same thing?
Yeah, basically that.
My fucking child. It's pretty simple. Same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over. What do you I have to fucking serve my master.
There you go.
Look off.
Look,
The thing is, you know what? Yeah. So, I think that it revolves around like a small uncle. He was a bad revolution. But, yeah. You cannot use this today. My body.
no, you.
Spiritually attacked.
where you were, where you grew up, and what it was like when you first came to America. Well, basically, I was born in Soviet Bulgaria, and I lived in one place, we were born in one place, and I was there till fourth grade. My dad got a job in Germany, and he was interpreter. Bulgaria. He was also a welding engineer. What year was this? This was about 1974. So 1974, got a job in East Germany, and the whole family, my mom, my dad, and my brother, we moved to the house that we lived in. My grandparents kept on living there. So we lived in Germany only 1 year. But during that 1 year, I went to school there. And when I was a little kid, my mom used to speak to me and my brother in German because she was a major. So we spoke Bulgarian, and she taught us German, and we didn't remember anything, but as we went to school, everything just came from somewhere. So we were actually put in school with German people, like they could guys that speak English, and you put in school here with the normal school, and you adopt it, and all you have to know is ask, how you told next time you every day you learn a new word. Even now in English, I mean, every day you learn a new word. Because there's so
And
many
sounds
words.
like a vampire.
Every day you come up with a word you hear. Now once
I think it's Bulgarian or something.
so anyway, long story short, I was in fifth grade when I came back, and I lived there from fifth to eighth grade, and ninth grade was back to Germany, and I finished high school. So I finished high school. It was 1983 when I finished high school,
I
and
had
it
a
was
chance of being in New York, moved me and my fellow Greeks on Sunday.
you have to go to California. So what was going on in that area of the world, where, like in that time, you were paying attention to like what was happening in the country, kids, all they did is play. I remember my grandfather, he was engineer as well. He listened to the voices that Harry had night, like they were like propaganda. It was a country that all the communists people snitch on each other. So they listen to you and say something, and then they don't like it. They say, you know, that's not Danny. Danny's like nothing. He's not messing with you. Really? So now, oh, it happened. So you couldn't tell anybody what you it was something that was not illegal. For example, when I left Bulgaria, I couldn't tell my best friend what inspired that. Well, when I was a kid, we watched American movies, and Singapore was America, so like shiny. It was on the hill, you guys. Like the shiny scene was like, man, there was these stunts. I don't know if you remember all those movies. And it was a bunch of stunts in Hollywood. And it was like, inside, they were driving this cool muscle cars and motorcycles. It was kind of, it was a different world, you know. Well, it started like there, but then I went to live in East Germany. We were able to watch West German TV. So the East Germans would not watch the over-the-air TV, and of course this was propaganda. Because you were secret truth. Because when you go to a communist school, they tell you that America is terrible. So the kids, you see that this TV shows
Okay.
Everybody gets information, visual, like audio information or nature, and then you start making a picture in your mind, and then you all learn, you start like picturing how the world works, and if they give you only this kind of information, the world works. Not to offend anybody, but it's really great. Right, each journey that you are getting entertainment or news from each journey. Perfect. Right, so I did the run as well. Big like 60 miles from Berlin, West Berlin, and Signal. So you can actually watch. There was a movie channel. There was like the German channels and Western, make some show. Of course, there was right. But some entertaining stuff. East German station always goes on. You watch Russian. You watch Russian. So it made kind of like I started making the bug of going to a different world out there that made holiday class. You decide something and go watch it and right. So I try to take my nonsense stuff. The land was I go there, so you got so loud. Well, no, they made this was in 1990. So in 1989 in September, the Berlin Wall came down. Right. So this was the fast economic swap.
All right. Just give me a moment. I'll beat you.
Again, I wasn't. I mean, we were very excited about it. What actually happened is that the presidents of other presidents said the reason they had all these people is because a bunch of oligarchs started taking like advantage of this. One of these presidents goes for one guy, the other guy. So it's kind of like a banana republic, And they fell apart, and then what happened in all these countries came out of it, and they forced the republic that Russia had, and they created the Russian Federation. And then came back. Actually, they worked in East Germany, but they looked at the third hand. Therefore, the Russian people said the third. And then when Barrett over to get the information from he actually wrote a tax gas in Russia. Tax or not, which meant we'll double check it. I don't know, I somewhere maybe check. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you can check. So you were there when the bomb came down. So the bomb came down in 1989, and in remember is that then after that was Romania developed. And when Romania fell apart, the president of Romania was Ceausescu, and he was he actually went to his research to go back, and they were murdering people left and right just for the last with us or against
Almost ready. Can you hear me? Marty, are you there? I'm sending you an invitation. You should have it.
Producer has some really good.
Do you have the invitation?
So, I'm trying to send my friend request.
Oh, you got a different account?
Yeah, I actually get to my account. It's
Sent it?
I thought I sent the request.
Okay, I'm done underscore Rabbi. So the Rabbi, no underscore. THERABB.
At this point,
Okay, so I need to look up your Audi, YOURAUDDIE.
yeah.
We can find anyone with that Plato ID.
I'm trying to
Just add me, Rabbi.
You're making me do
Just send me. Well, it says that yours exists. YOUIE?
I'm looking at it right here. Underscore in between the two words.
Okay, you'll have an invitation in a
I
second.
thought I said it.
All right. Now I got it. Or no, I just sent it to you. What is your picture?
Oh, like purple in the shape of dick.
Oh.
What do you mean is that like
You picture?
I
Gotcha.
said that he was gonna take a picture of it because first of all, plus my probably
All right. Did you get my invitation?
no.
Is Adi Dusky anymore?
Oh, I have no action.
Okay, so I'm gonna remove that friend.
Oh, I see.
There you go. So let me send you an invitation. All right. You should have it now. You have it. There you go.
plane, she said, stay from Sophia to Belgrade. You're going to take the train the night before. You're going to board the plane in Belgrade. So I don't have to go to Bulgaria.
Bozos, that's good.
Well, that was a lot. Right. Yeah. That's all. That's the you cannot have your own butcher shop or your own or whatever. So in other words, if you were a doctor or a dentist, I'm sorry,
Search American history online.
you got no money, and you're, let's say you work 10 years, then your next step up. I think it started with 1 point around 60s. But then this week you were there was the government employees, right? Later on, that corruption or whatever, they maybe had a some of them, they were talking, I would do it, staying aside, we don't tell anybody anything. And then the plane, when we boarded the plane, they came in and collected all our passports. And I don't know what they did to the passports, we didn't know what they were going to do with it, but for sure, when we went landed in Paris, they put you in a special, like a So, boarded the plane in Paris. That's when I understood what they did the passport. But you can't leave it around the passport, the passport, that is the passport. So you can't make it change it. So basically, this iron curtain, that first the communist didn't let you travel, the iron curtain, where the Westerners didn't let you come. The communist said, you can go wherever you want, and then the use safety reasons, if the plane was you cannot get in the plane. So they were saying like if somebody tries to stop us, so we landed over there, and so we land, I was told down there, and we tell them, this was like white and ice. Cold, and you walk from the plane, they didn't have something like a clock or anything like this. It wasn't a long walk. It was close to like, I would say, 25 minutes. I just remember like somebody who was huge, and against the first stop. The separate show. How many of you? 62 is your one. And nobody was saying anything until we were probably like half an hour. Nobody was saying we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Right. Don't trust the Lord. You can never tell what's going on. I mean, there's immediately somebody going to go and snitch. You think this is something that was happening after that? I was taking off my plane. Well, actually, I know because my mom was aware. It started like sometime in the figured it out. And it was like I just got out. They was just like I don't have any luggage on the plane. Get to luggage, so I'm staying on the plane. They don't go and get right. So I had this. I had $300 in fake Visa travel. They wouldn't take I knew it was close. They didn't check the people. Everything. I had no idea. Back in the day, right. So basically, anyway, so there's the airport. And just to back up a little bit, so I traveled on Wednesday. So on Monday, I was looking for that Monday prior to the Wednesday, I was in Bulgaria. And I'm walking down the street from my house, and I'm seeing one of my colleagues with his wife. And I go, hey, what's going on? We're taking trouble vacation. Yeah. What are you up to? Nothing. Let me look. On Wednesday, and we had these Newfoundland candidates. And my colleague works for immigration. The Canadian immigration, because he speaks Spanish and Bulgarian. So they took him off the plane the same
Aloha. What a great word.
and I had my best friend had Montreal. Long story short, he went to the China route. So he went to school in China for cosplay. He's an artist. And he married his English teacher in New York. And they came together also. And I mean, yes, he came from China. And he was visiting in Montreal. I was excited that I have a friend in Montreal. And I was going to check him out. And I had a great time. And so hello. So I ended up money to buy plane tickets to her and my wife to fly to Montreal. But then I rented these people that actually wrote a cab together. And those who stayed in the same chalet, they would use the chalet for the five people. Separate rooms, but it was very, very nice. And they were like, hey, can you help out? But the bus, so I did it. And back was to go and I end there. And you go through the whole New France. And it was snowing. There was a lake. Then you go through Laval. Yeah, yeah. So there is way up there. That's a smaller island. The bigger one is Slab River. So the skinny one and the small. That's the small island. There you go. San John and west to all south to the left. So that's right. That's it. Okay. So the from San John to Port Bass. And then we go to Bass, which is the Queen Mary Rothschild. Right there, right there. That's not a little crazy. And then we ended up in Halifax. The whole trip was 52 hours. So we ended up actually right, exactly. And then there, the plane going to Montreal. Probably like 7, 8 hours, maybe more. It was my first destination because somebody able to play I grew up with like it's really great to get somebody to just give you a little bit of here and there. Or you can go the wrong way with that. Were you pretty paranoid during that whole time? No, I was pretty excited. It was like a huge adventure. Very like, hey, you know what? Hey, worry about these things. You're just excited. So they, I remember going to Portland, what it was, the warmest and it going over there. And Montreal was 70 degrees. Hot as hell. And I had to jacket on like a down jacket. Take the metro to go to the spot where I wanted to go. So we had to walk, go to the YMCA, so they had to put down to stay at the YMCA and stuff. When I landed in Yeah, it wasn't like like every day and all that stuff. We just had some mutual friends that they gave us welfare for that same much. I heard my wife's girlfriend. And we went to a place for 300. Like that family was the area in it's a decent area. It's really young people. Definitely. And I got up the next day and we friends that was married started talking. And he never told me that was like appliances and photos and this place was no service structure. So, back alleys, there's a store. To this, picked it up, showed us there. Then on the TV, like one of those old consoles. I mean, I was on the third floor. There was no this thing was jets. Oh, she was beautiful. And so, I said, I go down the street. So, I mean, I'm just one trip from there and back. There was a couple of car washes. And I'm like, oh, I want to get a job. She said, all right, I'll handle the little thing. Yeah, I'll hire you. I said, how much you paying? $6 an hour. That was good back then. And they shared it. Like that. I'll show you. I go over there and look. Every time they fancy car comes in, our roll inside, she goes, does the roll, if you want to somewhere, put stuff somewhere, but the way to do it, and well, this car was supposed to go up
Man, get the fuck out of here. That's it. That is it, kids. By 4th, I'm gonna see you guys till after the 4th here on the shop show. But yeah, we got all new merch at Drive Fast All Gas. It's our best merch yet. We got the QB Tech collab. We got the King Chalks collab. We got DriveFastAllGas coming out. Anything you buy, and also for the 4th, it's time 10 times bonus entries. Anything you buy, automatically enters you to win this 2024 final edition for $1,000 in mods. QB Tech, King Chalks, Singular Spill. Custom bumpers. This thing is wild. Carbon fiber, wide body fenders, front and rear. This thing is insane. I'm driving right now. Absolutely love it. But somebody's gonna win that bad boy. You're gonna get it. So make sure you go to drivefastallgas.com, pick up some merch. Also, join the VIP club. It's $3 a month, $3 every month in credit. Every single month, there's select one winner that can come fly to Austin, can work out with me, sit in on a podcast, watch fights with me. We're doing a bunch of cool stuff. So join that VIP club. It's dope. There's a lot of benefits in doing it. DriveFastAllGas.com to find out more. That's it, kids. What a great fight week. Dana, UFC Brass, love you guys. Thanks for watching. Until next time, I'm out.
Whatever they want. They just said they confiscated. They said you were capital. But when you're a kid, you don't know that. Right? Anyway, I'm going to eat. Anyway, back to Canada. Montreal. Guys, out of the bar. Yeah, that's where the first one is like that.
You would have been right for it. But you know what? I got the tags that took me. Yeah, right at that moment. I say, let's
people think it's later than so basically the Canadian edited the
You're in the sphere right now. You're in the sphere is talking about we never get anything. When Cat Williams said 6 unfunny comments to you, was it us? I knew it wasn't us. I would have been at this point. I started doing testosterone from a company. And I know it's 3 years. They wrote cars on the moon. That's what I'm saying. On the moon. That's what I'm saying. And yet, for some reason, today they can only send mannequins. So we're at the moon, and we're in agreement on it. That's all we're confirming. But hold on, Jay. Hold on, Jay. So we're confirming. But no, stop. But hoping against the things that I'm saying as a photographer. We're not fighting yours. You're assuming it's someone. I said it could be 4 different lights. It also could be the reflector of the actual lunar lander. That thing is made of giant, shiny metal. It has also light reflecting in multiple ways. I thought that they did it even base. No. Nobody thinks that. They did go to Jamie. You need to catch them on the cup around it. Joe Rogan seems to be on a roll for the last couple of weeks. He's been mixing it up with guests from different backgrounds, covering different topics, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm all for it. It's tremendous and talk the old JRE before the pandemic, where you had interesting guests on to talk about everything and anything. Pseudoscientist Christopher Dunn, which feels like an extension of the Dibble versus Hancock debate. But today I'm covering a recent episode with moonland conspiracy theorist Bart Sabrell, like Graham Hancock, has Nolan Rogan's. We first met, like at least 20 years ago, right? 20 years ago. Was it 22? Wow. So, and I don't even remember how I got in touch with it because it's no email. Essentially, you're known as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory. You're the guy who's researched the most, auto recall the most information. You're the guy that the people that believe the moon landing is really the most. So similar to the Tucker Carlson episode recently, I left this episode of JRE feeling pretty disappointed. Even though all these kinds of conversations, Rogan's guests always seem straw-man arguments to prove their points. Bart Sabrell isn't a scientist, he's more of a documentary filmmaker, pseudo-journalist whose whole career has basically relied on the moon landing hoax theory. He's kind of like a right-wing Michael Moore. And even though Joe didn't get an actual scientist on the podcast to debate, but I'm going to give Rogan credit here. I think he did a really good job at pushing back on Bart's theories and representing the counter. Some of the argument, obviously, it's like people would say, if I was Steelman in their position, I would say, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, we could do it. But if I was going to Steelman it, what I would say is, if I'm training these guys
film thing. The only thing that I could say, I'm just steelman. It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing was fake. Now, to steelman their position, like it took so much money and so many resources that we don't have that we better serve going to other things. Okay, to steelman that, you would say, what was the chain of custody? Why would they do that if they really went to the murder? Okay. The steelman. I mean, I know it's annoying you people. Devil's advocate. Yeah. Now, can I do devil's advocate? What do you call it? Okay. The reason why it's doing that. So Joe's actually knows quite a bit about all these theories of the moon landing hoax and bits of so-called evidence that conspiracy point out when making their arguments. And I don't think Barnick's backward challenging his assumptions, which, to be fair, Rogan is known for doing. He definitely picks his battles. And at the end, they got a little heated because Rogan kept pushing back on everything Bart would say, which led Rogan to get frustrated from all of Bart's straw man arguments. And James kept jumping to challenge Bart as well. The podcast in a really intelligent way by making reference to the context of the moon landing and everything else that has happened since. I think today more people are aware of the insanely widespread perception that the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. We have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, we talk about the Gulf of Tonkin incident when they got us into Vietnam, Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, where they are going to initiate. And how willing the government was to bend the rules to sway public. This was the one that people hold on to the most. It is designed, and it is also like the accomplishments of these people that are able to make things like stealth bomber and all the wild shit that we know is absolutely real. Space shuttle, SpaceX, all of the amazing engines. What I into computer designs. The farthest that NASA cannot get with an astronaut into space is 1,000 the distance to the moon. That's why they're sending mannequins to orbit the moon. They can't even land because they would die from the radiation. If you're wondering what he's talking about here, basically there are these radiation belts in the inner region of Earth's magnetic field, which were discovered in '58 by astrophysicist James Van Allen, which I now refer to as the Van Allen belts. He was the one that figured out that it was possible to get through these belts and land on the moon by flying through the weaker regions of radiation and get through unharmed. Otherwise, the radiation would be too strong for a human to survive. I'll pick this up later when Rogan challenges. But for now, let's get back to his hoax argument. So, when they're written ahead of schedule on the first attempt, when all of NASA's computers they send astronauts 1,000 times farther they can send us a day with 54-year better technology. Political argument about why the moon landing was possible 50 years ago. If we haven't been back since the 70s, what makes you think we were ever there in the first place? Like he said, we have more computing power now in a smartphone than they did on the Apollo. But then there's the fake video and fake photograph arguments. This is where it really gets interesting because reaching it all in a film studio with lights, cameras, and 3D models. So they're saying they're 130,000 miles away. So they're deep space. So that proves it's the window. You see that? That's now there's people standing in front of the. We used to think that we're looking out into space at the Earth, but now we realize there's people standing in front of it. So there's other stuff going on. So something that you're filming a room, and then that's whatever in the window. That's how it's working. Okay, do you think that is just a piece of the Earth in a circular window? Well, I mean, you think they put something over the window to represent the Earth? Another photographer believes it's like a transparency. There's a circular window. Let's play out. Let's let this play out. So that's the window. The point is, it's the window. And back it up a little bit. You see the window to create a one. Back to this later on. Rogan pushes back. Just over a year before the Apollo 11 moon landing, way back in 1960. You might not realize it now, but space groundbreaking cinema at the time, and it's widely considered to be one of the best, most striking realism and futurism, as well as the depictions of the planets and space travel in general. In case you can't tell, I used to have an unhealthy I probably don't know too much about all this, so I'll try and be other movies. Now, if you've seen any of his films, he plays with visual motifs and themes, and one of them in The Shining, Room 237. Some people believe that this number represented the average distance from Earth to the moon, being around 237,000 miles, which isn't exactly accurate, but it's close enough. He also retrofitted some of the photographic lenses that Zeiss had designed for NASA to be used on the Apollo 11 mission for his movie Barry Lyndon. Those particular lenses had groundbreaking low light capabilities, which Kubrick used to light scenes using only candlelight. So, I thought I'd just give you that background on where that conspiracy came from. You can see how it slowly developed out of the movie 2001 and ended up evolving into a valid theory to this day. There's so much more I didn't mention. For example, Kubrick's political views in movies like Doctor Strangelove and Full Metal Jacket. But for now, let's get back to Barnes and Grill's evidence of a hoax. Let's go over some other stuff. One thing I wanted to go over is the shadows that are really taking angles. You'll see on the left-hand side is go upon in your front yard or your parking lot at work on a cloudless day. Two people, two telepoles, two trees. They will always run parallel. They will. It's impossible for sunlight shadows to intersect. Shadow is going at 12 o'clock and a rock 5 feet away. The shadow is going at 9 o'clock. A 9-degree intersection, proving that was taken with an electrical light that's really close and is probably behind the astronaut. And when you go to the right of it, it's going to throw the angle off. That proves it in a court of law. Yeah, I don't know. That's a astronauts show you in a moment. But just to finish off Bart's arguments and get to Rogan still adding, let's see what he had to add to the radiation argument.
Let me add one thing about the radiation. So, I'm a journalist. You set up Geiger counters on a civilian mission to specifically measure the radiation in the radiation valve, which they should have had 50 years ago anyway. Right. And I said, can I please have those radiation? He said it's a classified temperature of the sun is a military secret. When you send probes to Jupiter to find out how much helium is in Jupiter's atmosphere, or the amount of helium secret. So why would the amount of surrounding the Earth and the radiation know about radiation be a secret? Because if they reveal it, it would prove that they couldn't go through it.
Okay, so I want to make a couple of comments before I show you Rogan's pushback on all of these theories. Probably the biggest thing I noticed about Bart is that he does the exact same that guys like Tucker Carlson and Graham Hancock do, an expert, highly opinionated guests that Rogan has on the podcast. Now, here's a legitimate observation that raises a question, and then declare that it's irrefutable proof of the conspiracy theory, or alternative theory, contrarian theory, whatever you want to call it. Now, I'll give you my personal opinion on the moon landing hoax at the end, but this is what started to annoy and frustrate Rogan during this debate. Bart would make a valid observation and then follow it up straight away with, therefore, the whole moon landing was a complete hoax.
What they're really claiming was they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969 than they do today. Not necessarily, but that is because you can't have better technology in the past and in the future. It's impossible.
But they haven't done a moon landing program today.
No, it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon. But it's taking more time.
They're not doing it. Right, but they're not doing it.
Right.
Like during the
Because
Apollo,
they can't do it. But that's what you're saying. Yeah, and I'm going with you. But the Apollo program doesn't exist today. The Apollo program was a massive program to try to beat Russia to get the first person on the moon. And it was a concerted effort by how many scientists? How many people were involved? How many employees? Well, a couple 100,000.
okay, that's a lot of people to organize and to focus on one very specific goal. That's not happening today. So to say that we can't do it today, it's like people would say, if I was steel manning their position, I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, we could do it today.
Well, actually, they are
400,000. Here's the argument against that it would be fake. Well, but everyone would know, and everyone would tell, and it would get out. So there's a couple of things going on there, and like I said at the beginning of this video, in my opinion, Rogan did a pretty decent job of pushing back on Bart's talking points. On the one hand, we haven't been back to the moon since the 70s, but on the other hand, we're living in a very different political climate now, and we don't necessarily have a reason to relaunch the Apollo missions. But the idea that it would be too difficult to coordinate a conspiracy is something that really resonates with me. You've probably heard people say this about the 9/11 attacks, how it would have been far too hard to coordinate several agencies and thousands of people into staging it as a false flag attack to invade the Middle East and remove Saddam Hussein, etc. However, the difference here that Bart actually pointed out is that almost all of those 400,000 staff and personnel were off-site. So it would have only required a dozen or so conspirators, including Stanley Kubrick, the film crew, the astronauts, and a few suits, to coordinate this hoax, not to mention smartphone and social media didn't exist. So it would have been easy to get away with it back then compared to now. I still think it's a stretch to assume that all of those engineers and scientists working on the project didn't notice that it wasn't possible. I mean, they were the brains behind everything, right? Anyway, after Bart got into the whole show's argument, Rogan pulled him up yet again for jumping to false conclusions based on flaky, almost circumstantial evidence.
Like I said, shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which you can't duplicate in sunlight, which is electrical light. Right? They didn't go through all this proof. The footage because there was something that doesn't mean it didn't go through. It means that photo was fake. Okay. Well, why would the pictures be fake if it really went? But then you could make the argument that the radars and cameras weren't able to get real photographs, so they made a conscious decision to use fake photographs. I think they had a lot more humors back then. They faked a lot of photographs back then. Where publicity firms that worked for NASA had a limited amount of photos to work with, and they decided to manipulate some so that they could have photos that they didn't have of an actual event which really took place. So this is where I
unsure, but are still very skeptical of government. You don't have your imagination to believe chose to fill in the gaps watching some video and photography in a studio instead of just being transparent with the public and telling everyone that they lost a whole bunch of footage due to radiation damage or simply just human error. It's like that old saying, sometimes the cover-up is worse than the crime. So I personally have no issue believing that the government was capable and willing of making that decision instead of being open and honest about what really happened. Here's what I would say if I was trying to counter what you're saying. All right, the Earth at 130,000 miles out is halfway to the moon. The moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. The moon, on a full moon, is fairly bright. You can walk right outside in the dark. Imagine that 4 times greater and twice as close. So the Earth, which has blue reflective light because of the oceans and its core, it glows in the sky. You would imagine that if you were filming 30,000 miles out, you would have to black the insides of the walls. You probably couldn't get the camera any closer to that window. It doesn't even fit any closer than that with all the insides. If you were filming it specifically to try to get an image of the Earth, what it looked like at 130,000 miles out, would it even look really pretty? It might be the only way to film the Earth back then would be to do it that way. If they were halfway to the moon, so you gotta think. I'm not saying that. I'm saying to you, I want to know what you think. I'm gonna go at this. I'm just gonna try to ask the most logical questions to refute what you're saying without giving an opinion. I'll give you an intervention. So clearly, Rogan sits on the fence with this one, which I tend to be honest. Even if you accept that the government obviously faked, produced, edited, whatever you want to call it, that's still not concrete proof that the whole moon landing was a hoax. All it proves is that the government created its own videos and photos for public consumption to support their massive space program. And the thing is, most of the arguments that Bart put forward have already been debunked by actual scientists over the years, so it kind of feels a little bit silly for Rogan to have Bart on there without getting someone who can actually explain why he's completely wrong sitting next to him. He needs to fiddle of astrophysics to get him on to debate. Back on to debate a real scientist too, so we'll hold out for that. But I think that Rogan realized about halfway through that he should have done that in the first place, and he started to regret doing it on his own. It ended up just turning into a confused shambles. Jamie started piping up and challenging Bart, and Rogan was stuck in the middle, right? Well, if I was trying to 3,000 miles out, but it's that they're in space fake. Yes, they're faking that, which is why it's so bright. The reason why it's so bright is because they're just like the space station. That doesn't, I don't know. I'm getting more confused on all of these pieces because like I thought that they did exactly what they did go to. Jamie, you need to catch them up. Well, included, yes. They are faking being halfway to the moon. No, some would include. We're faking that the black ground, that image of the Earth is space. That's all we're confirming. But hold on, Jamie. So we're confirming that blackness, which is clearly the inside of the cockpit, right? Clearly. You're saying that blackness is space, and that circular is the Earth, looking at the Earth through space. You're talking about take camera equipment, the old school film, and you run through old school radar detectors at the airport. Those detectors looks like your camera equipment. It wasn't difficult for them to go to the moon. They went 6 times in 3 years. They drove cars on the moon. That's what I'm saying. On the moon. That's what I'm saying. And yet, for some reason, today they can only send mannequins to orbit the moon. So we're in agreement on this. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what you could say is that the real problem, maybe they went and they faked the footage. And the reason they faked the footage is the footage got all done because they went through radiation. Yeah, it's all right. But hold on, Jamie, don't stop. But you guys are fighting against the things that I'm saying as a photographer, as a filmmaker, and like we're not fighting. You're assuming it's sunlight. I said it could be 4 more different, like subsequently reflector of the actual lunar lander. That thing is made of giant shiny metal, and it has also light reflecting in multiple ways.
Where's the lunar lander?
Probably behind him. We don't know. That's where all the light sources are, and what wasn't there.
That has to be the most emotional I've ever heard young Jamie. It reminded me of the time Steven Crowder was on the podcast and him and Rogan ganged up on Crowder over the weed talk. That one was a classic. But like I said at the beginning of this video, I was kind of disappointed at the end of this. Rogan really needs to walk around. You can have 2 or even 3 people to actually know what they're talking about. Having said that, I do think Rogan did a pretty good job in this one. If there's any real harm in having these conversations. As for Bart Sabrell, he came off as a bit of a grifter. He plugged his website at every opportunity. He even used it as a way of deflecting Rogan's. He gets stuck and just say, go into his website. It's obviously he's trying to sell shit. And he's not actually a scientist. Yeah, classic JRA. Anyway, that's it from me, guys. I hope you enjoyed this breakdown. Let me know what you think in the comments below. And don't forget about my Patreon as well. There's more videos there already and much more to come soon. Don't miss out on those. And if you're not a regular on this channel, don't forget to give me watching. What year was this? That was 90. Overseas. Alright, now we're just. Yeah. You're allergic to truth? No. Okay. So whatever. And animals. Obviously. On the other hand, what are you going to do about it? Like, the answer is nothing. I'm the best talker in America. It's so crazy. It's been a big week. His debate podcast between Flip Dibble and Graham Hancock now has over 4 million views. But I'm surprised. Why did it take Rogan so long to have him on? But straight off the mark, there was controversy. People were accusing YouTube of shadow banning and limiting the episode because it had been up for hours but didn't use as usual. Back on YouTube doesn't mean YouTube is thrilled about it. How come it just showed up on the channel for me? I've personally never seen a video suppressed by YouTube so much in my life. The analytics on this video will blow your mind. Much all the comments within the 34 hours were trashing YouTube until Rogan's people realized that he put out a tweet clarifying exactly what had happened. FYI, because there's so many conspiracy theories about the Tucker Poll AM instead of 12 p.m., Jamie made it temporarily private until the normally scheduled release time 12 hours later. This couldn't have happened to a better podcast episode because Tucker was obviously going to be a divisive guest. So for it to have all this controversy before people had even finished the podcast just made it even more popular. For me though, I was kind of hoping that Tucker was going to bring more to the table than just his usual talking points, actually show some evidence to back up his claims. So I pulled out 3 conspiracy theories they discussed, which are to you guys, and I want to make it clear up front that I'm not here to prove or disprove these theories. Instead, I'm going to focus on his, which again was a massive disappointment for me, especially considering how much Rogan talks about the importance of having these long-form conversations instead of the shorter 5 to 10 minute segments that you would normally see on cable news shows, for example. And I'm finding this more and more with Rogan. We'll have the long 3-5 hour podcasts, but not more of anything. But as for the episode, here's what I noticed about their discussions. They'll state that they'll use the observation itself as evidence of conspiracy instead of presenting evidence that explains the observation and therefore the conspiracy. Probably just going to show you what I mean. Well, if God creates everything, God creates the universe, and God creates, I think that we are very important because we are very, very important to us. But are we very important in the universal sense? Not really. And it's kind of O'Brien, the famous philosopher, once said, every grave goes in lens. Does it really matter? No, it doesn't. So, like, Don't jump into shit. Big things whose outcomes you can't predict. Like you can't know. Go in with humility. For example, on the AI question, everyone I've ever talked to, I'm hardly an expert. I don't know new people. Everybody I've ever talked to has been like, yeah, we're gonna get away from us, not from me. Yeah. I mean, maybe a good use of nuclear weapons would be to hit the data centers. No, I'm serious. What's that crazy? It's not. You know what I mean? Right. I don't actually think that individuals, I don't think I'm that important. I like that important. I will die. I know that. But you're important to everybody. Well, you're important to people around you. If we don't think people are important, then what do we think? So there was the controversial claim from Tucker that evidence of evolution and creation is a more reliable theory on how we all ended up here. And as you just heard on AI and all the risks that come with it, which I'll pick up a little bit later, truth of the theory of evolution actually caught Rogan off guard. If evolution is real, and if there is this constant, I don't know, but it's like you can measure it in certain animals. You can measure adaptation from living Darwin's untrue. In what sense? All life emerged from a single cell organism, and over time, and there would be a fossil record of that, and there's not. And there's not a fossil record of transitional species, like species that are adapting to its environment. There's tons of people, evolve seamlessly from a single cell. But no, there's not. There's no chain in the fossil record of that at all. And that's why you don't actually hear people hear them make reference to evolution. Because the theory of adaptations but we're actually sitting here allowing like these stupid childless software engineers in Northern California to like the extinction of mankind. So no previous generations would be like, what? Stop. And we're not doing that because we have done the nuclear bomb. Okay, there was some pretty claims there. First of all, there can't be fossil records proving every stage of life in the evolutionary chain because single-cell organ bone structures and therefore wouldn't be traceable through fossils all the way back to microbial life. But to say that Darwin's theory of evolution has been completely redefined and developed over the last 200 years as well. And so after he completely dismisses evolution, he favors up creationism and then supports it by using visual observation that previous generations, without the advanced science and technology, have supported the idea of God creating man, woman, and animal in their current form from day one. Of this video, taken observation is case that creation has been accepted for centuries, and then he would use that as evidence of itself. So in a way, belief in creationism is proof of creationism. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I should say though he did acknowledge that he doesn't know this fact. But then they got into this topic of vaccines causing autism, and this was both Rogan and Tucker flirted with the idea without any real evidence or support for the idea. I'm totally against cults, obviously. On the other hand, is your average Amish teenager happier than your average American teenager on Instagram? And of course, the answer is oh yeah. Well, they certainly have less instances of autism, which is really fascinating. It's very, very autism? Yeah, there's almost none. It's extremely rare. Why do we think that is? I don't want to go Bobby Kennedy. Well, that's the problem, right? You go Bobby Kennedy, not in the debate. How is that not in the conversation? Well, it's not only not in the conversation, you're punished for adding it to the conversation. And so, like, we are dancing around anti-vax conspiracy theories right now. Why be on the defense in the absence of data? Right. Science is a process. Yes. It's not a result. It's a way of doing it. And at the core of science is asking questions, including unlikely questions. Right. That's what science is. Right. And if you don't allow that, then you may be doing something when you're not doing a science. We can say that conclusively. We're not even saying that vaccines cause autism. Well, let's say this: if you're looking at all the data of all the things that cause autism. You see the vaccine schedule ramps up considerably, and then even call them journalists, they containers, especially Rogan. So when they increase in autism diagnoses, why don't they have an adequate explanation? There's no point having a 3-hour-long conversation raising important questions, but then not having anything to back it up other than a basic correlation. Jeremiah would be a because of the vaccine. It is one of those things that to me is a human problem. Whereas humans have these very messy interactions with some things that don't line up with their ideology. What I object to is the absence of reason. Right. Like, you have to believe, because I think it's true, you're reasonable, that you can reach a perfect decision but better. If we don't believe that, then we're just in the land of witchcraft and we're just admitted. So, the lack of reason sort of freaks me out. Yeah, that really annoyed me. I'm more than happy to listen to Joe and Tucker have these conversations. I don't think they're dangerous or they should be censored. But for Tucker to claim that the lack of reason freaks him out after being so relies on reasoning himself makes the whole thing one big circle jerk. But then they got on to Alex Jones and like this was the evolution of podcasting, how important it's been for the public discourse. And also how it's important to listen to differences. It's one of the great developments. I'm serious, I haven't met a person in the past year who said, no, I thought this, but then I was reading the New York Times and I realized that was wrong. Not one person. Right. But the number of people say, I was listening to this podcast, I was listening to Rogan, and da-da-da-da. It's like really noticeable. It's interesting because you can put people in front of people, and they might not even be right. They conversate with them. Even if this person gets exposed as being incorrect, now you have a more nuanced understanding with the subject about why people thinking. You have this idea of like platform today. Why would you platform that person? Platform. Oh, you mean letting an adult human being talk? Right. I think that's not only allowed, I think that's the law. Not only that, I think it's important for us. It's even important to talk to people that are completely different than you, that don't agree with you at all. Once especially. Yeah. otherwise it's just masturbatory. It's just you alone getting yourself off. But it's also interesting to know why these people think the way they think. That's it. I'd say the masturbatory continued praise on their mutual buddy Alex Jones. I'm calling this to platform or to the conversation with Alex Jones, I think was a revolutionary act. Actually, not that everything Alex Jones says is right. It's not. Not everything I say is right or anyone says is right. But Alex Jones is the person. And even if he's not interested, he has been walled off from the rest of us. Yeah, through name calling. Well, Alex has been in for more than 20 years. But I'm sure you have other friends you haven't invited. Just like, right, if you want Joe's talk, you may not agree with everything he says. You know that I do. But you definitely understand why they told you to listen to Alex Jones. Well, that's one of the reasons why I had it. It was one of the first guests when I came over to Spotify. I loved it. What did they say? Well, a lot of people weren't happy. We lost Bob, so it was an issue. Regardless of what he said that's incorrect, clearly the San Diego thing was incorrect. You know, Alex, I know Alex personally, so I know what he was going through. And, you know, everybody wants to talk about mental health. Alex has gone through some real issues. And one of the reasons why he's gone through some issues is because that guy is uncovering real shit that's terrifying every fucking day. And he was drinking out of control. When you see so many lies and so much propaganda and so many psyops that are being done on people, you start seeing them where they don't exist. And that's what he did. I think it's a bit hypocritical for Rogan to be defending Alex Jones on the basis that he suffers from mental health problems and addictions, while simultaneously trashing people who write negative comments on YouTube because they're mentally ill, poor losers with addiction problems. Anyway, I digress. Because straight after this, Tucker made one of the craziest claims I've ever heard him make, that Alex Jones is channeling supernatural energy, just like the prophets throughout history. And his explanation as to how he knows that is simply, of course, there's no other explanation. Well, he's also channeling some stuff. You can't call 9/11 in detail because you're super informed. Before the fact, he called it. Yeah, he literally called it in the summer of 2001. He said planes will fly into the World Trade Centers and they will blame a man called Osama bin Laden. We know that he said that because he said that on tape. Yeah, multiple times. And then he said, call the White House and tell them this. How'd that happen? Right, how did he do that? No, he's channeling something. That's super, yeah, of course. Yeah. There's like no other, tell me how he did it otherwise. I've asked him about it. How did you do that? And like, you did it on my bar recently. How did you do that? I don't know. Just can't do it. That is real. The supernatural is real. And I don't know why it's so hard for the modern mind, because it's materialism. Okay, first of all, isn't supernatural not real by definition? And did Tucker really just say that because Alex Jones called 9/11 a few months before it happened, which is absolutely true, it explains why he has supernatural powers? I'm pretty sure that the US intelligence community were on high alert of an imminent terrorist attack, and that several agencies had intel that an attack on the trade centers was possible. So it is conceivable that Alex Jones had contacts that were feeding him information, or he had conversations with individuals that had high security clearances. On my list of possible explanations, channeling supernatural energy is pretty low on my list, and then justifying it by saying there's absolutely no other possibilities is just wild. That's not a new phenomenon. It's happened throughout history. There are people called prophets, and there are people who were prophets who weren't called prophets, but there are people who have information or parts of information, bits of information come to them, and then they will play it. It's not from them. People tend to be a little crazy, a little imbalanced, a little different from everybody else. Do you know what I mean? They live in locusts and honey in the wilderness. I mean, they're just like, they're not like everybody else. And that's clearly part of what, I'm not saying that everything that Alex Jones says is a prophecy from God. It's not. But that was prophetic. And if it wasn't, tell me how it was. You know, I did work in the government. Like, I was as well informed as anybody could be about what was going on in the government. I've always been interested in what's happening in the country. Osama bin Laden, I knew the Taliban, I knew people. There's not one person who was saying, not one person in Washington D.C. was saying, you know, at some point soon, they may fly airplanes into the World Trade Centers and blame Osama bin Laden. Like, that just wasn't a thing. Yeah, I'm going to
disagreement, but there was this whole controversy at the time that intelligence agencies had intel about the imminent attacks and failed to act on it. Hence all the conspiracy theories about it being an inside job. You can't have it both ways, right? And they also brought up a long clip from JRE in 2017 when Alex Jones was on, where he went on an epic rant about how AI is going to destroy us and basically outlined the plot from the Terminator, which was released 40 years ago. Rogan claimed that nobody was talking about the dangers of AI in 2017, and Alex Jones was the first one to warn about all of its dangers, yet the late Stephen Hawking had been warning about it years earlier. In 2014, in an interview with BBC News, he said, and I quote, that artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race. And again, in an interview with Life magazine, he said, I fear that AI may replace humans altogether. If people design computer viruses, someone will design AI that improves and replicates itself. This will be a new form of life that outperforms humans. So, even though Alex Jones has been right about various things, the people had a was a massively disappointing episode of JR that I left out. For example, asking the one question everyone wanted to know, which was about his use of PEDs, especially after Derek from Plates and What Dates had discussed it with Rogan on a previous episode of JRE. Instead, Rogan found down and kissed the Hollywood ring for the podcast. Geniuses talk from Rogan. He brought it up several times throughout the podcast and claimed yet again that comedians are at the forefront of free speech and dialogue. Yet the funniest thing Rogan's ever done on stage is hump a stool. I really don't want to be negative here, but I'm getting sick of these podcasts where they talk about how important free speech is instead of just speaking freely and actually getting to the bottom of important issues. That's why I'm starting to prefer the episodes where Rogan just talks back with his buddies instead of getting into these serious conversations where all they do is speculate about conspiracies and pretend they're saving us all from the wave of censorship. But that's just my opinion. Let me don't forget to check out my Patreon as well. I just posted a new video and there's much more to come, so don't miss out on those. Also, if you're not a regular, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one. I can take a little bit to end this conversation. Joe Rogan! Ladies and gentlemen, and you are attempting to give me counsel to distance yourself from that. It's actually what I'm trying. That's not what you're doing. You don't think that? Look at the way it's phrased on your article. This sort of race science, especially given the strong link between Atlantis and Aryans posed by several Nazi archaeologists, that's like a part of the headline. You want me to show you some tweets I've had? Right. People that are fans of No. Listen, stop. Don't do that to him. They're just humans. There's a lot of crazy people in the world. This is you. This was the debate that we needed, but so here we have two opposing forces coming together on the Joe Rogan experience to settle once and for all the mysteries that have been for years on the smartest people for centuries. Yeah, so let me explain. In the blue corner we have Flint Dill. Yep, that's actually his real name. It represents the establishment archaeology discipline. Yeah, hi, my name is Flint and I'm an archaeologist. I've done archaeology my whole life. My dad was an archaeologist and I'm just very passionate about sharing archaeology and what we do. I find in general that people don't really understand what modern archaeology is about. And so I'm going to try to get that across while here. That's my goal. Fantastic. And apart from Indiana Jones cosplay, he's also known for being his father's son. So what I want to do is focus on where my own experience and expertise is. My dad was an Ice Age archaeologist. He studied Neanderthal pygmies, modern replicas made by archaeologists. Some were made by my dad, and some have been made by, because that was real stuff. This is a middle Paleolithic style core that my dad made. But the earliest stuff was quite large. Tell me how much of the Sahara you think is actually the excavated by archaeologists. I'd say a bunch of it has been surveyed, including by my dad. I just want to dedicate this quick thing to my dad. He was an Ice Age archaeologist. This site's
underwater, they all came to the end of the message. And so they're lithic scatters, just like my dad found in the Sahara Desert. Archaeologists see me as public enemy number one. That's who started off by saying we're not sitting around thinking about you. Most of my dad's colleagues, when I mentioned I'm coming out here to do this, they had no idea about some agriculture. Yeah, this is like my stuff finally. I did my dad's stuff earlier, now I get to do some of my stuff.
Moxie's dead. I'll come back to that a little later, because in the red corner we have the Alex Jones of history and archaeology. Graham Hancock.
And Graham, everybody knows. This podcast will have an interesting one.
Apart from trying the whole discipline of archaeology for the last years, Graham also broke the record for the most times anyone has ever checked spectacles in a single episode of JR.
How do I search that? There are many great sessions. The question is, the work is not related stone. The question is, research by Hackler and Gopher, for example, and on the introduction of geometric elements into the stonework. We got these like Tony being 73 is no joke.
And we all know who Joe Rogan is.
Just bad. Yeah, nowhere. Just the wonder of nature itself. The complexity of these natural life forms adapting to their environment so fast.
Okay, now that we've got all of that out of the way, let's get serious for a sociology at university, then became a journalist, and didn't actually start trolling archaeologists until he was in his 40s. That is actually quite interesting. You see, he was one of the first so-called serious guests on Joe Rogan's episode 142 in 2011.
It's been a very fascinating thing for me in many years that I've been on. One of the most fascinating things about is the ability to get in touch with people that if you were younger, like a long time ago, there was no chance I would be able to sit down with you and do a conversation. Graham Hancock is probably the one guy who's influenced my view of the history more than anybody else. This book, Fingerprints of the Gods. You have spent pictures and all these different monuments and all these different things that you attribute to
Since then, Hancock's appeared on JRE over a dozen times, and they've become close friends. Rogan even appeared in Hancock's 2022 new series titled Ancient Apocalypse in an effort to support his work. Imagine getting Joe Rogan to appear in your documentary about the history of civilization to give it credibility. Anyways, I digress. The point of contention is this. Mainstream archaeology has long held the view that indigenous populations around the world independently derive existence of architecture, agriculture, engineering, and astronomy, even though they share similar characteristics with each other. He believes these civilized heroes walked across continents when sea level several hundred feet lower than they are, and that's why there is limits of their journeys or their existence. So as you can imagine, if mainstream archaeologists were to attempt his version of the beginnings of civilization, it would completely flip the whole academic discipline of archaeology on its head. Building a road, building buildings, or building a dam. They call it archaeologists to just archaeology. This is part of the problem I have with archaeology as a discipline. It likes to think of itself as scientific. It's primarily doing is trying to control was just hysterical, and it went on for a very long time. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I don't think archaeologists are involved in a conspiracy. I think the people who are attacking me genuinely believe what they're saying, and they genuinely think I'm wrong. But that's my point.
So this argument between Hancock and the academic discipline came to a head when Netflix produced his series in 2022. This is where he laid out his evidence in support of this lost advanced civilization theory. Now, I rewatched the documentary series this week to refresh my memory, and the thing that stood out for me was just how overly produced it is. I mean, it's no more or less of a production than most documentary series through the use of graphics editing and a strong soundtrack. They'll make sweeping statements after making a US observation by saying something like, it's not just possible that a foreigner taught them their ways, it's likely. For me, I'd rather read a book on the topic or watch a podcast without all the dramatizations and sensation. It did very well on Netflix. It's made top 10 for weeks, obviously reaching a large audience. And that's what bothered archaeologists much. They didn't like that he was getting so much mainstream attention, so they wrote a letter to Netflix asking to reclassify his series to science fiction.
Society of American Archaeology, they're saying that I am bold extreme voices that misrepresent archaeology in order to spread mystic, chauvinistic, racist, anti-Semitic. I mean, you apply the label to somebody and you're going to get that person hate. No, you're called we urge Netflix to add disclaimers that others have found it. To be called science fiction. In other words, that's a very clever counseling. It's so much more.
Series mostly just a bunch of improvement half-baked theories. He really did use every opportunity to take shots at the archaeology instead of opening the very first episode with an introduction theories. It was basically a compilation of how controversial the public figure, using excerpts from his appearances on newspaper clippings and media grabs, all designed to make him out to be the victim of an establishment conspiracy.
Theology and things like that, you are promoting, if you dislike what we do, we are doing our jobs. No, you started off ancient apocalypse by saying arrogance. Archaeologists see me as public enemy.
On the flip side is these archaeologists haven't held God. They've accused him of some of the worst labels you can attach to a public figure.
Pseudo-archaeologists, they will call it to reinforce white supremacist sites, infatuation of the Graham Hancock and conspiracy theories. What the fuck is a conspiracy? That archaeologists that are conspiring against me, which I never said or ever suggested. You claim we're trying to hide the evidence. No, I know. Close first. So shut down. Tell me there. Tell me where. Tell me where. You hide the No, I'm not actually interested in sense of you see beards. Yeah, people all over the world on every continent have beards from different ethnic groups. It's just curious that amongst the Olmecs we have this, and we have this, and we have this. I'm just intrigued by that. I don't know what it means exactly.
So Hancock's theory is that because there is evidence of these same people across different indigenous hunter-gatherer groups, he believes that all of these civilizations who have often been depicted as being light-skinned or light saviors.
So what the archaeologists were doing there, they were going back to the Prince of the Gods that I wrote in 1995, in which I reported indigenous traditions about the appearance racist archaeology to imagine that the light-skinned literature about, say, a white Quetzalcoatl coming. You talk about this and other kinds of people. Yes, you do. Got to get correct on this. Are you saying that the whole story, the pre-Spanish period, I can show you, okay? Here we go. This is Quetzalcoatl on arrived, and the ink has been analyzed, the hides have been analyzed, and this individual has tan skin, no feathered headdress, because this is the feathered serpent. Well, actually, we can't see anything. The point that I want to make is, do you think that the Spanish deliberately imposed an idea of Quetzalcoatl? I think that every single source that we have of white skin in indigenous Americas comes from Spanish sources, and therefore I see it quoting indigenous. Quoting them inaccurately because people quote things in biased ways. This happens all the time. Because again, we have earlier representation. Is there of these individuals that show they don't have white skin? This is the documents, Graham. You regard the peoples of Mexico, the peoples of Colombia, the peoples of Bolivia as so stupid that they would simply accept an imposition upon them. No, I think that interpreting these kind of sources is the
essence of the debate. Provides a prime example of how Hancock developed his theories. Flint Dibble, and yes, that's actually his real name, is saying that archaeologists believe that these depictions of a bearded white foreigner are simply myths and carried over by the Spanish during the conquest of the 16th century. Graham Hancock is saying that they're not just legends, they're not just myths, they're actual depictions of real foreigners who visited and helped to develop the indigenous cultures. Dr. Dibble pushes back and says, well, why did they appear only at that time, shortly after the invasion, to which Hancock defends by pointing out that their depictions of bearded foreigners with the Indians. It makes sense to me that if by white people who showed up votes and dominated the society, that they would have a great influence on a lot of the myths and cultures, and that they would heavily deviation from the changes that they've made to those myths. And if you did that over the course of one generation, you would have a complete different narrative. He's described as having white skin or being. We have a tradition of that. civilizing hero in Mexico, Rothschild in Colombia, Viracocha, depicted as being an individual who comes in time of chaos. The notion that the man of Cortez, something that's spread. I don't understand what the video is. My video is trying to explain the complexity.
There are similar depictions of these bearded civilizing figures across the continent. Therefore, they must of real people. The counter argument is that
they try to, at least to their beliefs, and if not, indoctrinate them into what beliefs they have. And we have recent evidence for that in North America, with how Native Americans were treated when they were put on reservations and brought into school systems and forced to Christianity and told that they couldn't use their language. It makes sense to me that that would be something that would also could have been done by the Spaniards that entered Mexico.
Yeah, I'm not persuaded by that. In this case, the myth is too widespread, and that constant reference to a bearded figure is very odd. And as a civilization bringer in a time of chaos, in a time of disaster after a great cataclysm, I don't think that the indigenous people of the Americas were so easily hoodwinked by the Spaniards.
I don't think it's hoodwinked. I think it's confident. Also, that you must take into consideration, I would imagine that a lot of these people can't read, and that they're actually probably not only being conquered by the Spaniards, but they're also being imposed upon with their language, which we know which is why Mexicans speak Spanish.
Some of these traditions were recorded by Bernardino de Sahagún within 20 years of the conquest.
Within 20 years after the conquest, right, but don't teach a man. You do a lot in 20 years.
Yeah. So I hope that clarifies where these claims of racism and white supremacy against Brad Hancock come from. I think it's a massive stretch to make those claims against him. I mean, he's once Indian, right? And for me personally, it does come across as mudslinging from a desperate group of academics to hold on to the integrity of their discipline by refusing to acknowledge even the slightest bit of truth in Hancock's theories, which, like many contrarians, can be right from time to time, sometimes very right.
It was not was it more than one person?
I have no idea. This was before I was even
How many architects?
very large number. The Clovis First Lobby, the Clovis Police, as they used to be called.
So it wasn't
Well,
one
think about
person.
how many people actually study the Clovis period. That is a tiny period in one area of the world. Most Americans are fundamental to the issue of their period. It's fundamental to the issue of the peopling of the Americas.
But it's also direct evidence of a group of archaeologists going after this one guy for saying something that turned out to be correct.
It's evidence of an academic argument, which happens, yes.
They wouldn't listen to his evidence, and he turned out to be correct.
He kept excavating that site. He invited people down there and convinced them that he was right.
They didn't listen to him. They didn't take the data. They did dismiss him, and publicly, they still did all those things that you're trying to obfuscate.
I'm not trying to obfuscate anything. That's not fair at all. He invited down a series of Clovis First people, and he convinced them at multivariate. He showed them the evidence, and what resulted from that conversation was that entire group changing their mind on stuff. I'm not saying there were not a few bad actors. There's assholes everywhere. But what I am trying to say is that it's not some sort of conspiracy of everybody in archaeology against Dillahay, Graham, nobody's saying conspiracy.
And this goes to the whole idea of big archaeology. Similar to Big Pharma, Big Tech, or even the military industrial consensus institution or a group of institutions develop a particular set of narratives that they need to be true and widely accepted so as to preserve their own existence.
But do you believe that there's such a thing? We've all heard the word Big Pharma. Do you think there's such a thing as Big Archaeology? No. Oh, how odd. Because here you are. This is 2023. Sarcasm. The reality is we live in a period where we're seeing
increased distrust of scholars and science. As an archaeologist, I think we have to respond by engaging with the public, and we do. In many ways, the reach of big archaeology is way beyond that grim. You just told me you don't believe in the big archaeology, but right here you said there is a big archaeology. That's in quotes for sarcasm. Oh, sorry, you lost me there. Because you're saying, so you don't think that the millions of school children and the teaching of archaeology, what archaeology teaches us about the past, forms the basis of the education system about the past. Not people like me, people like you. You like to present yourself as this smooth, low voice, but frankly, by comparison with big archaeology, as you call it in your so-called scare quotes, by comparison with that, my outreach is very small, even on Netflix. Graham, I was hoping we'd have a respectful conversation. Yes, I was hoping that you would not disrespect me in the way that you've done. I came here to present actual evidence, and I've done it. If there's any conspiracy here to the gates, let's move on. The ball's in your court. The ball's in my court. Yeah, go ahead. Say something interesting. Say something new. Something interesting. Today. So I do not know how you are as a person or how you treat others. Well, from archaeology.
So I personally believe that St. General is part of a group of mainstream archaeologists who are trying to get a Graham Hancock and how you can effectively cancel by any means necessary. If you haven't already, go on Hancock's Wikipedia page, but it's being controlled by those who see him and ensure that he maintains no credibility and doesn't receive any credit for raising important questions.
I believe your friend John Hoops, the call of John Hoops is one of the moderators of the Wikipedia page, which people cannot edit my Wikipedia page. It's locked.
But now we're all on the same page and have a better understanding of the background to this debate. Here is that 4.5-hour argument condensed into a few minutes. Get some popcorn, sit back, relax, and enjoy two nerds having it out in front of a UFC commentator.
Archaeologists says Hancock's claims reinforce white supremacist ideas that rich heritage, and instead of giving credit to the idea of Atlantis, the way it goes back 200 years, it has been used for. So you know perfectly well that saying that my work encourages white supremacism and encourages racism is and with me being tarred as a racist, and you know very clear down there, make no mistake, Hancock is a white supremacist like Trump. I put that in there as a paragraph that I say he should not be citing these kind of sources without critiquing them, because they do harm in the history.
Specific about that, like one of these sources about Atlantis, or why do you think that they reinforce
Atlantis from the 16th, built up into the 19th century with the book on Atlantis by Ignatius Donnelly. It described this as this kind of global superpower that was, European, and that was responsible for these monuments in indigenous areas. It stripped credit away from local cultures of their heritage.
But this is something that is a very nuanced subject. In a way that it reinforced white supremacy.
The source.
This quote here reinforced white supremacist ideas, stripping indigenous people of rich heritage, and instead giving credit to aliens with white people. None of those things are true.
I know, Grant doesn't even talk about aliens.
Right.
And so that's
Did you
why
say that?
I said that not in specific relation to Hancock's claims, but in specific this narrative of Atlantis that has gone back on. And I've shown you the kind of things that's evidence that we have.
It's proof Atlantis, and the fact that people speak to that when you've only investigated less than 5% of the continental shelf, 1% of the Sahara, 1% of the Amazon.
Okay, you claim there's Ice Age civilization and evidence.
The Ice Age evidence how about don't speak. Of course, there were hunter-gatherers in the Ice Age. Every weather is in the world now. We shouldn't have advanced civilization and coexisted with them.
associated means is misogyny, in quote recycling.
I understand that you said that.
I did say that. I said that there's this history of this idea which has been used by white supremacists an issue. And I would like Graham to separate himself from that history in a stronger way, because he goes around the world to different cultures and he claims that instead of their ancestors building this stuff, it was done by his civilization.
No, because I don't cite a civilization that created it.
I don't cite civilization as teaching you how to do
Ancestors of
it.
people that were there before.
You not me who say that that civilization was an empire. It's you not me who say that that civilization, had temples and was highly advanced and everything. I don't say that. I don't say that. I'm looking, in my view, what we're looking at is a civilization like all others that out of shaman. Developed a highly advanced knowledge of hunter-gatherers in the world. And if I were a survivor of this civilization, I would care for hunter-gatherers. And I would try and make my home amongst them so that surviving. And that's all that I'm suggesting.
Just take a little bathroom break, clear our heads, relax, come back, and let's discuss some of the ancient construction.
Now, I just want to make a couple of comments before I sign off. This was probably one of the most enjoyable videos I've made on this channel. It took me 3 days to make, which the longest of any video. Most videos take me a couple of days, and sometimes I can throw one together in a 12 to 40 hour day. But the reason I'm telling you this particular episode, this episode felt real. We can call these guys nerds and laugh at Diddle's name and appearance, or claim that Graham Hancock is a grifter who's just trying to sell books and like his Netflix show. But at the end of the day, they're arguing about something like they have historically been proven right on many occasions, even though they've been proven wrong more often than not. And I definitely believe that there's an orchestrated effort to silence him from establishment academia because he's not following their rules and he's throwing a lot of their theories back in their face. Not to mention that he's got a far wider reach now that he's become close friends with Joe Rogan. But we also can't forget that he's probably more than likely full of shit. And that's what makes this whole argument so fun to watch. On the one hand, Hancock's theories have flaky and circumstantial evidence at best, but on the other hand, if he turns out to be right, Dr. Diddle and his colleagues will look like absolute fools. So which one is it then? Anyway, that's me. Let me know in the comments below what you think about all about my Patreon. I'll be posting new videos there this week, so don't miss out on those. And if you're not a regular on this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and give up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one. Right, it's from what century? 20th century AD. AD, sorry, yes. I misspoke. Chill. So, James, the really good told me about that because I saw that, reported, and I got super interested in it, but I didn't look into it. I am fascinated. Because it's going to happen. There's no way to stop it. As a person sets up shots, he's countering, he's at very high level. He's a real professional caliber. He's knocked a bunch of former MMA champions on why? I don't get face fatigue. That's still my time. Jack Paul's on the other side of the line. He's real father. He's going to have a recognition. Oh my God,
So Joe Rogan has completely backflipped on his position regarding the Tyson. His podcast, they were waxing lyrical about how Tyson is still Tyson, even though he's approaching 60 years old. But just a few days ago, about how skilled and professional he is as a boxer. I'm going to show you the extent because this is probably one of the things I've ever heard from Rogan. It's making me wonder if Jake Paul Rogan on his payroll somehow. You know, he's friends with Tyson, but he's never had Jake on his podcast. I actually think he's going to have both Jake and Tyson. We'll see if that pans out. But like you heard in the intro there, now all of a sudden, Rogan's worried about Tyson's health and his ability to fight a 27-year-old Jake Paul. And he also feels kind of helpless that there's nothing he can do to stop that fight. It's going to happen. There's no way to stop it. I do not necessarily think it's a good idea for him. And Jamie actually called up an update on the approval process for the fight. It hasn't been approved yet, which is interesting because we can find ourselves in a scenario where everything's good to go on the promotion front, but the governing body refuses to approve the fight due to concerns over Tyson's health, even though it's only an exhibition. It must still be approved. Oh, interesting. So we've been announced on the calendar. Interesting. They've not been approved by the technical. Interesting. Well, there's probably going to be a lot of pressure for them to not approve it just based on his age. The age gap is 30 years, which is just wild. So Rogan knew what the age gap was last year when he made those comments about how Jake should be scared of Mike. But now that the fight's actually been announced, for some reason his position has totally changed. I seriously had to edit this down quite a bit because Rogan kept repeating himself about how good of a boxer Jake Paul is and how he's an elite professional grade boxer. A 27-year-old me fought a 57-year-old Mike Tyson. Yeah, he beat them. He'd be quick. But a 27-year-old Jake Paul who can box and has very good power and he's very fast. He's young. First of all, he's got one punch knockout power, which is odd. It's an odd thing to have. Not everybody gets it. So you can go, like some of the greats, like Julio Cesar Chavez, one of the greatest of all time, did not have one punch knockout power. He's a good boxer. Like, he's fought very good boxers. He's knocked out a lot of full-blood MMA stars, including Tyron Woodley, who's one of the greatest welterweights of all time. He's really good. Wasn't Jake Paul, the YouTube guy, just this wild kid coming up in the middleweight ranks and the light heavyweight ranks? You would go, oh, look at this guy. This guy's fun. He's wild. He wears all this flashy jewelry. He's got crazy tattoos everywhere. He knocks people unconscious. He's knocked a bunch of former MMA champions unconscious. Wow. Knocked Ben Askren unconscious. You know, Ben Askren was not really a striker. Nate Simmons, that basketball player. Did you see that fight? Oh, my God. This is what I was telling people. My main enemy, he can fight, like really fight. I know Nate's a basketball player, and he's like really athletic and probably out of his element in a boxing match, but he took it because he really believes in himself. Watch what he does, the way he does it, the way he lands these shots. These are real punches. That was elite caliber of technique. Like, he's got the thing. Okay, so straight up, that is such a terrible take. I mean, I'm the first one to give Rogan respect for his involvement in the MMA community, especially for his role in growing the UFC and promoting it through TV appearances early on, and then through his podcast and live commentary. But we all know that he exaggerates and blows things out of proportion. Remember that time he said Ronda Rousey could beat male MMA fighters, and he had to eat his own words after she got down by Holly Holm and Amanda Nunes? I'm not happy that we lost, but in a way, it makes things easier. Because there was a bunch of people that were going, oh yeah, okay, and I made mistakes saying, like, hyperbole, I'm the master of hyperbole, I exaggerate all the time. I was like, she could probably have the men bantamweights in the UFC. No, it's not going to come after it. She said it at the time. Now it's definitely not true. She can beat a few that are good outside the sport. Look, if she gets guys in the ground, she can pick a lot of people up. Her judo is 100% legit. Her arm bars are amongst the best in the business. And then the argument is, well, she's still, blue chip jump the box. Yeah, so at least Rogan admitted driving the hype train on Rousey. But like I was saying before, the way he's rationalizing Jake Paul's abilities as a boxer is almost lovely. He's giving Jake props as an elite boxer for knocking out a few MMA guys
Woodley was an NCAA Division I wrestler. So was Ben Askren, who was actually known for his poor striking in MMA. And then Rogan used the example of Jake's fight against Dave Robertson, who he mistakenly referred to as Dave Simmons. I mean, the guy was a point guard who could dunk. And Rogan's using Jake's form against him as proof that he's an elite boxer. Here's the thing that gets me about all of this, right? You can train to be a boxer, improve your footwork, improve your coordination, punch selection, build up your boxing IQ and movement. You can look great in training videos. You can also get in the ring with a bunch of devastating good boxers that look half decent. But as soon as you jump in the ring with an elite boxer, some people would even argue that Tom Fury is not an elite boxer, although he was definitely the best that Jake's fought so far. But anyway, when you jump in the ring with an elite boxer, all that fancy footwork and technique you developed in training will go out the window so fast, you won't want you. And Rogan should this before. Put Jake Paul in the ring with Canelo in his current form, when he's 60, and Jake never steps in the ring again, guaranteed. Now, a bit of kickboxing and jiu-jitsu, so I definitely know expert professional boxers over the years, and as soon as they get good training, it goes out the window. Nothing prepares you for that moment when they're exactly where you don't want them to be. They're constantly walking you down, putting pressure on you so you make a mistake and open yourself up. You seem to understand that last year when Jake Paul first called that black tie.
Now, my entire family's in good shape. Oh my God, I trained every day. He trained with Rafael Cordero, who's a legend in MMA. Let's keep his martial arts. That guy's still here. In this world, with one replacement and vitamins and you think he's 55 years old, that guy will burn you. Jake Paul's on the other side of the ring. He's Mike Tyson's going to block you. He's going to have a recognition. He's going to look over and go, that's really Mike.
I will say though, Rogan gassed up the hype train on Jake Paul. He did mention that Tyson does have a chance if he can get his body right for the fight. With modern day science, Rogan thinks Tyson can get in the right window to be a problem for Jake, even though he'll be 58 years old for the fight.
Tyson is such a genetic freak that he's 57. They have a decline for this fight as much as it wants.
Yes, and science. It's not talking about 57 days of biological engineering. We're able to do all kinds of stuff with growth hormone levels, with using peptides, with using testosterone. A 57-year-old today that's on hormone replacement and eating well and taking a lot of protein, and you're using all strategies like red light therapy and so on as cold light. It could be one of those fights where Mike Tyson corner and connects with a punch and Jake Paul just goes one.
But then there's the problem of Tyson's sciatica and how it's previously forced him to use a walking stick and even a wheelchair. Rogan actually explained how preparing for a fight can actually make it worse and cause it to flare up, which again is one of the reasons why people are starting to doubt Mike Tyson.
And he closed the gap. Can he move as a quickness? Now, he has problems with his back, so he's walking with his or nerves are getting pushed. So something's pushing on your nerves. It could be a bulging disc, it could be a bunch of different things, but that's an issue. It's a real issue that can become chronic, especially when you go through a long, intensive training camp like he's going through now up to July 20th.
So Rogan's all over the place with this one. The way he was hyping up Jake was just plain stupid in my opinion. We all know that Jake and his brother Logan are in control of everything they do. Like I said at the beginning of this video, it wouldn't surprise me if they've got Rogan on the payroll to promote this fight by gassing up Jake as an elite fighter. We don't know the full extent of the terms in the contract for this fight, so it's really hard to know what restrictions they put on Mike to make it go the distance. But if this wasn't an exhibition and Tyson was free to unleash on Jake, there's no question it'd be over in the first round. Jake just doesn't have the training or experience to deal with a former heavyweight champion, even if he's 27 years old. Just looking at Jake's knockouts, so many of them look staged, and we saw how Floyd Mayweather literally carried Logan Paul when he caught him by accident and got worried Logan was going to go down too early in the fight. There must have been a no knockout clause in that fight, and I'm almost certain there would be one for Jake and Tyson, even though it's obvious that Jake is a much better boxer than his brother Logan is. The other thing is, Jake owns his own gym, and he's a multi-millionaire. Most boxers with as little experience as he has don't have those kind of resources to dedicate to training for an exhibition. We know about the fight so far, it's not an impossible task for Jake to train his way into a position where he can go the distance with the assistance of Tyson as well. And that's probably how this is going to pan out. They'll definitely have incentivized Mike in the contract to go the distance with Jake so they can maximize their airtime on Netflix and create a perception of value for subscribers. Tyson was notorious for ending fights in the first round and then made good money to see his fight. Having said that, most people miss, but Tyson lost 3 of his last 4 fights, 2 by knockout, and the very last one against McBride when his trainer Jeff Fennick pulled the pin to protect Mike in the 7th round. Now, even though Mike was in his 30s at the end of his professional boxing career, he was losing to elite heavyweight boxers. So, my point in telling you all of this is that Rogan should be more upfront with his audience about this upcoming fight. He claims to be someone who understands combat sports, and we all know he's been around MMA for over 30 years, yet he hasn't once mentioned that this is an exhibition fight and that the Paul brothers have made careers out of staging fights and scamming their fans. Instead, he's promoting Jake Paul's boxing skills and claiming he's an elite fighter when everyone else seems to be able to see this for what it is. Anyway, that's the latest on Paul v. Tyson. Let me know in the comments below what you think about all of this, and if you're not a regular of this channel, hit the subscribe button and give me a thumbs up if you enjoyed this video. Thanks for watching, guys. See you in the next one.
There's a difference between Mike Tyson and a regular person. I listen to your Kurt. I know, and I've been on this podcast a lot. He's fun dude. He is. But I think I do both. Kind of, I think it's real. Have you ever met somebody in our business that, like, before they were popping, they were kind of, and then once they became very successful, they were the biggest. I don't know there's many people in our business that are really successful at your level. Yeah. Well, let me think about that.
While Andrew plays his latest epiphany, welcome back to the channel, and I'm getting used to you guys right up front today, so I don't get any complaints. The cringe I've got for you in this video is off the charts, so if you're one of my regulars, you'll know I don't always give these warnings, but when I do, yeah, I'm not joking around, because on the latest episode of the Joe Rogan Experience, Andrew Schultz made an appearance, and at this point, it's undeniable that he has come full circle and completed his downfall. Schultz is officially a clown. The comment section on YouTube was absolutely wild. I've never seen so much negativity towards a JRE guest compared to this. Here are just a few to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. Wow, the comments are so negative, I thought that bird was on. 3 minutes in, and he's already had 2 fake Schultz epiphanies. He tries to pretend to be interested and have deep insights like he read How to Win Friends and Influence People for Dummies. Nobody gives it up for Andrew like Andrew. Watch Schultz say a bunch of nothing while trying to sound intelligent. Damn, the internet really flipped on this guy. Jackie Paul, the documentary Andrew made about how successful he is when he cries about his achievements. Andrew is the exact type of guy that thinks comedians are modern-day philosophers. Just coming here for the comments, roasting both Andrew's haircut and enormous ego. Andrew's moustache isn't allowed within 500 feet of the school. That's actually the top comment. Guests like him make me appreciate the comment section being back. I could honestly fill a whole video just reading the comments from this episode, and I wouldn't even scratch the surface. It's funny because every now and then, a fan of one of Rogan's 6 never-been funny comedians will show up in my comment section and say something like, "Oh, what's all the hate for this guy?" or "There's hate Bird on top," or whatever it is. Well, I can say that it's not the case with Andrew Schultz anymore. Everyone seems to be in on the joke that he has become, and you guys know I'm trying to point out his good days whenever I can. Just look at the most recent video on this channel. People were even saying that it was the beginning of his redemption arc. Sadly, this episode of JRE proves the exact opposite. And the best part is, Schultz explained in a couple of sentences exactly what went wrong with his talking about himself.
Given power that didn't come that, or does it take the power of every person that has the void that they need to be filled, that needs to be filled, and then when they are given that power, you see the word project.
So if you saw the intro of this video, this was part of the discipline people in their business being somebody let the power get to their heads and show their true colors. Let me just clarify this for you. Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz were discovered problem in show business where some celebrities let the power get to their heads, start to treat people like scum, and show their true colors. Joe Rogan Schultz, wait a second, I've made my point.
That they can kind of boss people around or throw the way they're assistant or their agents or they yell when they shouldn't yell or don't have to yell or are demeaning to certain people.
That bothers me,
Oh, he did. I don't like it at all. And then I feel terrible for no reason when the same exact situation can be that with a hug. Yeah. You tell them you appreciate them, you hold their hand, shake their hand, give them a hug. Yeah, everybody feels good. Yeah, that should be what the goal is. Like, you're the guy who is in this very unique, unusual situation, and you have the ability to make everybody feel better. Yeah. Some people that just feel entitled and they don't feel it. There's certain things that do happen around certain successful people. You'll see they have a few people that have resentment that are around them that realize, like, oh, I'm a support person and I only have so much room that I can climb. I can never be Andrew Schultz. I'm always going to be this guy who works with Andrew Schultz. It's crazy. It's perception of reality, and they're not being objective. They're not good at seeing the big picture. Seriously, don't understand how Rogan can laugh with a straight face, knowing that Schultz has created that exact same situation on his flagrant cast, where he has a bunch of yes men sit around to laugh at Schultz's jokes and gas him up. But one thing we know about our boy Andy is that he's a real deep nut. He loves an epiphany, and this episode was full of it. So what I did was I pulled out my 3 favorite Schultz epiphanies for you guys, so you can decide which one is the most cringe. Like, actually, let me know in the comments below. And remember, I want you.
I didn't know, like, when we're sending money to Ukraine, we're not really even sending money there. We're sending money to American military manufacturers that make weapons, and then the weapons go to Ukraine. But we're paying us. Okay. The money is going to these different industries first. So it's kind of staying in America, which does, I guess, boost our economy in some way. Like, those people need to hire people. The economy starts to way to look at it. No, but I mean, no, for real. Like, it's like they have to hire people, they have to pay people. Like, and that's why war is good for the economy. You constantly need conflict in order to continue the positive momentum of the economy. Yes. But they can't say that. They can't go, hey, we need war in order for the economy to be good.
They're not thinking about the economy. They're thinking about the money that they are specifically going to make from these transactions. And then attach it to different bills, right? Like attach it to the border bill. Attach it to the galaxy. Attach it to the education bill. I know we got to educate those Russians about bombs.
So how do you stop that? Could AI be this next? Could AI speed before these projects?
But times of building.
Exactly. Mushrooms come around, they start using tool on, and then now you accelerate evolution.
Mushrooms probably are the seed for artificial intelligence because the mushrooms give you the creativity to start doing wild things in the first place, which always leads to technology, which leads to life. Once they become sentient, then they become God because they make better themselves with no end in sight. Something becomes so advanced that it has control over those forces and it utilizes false forces. And it has a complete understanding of everything that's given time in the entire universe.
If it happens like that, our generation will have lived before the internet. The
2025 is what Kurzweil believes.
Imagine we lived through all of that. Imagine we lived through the time where I couldn't get in touch with you unless you were home. And we could also live in a time where I could instantaneously be at your house.
Yeah, same life.
And that's what's wrong with information right now. So I don't think we know what to believe about anything. It's like even trans visibility day thing. Like every headline was Biden declares Easter Trans Visibility Day.
Right.
And I read it and I was like, there is no way. And I looked into it. Trans Visibility Day started like 15 years ago. 3 years ago they declared it, and then Easter obviously changes every year. The date, it doesn't change the day, and then it ends up on Sunday. But the headline is Biden declares Easter Trans Visibility Day.
Right.
Once I read that, I know it's fake. Now every headline is fake. You know, all they're using it because there's money to be made on it. But that click is valuable, and they will knowingly, like we were talking about that woman earlier with the Huberman thing, there is money to be made out of that.
Yes.
And as long as there's money to be made from it, they will go for it. And it'll remove information that is incredibly important to the truth of the story.
I don't know. So I'm tossing up between Schultz discovering the military-industrial complex and his realization that content creators use clickbait to make money. On the one hand, President Eisenhower used the term military-industrial complex in his farewell address way back in 1961, when he warned that we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sourced or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. So Schultz is over 60 years late with that one. But then on the other hand, Schultz has made a career from clickbait to exaggeration and scamming his fans, which I'll get into in more detail in a moment. So the clickbait thing for me is either just sheer stupidity on his behalf, or just a massive blind spot that he's yet to see. It's a tough choice, but if I had to choose, I'm gonna have to go with the military-industrial complex. Rogan has spoken about this a million times on his podcast, and for a 40-year-old man like Schultz to only realizing this Eisenhower warned about it, it really just goes to show how much of a casual he is when it comes to politics and world affairs, especially considering how worldly he thinks he is. But then Schultz wrote in his reflections on being a multi-millionaire and how it's changed his perspective on the important things in life.
That's something I've noticed about you, and I think it's a really important thing it's an important quality to have as you achieve more success, because with success, life can get easier. So if you're not addicted to difficulty and like hard situations, it's easy to just kind of fall into the comfort of nothing. Yeah, once you get money, like things become easy, and then anything that's not easy, you get very anxious about and fearful of. So you like hard things. I think a lot of times people don't like hard things, and then when they get success, hard things make them anxious, and they stop doing hard things. And hard things are what make us successful. When we have nothing, we have to do hard things. We have to go up in front of crowds that might not be good. We have to go run really hard, work out really hard, whatever it is. It's wrong. Very wealthy parents are not used to hard things. They don't really have to do anything hard. Right. So it's one of those things that, like, I mean, as I've gotten potentially more comfortable life, I have to force myself to do things I'm afraid of, or I do things that I would just kind of get weak and fall apart.
Comfort is a warm and enticing poison. I think characters like cardio, I think you have to keep it up. I do. I really do. You take a few weeks off of cardio, you're like, I think that's the same with character, and I think it's the same with doing difficult things, and also self-assessing, honestly, knowing where you can go.
I was hanging on the beach with my wife on Sunday. I'm really bad with vacations if I don't have things to do. I can't just hang on the beach. I cannot do it. If I'm surfing, I can do it. Or if I'm playing paddle, I can do it. But I need to do shit.
Right.
Give me something to do.
Right.
And my wife knows that I don't care if we're looking at the Coliseum. I'm learning. I'm towards my fishing. I need to do a thing. Because if I'm not, my brain goes crazy.
Okay, first of all, there's an easy fix for that, Schultzy. What you need to do is get off the Adderall and stop swallowing Z's. But I actually think it's funny to watch two millionaire comedians sitting in this fortress podcast studio preaching about doing hard stuff like cardio exercise and keeping their minds busy to help themselves stay grounded and not let the fame and money get to their heads. It's kind of like saying to a homeless person that all they need to do is
just buy a house, or when millionaire influencers share their morning routines with things like, yoga and lemon-infused iced water, and claim that their success to positivity and gratitude. As I was watching that though, I actually did a sense of gratitude because I was half expecting Rogan to start ranting about how important ice baths are for his daily growth. Oh no, wait, hang on. I like difficult things. I like this. I like it because it's hard. I hate it. I don't like it. Yeah. Every time I'm about to do it, there's this little gas part of my brain that's like, oh, yeah. And the other part of my brain is like built up over here. It's like, shut up. I'm the boss. If you built up your understanding of how to get through difficult things, it'll serve you in everything you do. And if you do it voluntarily, then you gain control over your mental process. Was it? Sorry, just give me a second, you guys. Take control over your mental process. Do lots of cardio, ice baths, and suck on things. Okay, good. Where was I? Oh yeah, stand-up comedians are geniuses. You know what's so funny is like, you ever listen to a recording of like a new bit, and when you were on stage doing it, you're like, that crushed. And then when you listen back, you're like, oh, it's okay. But you were just so excited. Yes. And it worked. Yes. The excitement changed almost the way that you interpreted the crowd. Yeah. And I don't know, for me, I'm like, oh, that means I really like it. You're on like an emotional wavelength. Yes. And yeah, to me, that's like that's the highest form of it. Obviously, you want to have the structure, you want to have the jokes, you want to have the misdirection, all these things, 100%. But to me, I think those are almost like, that's like the icing and sprinkles on the cake. The cake is built with how much do I really care about this position? Yeah. How many of those can I make in my life? Yeah. That's to me. You always think that when you have a new bit, like, this is the last new bit, like, I don't have anything else to say. Yeah. But you'll always have something to say. You need the time. Yeah. You need the time and you need the... So you have to find something you're actually... Yeah. That's the difference between thieves. Like, that's why they don't have it. They just themselves. Exactly. They're just in themselves. How can I succeed? Yeah, So you only caught that at the end there that Rogan was talking about drug thieves, and he actually went into quite a bit of detail in this episode about how much calling out Carlos Mencia affected him when he was younger. But then they get into the whole where the new media and cable news like CNN out of touch and full of lies and propaganda, which is totally true. However, what I thought was mind-blowing is how Rogan and Schultz think that they are free from all the corporate constraints and money that control mainstream media. Now, if you weren't aware, Andrew Schultz lied to his fans a couple of years ago by claiming that he had a deal lined up with a streaming service to publish his comedy special, but then they tried to censor him apparently, so he decided to release his independently. He put it out through his website for a fee, claiming that everyone who bought it would get a link that they could use to watch the special for life, and it would never be released anywhere else, only to drop it on YouTube for free a few weeks later. So with that in mind, take a look at this next clip, and then I'll pick it up after because it gets worse. People like us don't have to lie. Yeah. We have zero incentive to lie. Yeah. And when we're talking about these things, like, this is what I know. Yeah. Being lied to. And it's not like there's not a motivation. Yeah. Look at the amount of money they're making by video. Yeah. I mean, it's just insane some of the money that's involved in a lot of these decisions. Yeah. These decisions roll on whether or not we complain or not. Maybe that money CNN makes from and then you look at everything through that lens. It's a Henderson coup. They do it like face. Now, do you think that the people that disseminate information are aware of the bullshit, or they are the useful idiots? Meaning, like, I think at a certain point in time they must be aware. And if they're aware, once you're pushing out information that you know to be false, right, and you're potentially hurting people, right, they're going to continue anything. Right now, that's evil. That's evil. Yeah. I don't fault someone who's maybe ignorant or a useful idiot or passionate about a thing, but the person knows, right, and still puts it out.
this is one of the many blind spots that Schultz seems to have, and I think he shares these with guys like Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer as well. It's the idea that a lot of the things they criticize others for doing don't apply to them because they're comedians or they're artists or modern-day philosophers or however they see themselves. What Schultz described was exactly what he did to his fans. He knowingly pushed his comedy special out to his audience, fully aware that he intended to publish it for free weeks later on YouTube, but didn't tell them because he wanted them to spend the money, obviously. Not only that, I've said in a previous video on this topic, there was no evidence that he had a streaming deal in the first place. He never said who it was, so all we have to go off is him saying he had a deal and it fell through when he refused their request to edit out one of his jokes. If you remember, at the time, he went on this long rant on one of his podcasts about how he's being censored and how he needed his fans to show up for him and fight back so he could be free to tell his jokes the way he wants without fear of censorship, etc. But now he's saying something completely different. Take a look.
This is a great time for comedy. Yeah, I think it might be the best time ever. I really do. I think this is legitimately the golden age of comedy. It's fun because comedy's dangerous again. Because, like, there's so many people that want to restrict what people can and can't talk about. That's unique. I feel like the restriction is less now. Really? Yeah. Right now, currently. Like in May, I feel like we can kind of say, all of a sudden, this is the golden age of comedy and there's no censorship. Isn't it funny how comedians like Schultz will make up their own narrative to make some money and then completely flipping claim they're living in a golden age of dangerous comedy? But the thing I find the funniest is how far and wide the Schultz hate has become. I always thought that there was just a smaller group of us who could see through the smoke and call these guys out for what they are. But it wasn't until this particular episode of JRE came out and I scrolled through the comment section that I realized how much everyone else can see what's going on here. The honest part is, we've all heard how Rogan gives his buddies the advice not to read the comment section and to just keep pushing and doing their thing. Now, I can agree with that to an extent, but when basically the whole comment section is negative and calling you out, surely at that point you've got to sort of reflect and, maybe change a few things up or take a break or something. That kind of toxic narcissism and entitlement is what got most of us in this predicament when they're no longer comedians. They just become acceptably as in short ignoring all the hate he's getting and still pretends like he's some serious thinking comedian artist. The reality is he's ruined his rise to fame by trying to wear too many hats and be personalities, depending where he is. We've all heard the different accents he puts on different guests and on different podcasts, and he's clearly just fishing for controversy with that stupid haircut. This guy's all over the place, which is kind of frustrating because just like Tom Segura, there was a time when Schultz was a half-decent comedian. Now it seems like he's run out of material, so he's just trying to position himself as this deep thinker on takes on current events. Mind you, most of which are stolen from other commentators and analysts. I mean, it's so obvious that he doesn't have any original thoughts anymore, right? But if you get a chance, head over to the JRE episode, scroll through the comment section, comedy there. All of this, and if you're not channel yet, hit the subscribe button and give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Much speculized. What does that mean? We're the product of accelerated evolution. There's so many different stories. When I was never at Diddy's party, I really don't know what I don't know what to tell you. Jokes, that's enough background music. I sure understand that. But twisted way. Some folks. So the latest episode of JRE features Joey Diaz. He's appeared on the podcast over 60 times, dating way back to 2010 when he made his first appearance on episode 5. He's obviously close friends with Joe Rogan. They originally met at the Comedy Store back in the 90s, and he truly is a unique character in the whole Rogan universe, right? Stand-up comedy tends to attract some pretty strange cats, and Joey Diaz is no exception. He immigrated to the US from Cuba with his parents. His dad passed away when he was 3 years old, and then his mom died as well when he was only 16. So it's no secret that he got to no good as a teenager and then as a young adult. He eventually got arrested for kidnapping and aggravated robbery, and he went to prison on a 4-year sentence but was released after serving only 16 months. And it was actually in prison where he discovered stand-up comedy. Whenever the screen projector wasn't working during movie nights, he would perform stand-up routines for all the inmates. Even still, though, it would take him a few years more to build the courage to actually go and do stand-up in the club and pursue it as a career.
Let's get our college with 2 strikes. And I know strikes. My next strike is life. Right? They give you 20 years if you actually strike. I told somebody he wasn't bad. So look at you. I ain't mad for that gun. I was a cop. I don't know what you're talking about. They had a no, man. I'm not doing it. This is the bad one. 2.5 years.
That he would really get into stand-up comedy and slowly for himself over the following 20 years. It meant, though, that he would release his first comedy special called Socially Unacceptable. But it was back in the 90s that Joe Rogan had become very close friends with him. Rogan often comments that Joey is the funniest guy he knows. He absolutely loves him, which has definitely helped to put Joey on map, especially with all his appearances on JRE. And so on the latest episode, he recalled how the comedy scene pretty much saved his life. He was stuck in a life of crime, he had addiction problems, and just generally lacked purpose and direction.
Comedy became you need something to get you out of there. Yeah. At the school, guys were on the door and we get 25 machines. She was paying me $50 on Sunday nights to work the door. And that's what you fall out what you do. And you know there's a pattern. And there's a pattern when you start seeing other people's lives. You're stuck as a addict. You're stuck. You don't know when to stop. I was stuck as an addict, and I got to be stuck as a fat for 8 days. My wife was telling my shoelaces. You know how embarrassing that is? Embarrassing that is looking back at it now. You thought of this eulogy. That's life, man. Yeah. There's so much out there, Joe. So. And now, that's what I'm trying to sell. I know how to do this.
So it wouldn't be until 2007 that he would kick his coke habit completely. He had pretty much controlled his life up until that point. He got his first wife in 1991 and lost his relationship with his daughter as a result. But then he remarried in 2009 and had another daughter. He seems to put a lot of effort into making her when he's on the road, picks her up from school, helps her with homework. So he's definitely turned his life around from all the crime and drugs that he grew up with. But over and above all, he created a family from providing food to lift himself that life and make something of himself.
This family, this comedy family, the people that don't get it will not get that. They haven't experienced it. But we're lucky and share each other. And what being a comedy is about is also people what you're doing good, man.
And just like Rogan, he takes pride in giving back to the cause and legacy. This comedy club in Boston is credited with 5 stand-up comedy in the United States and away from LA and New York, which has been dominated by the elites and suits from large corporations and politicians. Now the comedy scene is a lot more democratic. Rogan's all about pushing the funniest people that come across his radar. He's got no agenda. He just wants to help the funniest find an audience. Here's the thing, though. No, just let me show you.
She left, she had something. Shoots balls and hitting it well. Every time she went down,
So you weren't able to fit. This was played back in 2011, less than 2 years after the first Jedi episode went live. And Joey Diaz was telling Joe Rogan and his producer at the time, now part of this young female comics, into performing favors for him. And in turn, he would give them access to the group, which is part of the comedy store in LA, through his contacts. He also said that one female in particular would later write to him complaining that he broke her after getting washed up and spat out by Hollywood years later. Now, that's obviously a clip that most Joey Diaz fans will find difficult to watch and would perhaps prefer to forget about. But unfortunately, things get worse. You see, for some reason, Joey has a fascination with that predator. On podcasts. Back 2020, he was on JRE explaining to Rogan how dirty and as more and more information comes out about the things that have been going on there over the years, the picture has become clearer. And he brought up a specific example of just how rotten LA is, except what he describes is almost exactly what he confessed to, just exact same podcast.
it's just disgusting. You see that one? I didn't see that. Degree weather, sex yoga session. Just pulling down. You can put you in jail for just sucking that RV, all that shit.
So like I said, Johnny seems to have this deep fascination with predatory behavior, even after admitting that he himself engaged in similar behavior with over 20 women during the 90s and early 2000s. He even went into detail on JRE back in 2018, giving Harvey Weinstein strategic advice on how to get off his charges based off what he would do in the same situation. And what I found so interesting about all of this is how he automatically identified with Harvey Weinstein. Rogan actually thinks Weinstein would do this. He explains that he goes back to his own experiences living around criminals and being one himself.
Right now, Brad is an attorney. And if you see what happens to Brad Bush for dismissal, he didn't get into trouble. The lawyer said the judge said the trial date Harvey Weinstein's going to throw more money to pay off time. Harvey's going to go to time. And he's going to fire Benjamin Brad and show him two women. Primarily one black, one white, and one Asian. And this is when this trial is going to get very interesting. Because I know this is what I would do. I know you come to me and you won't get busted for this. What do I do? Because I grew up around those people. This is what you do. If I want to go down when you're a black, an Asian woman, or white, my first two choices are a black and an Asian woman. So I get the diversity angle, I get the diversity angle, and I want to get the you can't just say that because you're a black woman, Chinese woman. I'm trying to stab at. You never really watched the Pete versus O.J. Simpson. Very interesting.
But it's funny how Joe Rogan, on the other hand, is so disgusted by guys like Harvey Weinstein, even after laughing uncontrollably at his buddy Joey Diaz's open confession years before. So let me just clarify something before I move on and show you this next clip. I'm not suggesting that Joey Diaz is the same type of person as Harvey Weinstein. I'm only going off his own words from 2011, which I'll discuss in more detail towards the end. But the point of showing you this is to point out the hypocrisy of somebody as powerful as Joe Rogan, who laughs off his own friend's predatory behavior, but then clutches his pearls at how someone like Harvey Weinstein was able to get away with his actions for so many years without so much as a whisper.
How can we do that for so long? Don't do 20-something years. Nobody would do that. 20-something years. Yeah, it might be more, right? Well, this is like yeah, that's one more cases. This is just what he's been convicted for. Right. I mean, he apparently was behaving like that for decades. So, yeah, nobody knew. They all knew.
that's what's crazy is it's worked into his fucking contract. It's fun. You know what I'm saying? There's a thing called diffusion of responsibility. There's too many people involved. You don't feel like you're responsible. You don't feel like that's what when I say it's easier to assault someone in front of 100 people than it is to assault someone in front of one person. Because one person might step in and stop it, but 100 people will sit around and go, someone's got to stop this. I think, from what I understand, I don't think he needed to do that. I think it's his ego, and I think that's too. I don't think it's the same thing. Yes, it becomes an apology, and I think there's also about power. It's a power thing, to have power over people. To me, this is where Rogan starts to fall apart. He's having to provide a running commentary on Harvey Weinstein and all of his crimes. He's even brought up some disease that Weinstein has that led to deformities in his junk cream. Never heard him talk about it, you know what I mean? The point is, as a basic concept where there's a position of power, women who are impressionable and desperate for fame, Rogan makes it clear exactly what his position is. Casting couch in Hollywood, you stop and think about, you got all these women who be in films, they want to be stars, and then you have these guys that can actually help them make stars, but they want something. And then you set up this dynamic that's existed since, imagine what it was like back then. Oh my God. So is that not exactly what his buddy Joey Diaz confessed to, even bragged about on his very own podcast? Like, what am I missing here, right? Was Joey just doing a bit when he said all that stuff years ago? And if it was a bit, where was the funny part? See, this is what I'm sick of when it comes to Rogan and his circle jerk of comedy brain words. A lot of these guys, they for themselves by calling out the establishment for putting up barriers and controlling access to their audiences. That's classically what Hollywood did, right? Rogan smashed that bubble into pieces and showed how you could go directly to your audience without all the middlemen and his suits clicking the ticket. And he brought his friends along. The problem is the coverage of the Rogan universe. These guys are different to the establishment they've replaced. And it's not about exposures or anything like that. It's the old elites covering up and ignoring their own behavior while at the same time pointing out how bad guys like Diddy and Harvey Weinstein are. The list goes on, right? This with the Bobby Lee, Giuliano story, and all the times he went on morning talk shows and harassed female hosts, and pretty much got away with it. Why? Because he's a comedian, and it's just a bit, apparently. I guarantee you the same thing would happen with Joey Diaz. If he ever had to actually answer for what he alleges he did, he'd end up claiming that he was just doing a bit, it was for the camera, he was embellishing a story, and that's what he does, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, they'll sit there and tell us how bad Hollywood is and how the system breeds this sort of behavior, when that's literally where they came from. There was going to be some pretty crazy revelations this year, and all this stuff was going to come out, and it's going to shock probably. So far, it feels like he was right, and it seems people are becoming less and less willing to excuse this kind of behavior. And just remember, you can't use the excuse that these things happened years and years ago, and therefore it doesn't matter. There are some limitations on civil actions, and a lot of what Harvey Weinstein did and Bill Cosby did, even the current investigations of Diddy, a lot of those things happened years ago and even decades ago. I mean, look what happened to Louis C.K. He got dropped from all his sponsors, all his deals got cancelled, and compare what he admitted to doing to what Joey Diaz admitted to himself. I don't know, guys. I'm a fan of Joey Diaz just as much as the next guy. I think he's pretty funny on podcasts, but not so much on stage, which seems to be the way with most of Rogan's buddies. But you've got to be consistent with this stuff. Being funny isn't an excuse for being a predator. He's claiming he found the right path and he loves his comedy family and all of that. So why is he bragging about how he would use and abuse the very same comedy family when he was on his way up to the point where he apparently broke some young comic? Anyway, that's my take on the whole Joey Diaz situation. Let me know in the comments below what you think about all this, and if you're not a regular on this channel, hit the subscribe button and give me a thumbs up. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one. That's it. But yeah, he took it away. You're like,
Joe Rogan is back on YouTube with full episodes of the JRE podcast, and things aren't going so well for Rogan. You see, things have changed. Now, for my regular viewer, this is going to be one of those I told you so moments, because some of the things that we predicted when we first heard about his new deal have come true in almost a creepy way. That's how spot on we were, because now we have receipts. But let me just say up front, this was actually a pretty funny episode. It was 5 hours long, which was probably 2 hours too long. By the end of the third hour, they were pretty trashed and started slurring words, talking over each other, and having shouting matches.
Definitely start your travel podcast when you can't travel anymore. You sign up for a bid on TikTok. You signed up for centralized digital currency. You took it back and all going to everything upgrade communist because I want more banana.
I remember my first beer, but hey, like I said, it was actually a pretty decent podcast, even though it was pulled from Spotify within the first hour, and this was when the controversy started, because if you didn't already know, Rogan signed a new deal with Spotify at the beginning of this year, which I have broken down in detail for a couple of different videos, and as part of this new deal, similar to Spotify's exclusive content, well, they're no longer exclusive. That's why you can watch JRE on several different platforms. Now, I'm going to come back to that later on in this video, because some of the things I explained previously about Rogan's new deal have now been confirmed by accident in this episode when Rogan let a very important deal and nobody caught it. So stick around for that, because everything will fall into place once you hear what Rogan said. I've actually cut it up and enhanced the audio so you can hear exactly what he said under his breath. Anyway, as for the reason why this episode was pulled from Spotify and re-uploaded with 5 minutes missing, because they pulled it so early, no one has been able to confirm which 5 minutes they deleted, because the version they re-uploaded was the same as the YouTube version, and there wasn't enough time to compare the two of them. However, what we do know is that the Protector Parks episodes of JR are heavily edited. We heard that from Shane Gillis in an interview where he explained that they end up getting so trashed by the end of it that they end up having to delete a whole bunch of stuff from the end of the podcast to make the final version. Now, I'm assuming that maybe something like that happened here, or maybe Spotify accidentally uploaded an edit of the podcast that wasn't the final version. Who knows? No one knows at the moment. I will say though, Spotify needs to sort out their YouTube thumbnail game. I mean, seriously, what is going on here? These are the laziest thumbnails I have ever seen. They should at least go back to the ways to do them before JRE went to Spotify. All of that out of the way, let's get into juicy details. Because like I predicted, when Rogan announced he was coming back to YouTube, I said it was only a matter of time before it getting censored. And so when I was listening to this episode, I noticed that Rogan kept saying a very specific word over and over again. It's almost like someone trained him to say it every time he said something that could be defamatory or just straight up misinformation. I put a little edit together for you guys, so let's see if you can too. I'm skeptical. What is your motive? I'll take the guy who just wants to beat every deal. It seems like the best ones. Clinton, when he was president, Trump for sure, Obama. That's a legend. That's a legend. Well, actually, legend. John D was one of the best guys. I just had on the phone. I didn't even have a live podcast. I had him on the phone. We did a podcast with him when he was running from the law in his country. Someone, he says, they set him up by killing his neighbor, but he
was also allegedly online showing people how to cook meth. He's a guy doing meth who's heavily armed. Yeah, there's allegedly. It could be 1,000 years old. Sustainably sourced. Get all their cobalt, ethical mining. I don't know what's wrong. Hey guys, I'm getting paid way too much to a comedy club tonight when I'm too drunk to perform. Everything's pretty good in my world. Allegedly. Shoot them on the right now. And hiccups. You have a show right now. Allegedly. So in total, Rogan said the word alleged a dozen times throughout this episode, and it didn't seem to me like a big issue when I heard it the first few times. But I also noticed that he was very careful in talking about certain things, such as when Nancy Pelosi's husband was assaulted with a hammer. Now, Mark Norman kept saying that they were lovers and they knew each other, and Rogan kept pushing back and there's no evidence of that, etc., etc. And look, let me just say, I think it's good that Rogan's being careful now with the things he says and make sure it's clear when he doesn't know something for sure instead of pretending he knows all the facts. But it's all very unusual for him. After listening to the whole episode, I could definitely tell he was more uptight than he used to be when he was just on Spotify alone. It felt like the first time he had Alex Jones back on his podcast in 2020. All the controversy that surrounded Alex and how Joe kept telling Jamie to fuck wasn't as bad in that way, but it did have a similar vibe where even when Rogan was just talking about what one of the relics he had in his studio was, he still needs to say that it's allegedly a few hundred years old, instead of just saying, I think it's that old or whatever. Now, my point is, it feels like someone has given Joe the talk. Like I said, it's not normal for him to speak like that, constantly correcting his buddies, making sure Mark Norman doesn't defame Obama by suggesting he loves the D, or even when they talk about mushrooms or drinking, he slips in and allegedly. Rogan never used to do that, and I doubt he just decided when he woke up that morning that he was going to start using the word allegedly that day. Anyway, let's keep that in our back pocket for now and move on to something else that was a little confusing at first, but then Rogan slipped up and mentioned the real reason why after he'd had a few drinks. This is how it all started. Crazy. Eric Bana knocks it out of the park. I mean, he's out sitting out at the team of the world. He's just being a home. He knocked it up. That's it. Oh, we can't play. Listen, YouTube, I love you, but come on. Don't get so. Anyway, YouTube. That's a problem. Oh, no. It's like our favorite thing. That's what we do. We can play them with the hands going. It's a problem with copyright. Chill. Okay, there is so much to unpack here, and I haven't got to the juicy bit yet. So for those of you who don't understand what's going on, let me get you up to speed really quick. YouTube has this thing called a content ID system, and it basically means that if you upload a video, whether it's a song, a podcast, or just a normal YouTube video, you can register that video with an audio visual fingerprint, and anytime someone else uses a clip from your video, you can either claim video completely, but it obviously only detects content on YouTube. So when Rogan went inside of the YouTube ecosystem, so you just tell Jamie to pull up anything you like, and then go play out any issues. Now it's different. He's back on YouTube, so if Jamie plays a clip that's already registered with the content ID system, the copyright owner of that clip can claim all of the ad revenue that Rogan earns on that episode. That's right. Even if Jamie just plays one short song on a 5-hour podcast, the copyright owner of the song can take all of Rogan's ad revenue for that whole episode. You can't play it. We're going to get copyrighted by that. And so this became a problem every time they wanted to play the Team America theme song while chugging a beer. So they had to resort to singing it themselves. sure there's a be on the internet, like a
Which I
It
doesn't have a
Trouble for that, you know. Jamie, can we get trouble for that? Jamie, I know about a lawyer. Okay, so I actually think I can help them out with this one. Firstly, the trailer that Joe wanted to play from the second best Australian of all time called Trumper with Eric Banner, yeah, that would be fine. Joe was effectively reviewing the movie for his buddies and his audience, so playing the trailer from YouTube would fall under the fair use laws, as long as he spoke about the movie and used the trailer to complement his review of the movie, which in my opinion, that's exactly what he was doing. Very similar to what I'm doing right now, using clips from JRE. It's protected under Title 17 of the US Code. However, that Team America theme song would definitely not be protected by fair use because they're not reviewing it, they're not discussing the song or critiquing it from an analytical perspective. They just want to use it to sing along. That is not fair use because it's not officially someone else's copyright to entertain your audience in alternative context. So, here is the question. We heard Rogan ask Jamie if they can play it or not, and you replied by saying yes, no, he's not a lawyer. Don't you think it's a bit weird that the biggest podcast on the planet had deal with hundreds of millions of dollars to tell them if they can play clips from YouTube or not? They kind of do though, except it wasn't Rogan's lawyers, it was Spotify's lawyers. This is the clip I wanted to show you. Let's see if you guys can pick it up. Did you hear that? Oh, and hey. And there we go. It's in Rogan's contract with that Jamie isn't allowed to play clips from YouTube or the podcast anymore because on YouTube. Now, why does this matter? Well, remember when the deal was announced a couple of months and I said that Spotify was monetizing JRE across multiple platforms and that Rogan had effectively licensed his podcast to Spotify and they would then pay him a cut of ad revenue. I got roasted for this. People claimed I was reaching, that I was making it up. I had no idea what I was talking about, no evidence, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. So tell me this then. If Rogan still controls his podcast, why isn't he allowed to play YouTube videos anymore? I mean, it's obvious now, right? If another copyright holder claims JRE's ad revenue on YouTube, then Spotify doesn't get paid, which means Rogan doesn't get paid. That's how this new deal is structured. There's a minimum guarantee paid up front, but most of his deal is paid to Joe from the revenue the podcast earns across platforms, and we all know how big YouTube is. So, you know how I mentioned the thumbnails on YouTube at the beginning of this video? Yeah, I wasn't kidding. Spotify uploads JRE across platforms now. Rogan and Jamie don't control any of the business side of it. Now, you might not think that's a big deal, but I think it's pretty crazy, right? Rogan's effectively given up control of his podcast to Spotify, and now he has to say the word allegedly a dozen times per episode, and they can't play any YouTube videos anymore because Spotify won't get paid, and they won't be able to pay Rogan. Like he said, it's in the contract. And don't think I haven't noticed the incredible irony and hypocrisy of this happening to Rogan right now. For those of you who don't know, Rogan has made billions of dollars over the years by stealing ad revenue from smaller channels like mine who use clips from his podcast to make review and commentary videos, even though it falls under fair use. He uses this company called Superbam, and they register every JRE episode using YouTube's content ID system, even when Rogan was exclusive to Spotify. Well, now the shoe's on the other foot, and Rogan's the one getting copyright claims made against him. What do you do? That's a problem. That's like a favorite thing. It's alright. That's what we do. Yeah, I still think that sucks, even though it's been using these clips. Yeah, that's it. I think I just make sure that someone dedicated to just fair. Anyway, there you have it, guys. that's exactly like we predicted when they announced YouTube. Rogan is, I have to say, the word allegedly. That's it from me. I hope you enjoyed our content episode. If you're not a regular of this channel, hit the subscribe button and be sure to drop a comment below to let me know what you think about watching. I'll catch you in the next one. What's this drummer?
So he knew it. I know him. I told him about it. So I brought him to set up a time to have him come in.
How did you wear them every day? Really?
You go back home.
Everybody likes to spend it.
Yeah, you go back home. I was like, well,
Practicality.
yeah. What do I need to do with that? It's actually true. The way he said it was kind of fucked up.
The reason why I asked is because you're excellent in technology.
So when there's a murder, suicide, whatever the case may be, after they do their police investigation, they don't handle anything as far as cleanup. You got to hire somebody. You don't necessarily need to be crime scene cleanup because the crime scene stuff's done, but it's just deep clean cleaners that will come in and do it. However, in this case, it really was a lot to it.
Jeez, Joe, go easy on the guy. He's an old man. He can't handle your style of rapid-fire questioning on complex issues. I tried to take
She was there when actually I left to go to the other house. And she come in, and I looked at what happened, and there's literally like little, very minor spear. With the 9 millimeter, so everything.
Doing something. According to the top on YouTube, this dude's only else per day away from an end. Oh, that's great. But yeah, this episode the smartest minds in technology of the generation. If you don't know who he is, Rabbbi is a computer scientist and inventor, technologist, and futurist. He graduated from MIT with a Bachelor of BS in 1970 and went on to invent the CCD flatbed scanner and text-to-speech synthesizer. He sold his scanning technology to using synthesizer, capable of replicating sounds of instruments. More recently, though, he is personally applying Google found a page in a full-time position working with projects involving machine learning and language processing. So it's safe to say this is one guy. I mean, the things he's achieved in his lifetime are nothing short of incredible. Now, with that in mind, let's see what he has to say.
It went into that water, I'd be like midway with the back.
Just trying to build more lines on the show. But is it available?
And we had to call her, let them know, so they had to come back out, take pictures, tag it, and all that good stuff. So that was kind of like a number one first stop, because they didn't really do the greatest
Interesting. I think this comment sums it up perfectly. The guy who is driving AI and technology is still printing off graphs and his fingers while flipping through it. And let me tell you, the comment section on YouTube was more entertaining than the podcast itself. Someone said they came from Spotify just to see the comments, and others were complaining that Ray speaks too slowly, and when he's going, well, he doesn't really say much. But for some reason, Rogan didn't get the memo. By the end of the podcast, Joe was trying to convince Ray to narrate his own audio. Dedicate your whole life to this. In this book, Ray Kurzweil, Singularity is Near from American AI. It's real enough to hear the audio version of it.
And he's like, hey,
I want to hear it in your voice. It's your words. Yeah, why don't you do it? You know, the whole time I was watching this episode, I was thinking to myself, this guy seems really smart, but he's probably just not very good at conversation. Maybe I'll read one of his thoughts. And then Joe comes along and tries to convince him to narrate his own audio. I mean, geez, they read the room. So then, what exactly is this genius technologist all about? We know he likes to wear suspenders, he takes more pills than Joe Biden, and he likes to print off charts rather than pull them up on the screen. What's his deal? So, 10 years he built power in Los Angeles.
So at this point, I'm just like, I don't know what everything's racing.
was not aware that we were anywhere near that kind of time.
So I start calling people that I know I'm never looking like
The amount of change with these upgrades
same man.
pretty substantial.
Even people from state and other areas of the state, everybody can come back to work.
I wasn't aware. Actually, has been at certain times.
Andy Savage, really cool area. Yeah, and that's exactly what he was. He was Savage. He's the sweetest guy I ever met. When he comes like being in a courtroom.
No one expected that to happen like 5 years ago.
I can see why there was like him gets paid the amount of money that they just like
That was very much a surprise to everybody.
okay. Yeah. Andy Savage was
Probably the primary example. I see. We're futuring exponentially. I never knew the answer to every question is it's growing exponentially. The longer I listen, the more my frustration grows exponentially, of course. I'm going to need this dude to speak exponentially faster. And so you've probably guessed it, but this episode of Jack turned out to be a and it wasn't until the end of the podcast that I realized exactly why. Ravens had quite a few different AI experts, technologists, and scientists on JRE. It's clearly something he's got a personal interest in, so he definitely had an episode. He was asking really good questions, he knew what the issues were, and he didn't hold back. He could see on something at times that he had a role or something of that sort, because it was just so quiet in his conversation, and he kept coming off phrase here and there when he was trying to ask questions. But here's the thing, Joe's questions weren't necessarily focused on the technology of AI. He was more concerned with the ethics and sociology of AI. And that's what made this whole podcast so pointless and boring. Rogan wanted to understand the impact on society and humans as we speed towards an AI-driven world. And that's not what Ray specializes in. Even though he's actually invented various technologies throughout his life, nowadays he's pretty much a conceptual technologist, which means he's involved with AI as a conceptual level, not necessarily at a practical or ethical level. That's what Rogan failed to understand. So the end result was Rogan basically asking the same question over and over. I've put together a 2-minute edit for you guys to show you exactly what I mean. Now, when you're watching this, just bear in mind that I took several clips from all throughout the 2 hours. They weren't necessarily part of the same discussion.
You know, I wish, like you at the time, I don't know what was going on TV. Which now I look at things in a different light from everything that happened to me. But at the time, I was not doing that, and I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, I don't know where you know from that. But when you start breaking down a lot of the details of the case, I have to say, the case of that CSI guy. Yeah, he explains it really well. But you know, I called him that day, and it's after hours.
That's what I'm asking. So the way you think about the implementation of this technology to its performance, what is the role?
Look at this motherfucker throwing up again.
Supposed to be going to fucking jail. Like, what o'clock? What time you want to meet? And she said, be here at 7 in the morning. So my mom, me, my wife, all go to the lawyer's office. And, you know, massive office downtown Charleston. Go in and, you know, he's basically like, all right, just gotta tell me, you know, the story. And I'm telling him as I'm kind of telling you here the same way. And he looks at me, he's like, why are we here? I don't know, it's like an election year, is something going on, like, you know, believe me, it's like all the people that I have working on this, you're not being truthful with me now, it's still come out. And I'm like, I'm gonna tell you guys what I'm doing. Like, I'm in a very good position to go out and tell you a lie about anything that's taking place. You know, I didn't touch anything after it was done, I didn't do anything, everything was there. And so he's like, all right, he's like, you know, well, tell me a little bit more. So as I'm going into detail, tell a little more about my background, the guy's background, like stuff being printed off, reports being printed off, like it was something out of the movie. Maybe shit done for that. And he's like, well, give me 1 second. So he goes outside and
That's certainly interesting.
I got
My point is that if artificial intelligence recognizes that the problem with human beings is emotions, and a lot of it fueled by these desires shows like the desire to expand. If it gets to the point where artificial intelligence is no longer stimulated by mere human creations, creativity, all these things, why would it have the ambition to sort of galaxy-wide engineer? Why would it want it is based on us enjoying the science stuff. That's my point. What I'm getting at is like, what do you think, like, push back to like looks like if it's engineered by a large family intelligence, what would they make from like a person?
It's kind of like I never thought that was like a legitimate thing. Like you see Goodfellas, crazy go to hop in the car. It's like, all right, take me to jail. Something like that. It kind of
See how the whole 12 podcast talk about social connections of AI, whereas Rabbbi talked about how quickly and how well to do things we never thought possible. Except he doesn't actually know what those things are. I guess no one really can, right? But I'll put it to you another way. Rabbbi was asking a computer engineer social sciences questions. It's like asking an engineer if they think their product beautiful. They probably say well, it works as it's intended to work and has multiple. Let me give you another mismatch between the interviewer and the guest. Like I said at the beginning of this video, Ray works for Google and its machine learning and language processing of Google's overall AI capability. Now, I thought that Ray works for Google. They just never knew in the first place, which wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. Given how little research we know Rogan does on his guests, let's just hope Ray doesn't get arrested if he leaks signs of the contents of his freezer. But when Drew brought up how Google's whole business model is based on spying on its customers to sell them ads, well, he caught Ray off guard and it got a little bit awkward. Just quickly, like I mentioned earlier, these a longer conversation, but because Ray wasn't really sort of built into the program itself, access to all the data. It has access to all the what you're interested in, what you like, what you don't like, get on database, especially you can go to Google on that. So you know, get back up because I was the last one to go back to the whole, you go straight. Some people, unless they don't want to, not being built in there. But it can't be done. Or a lot of the says, you got to be saying about the circuit board to even attempt to get bottom. Yeah, we do. And those rotate through county. Luckily, they were in my county that night. Monday, probably like 9, 10 o'clock, we were fired to go through the court. And they're walking me from the jail to the court, but it's like an underground, like, walk. So I just looked this up, and Google made 77.8% of its revenue from ads in 2023, which equaled just over $305 billion. Now, I actually think Rogan didn't go hard enough on Google's business model, but he's totally right, and it's something that I think people seem to forget, because we celebrate big tech for changing the world and the way we interact with business, but the reality is they're just massive advertising companies. said that there was a mismatch in the was asking and the answers were see, Ray's making a fuss and he was saying we have the technology to create complete privacy and completely eliminate the issues related to a technological limitation. It's a regulatory issue. So if the governments around the world put their foot down and told Google and Meta and they can't monetize it, then it would almost solve the problem overnight. It would also make it harder for hackers to get to our systems because Google and Meta would have to close backdoors even for themselves. What he's trying to say is that technology is advancing at an exponential rate, and we're going to be capable of doing things we never thought possible very soon. Whether or not that's a good or bad thing is an entirely different question. Ray seems to think that the positives of technological process outweigh the negatives. And I think this comment right here sums it up perfectly with a quote from Jurassic Park. This guy embodies your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. But at the end of the day, I actually thought this was one of Rogan's better interviews, even though he was asking the right questions to the wrong person, which ironically turned out to be entertaining. So anyway, that's my breakdown. What do you think in the comments below? And if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so you don't miss out on any of my uploads. That's it from me. Thanks for joining me. I'll catch you in the next one. Over the next 4 years, 5 years, go back to the cell. And then you go back to the right. Be able to stop it. There you go. Fuck out of here. I don't know what's going on, so I come back and I give it a couple hours. I go to my wife and I'm like, what's going on? She said, well, they've already made the decision. They're going to be fine. But tomorrow, they got to start saying paper.
You don't want somebody to know
I know I'm getting out of here.
right, which happens. Which happens. We hear about these horrific incidents. Won't let them out. They push somebody into the train track, right? This is not true. How do you prevent these things from happening, right? By being proactive, by being responsive instead of being reactive, not waiting for something to happen.
That's Sheldon Johnson. You might recognize him from the news this week after he was arrested in connection with a foot, an arm, 2 legs, and a head, which were found in a freezer. That was Sheldon on Friday, almost exactly a month from when he appeared on JRE with civil rights lawyer Josh Dubin. Great book called In the Belly of the Beast. But a guy that went to prison and then he goes out and he murders someone, and he writes this book just explaining what I want you to understand. I read it when I was in college, and I should read it again. I probably have a different perspective on it now, might help you more, but yeah, bro, definitely read that book again. No, really. But if you're wondering what's going on here, let me explain. Josh Dubin's actually a great guy. He makes regular appearances on JRE with recently released and often wrongfully convicted felons who he's helped through the Innocence Project. Now, I'll talk more about his work and the big picture in a little bit, because as you can imagine, I really want to talk about Sheldon Johnson, who, like I said, appeared on JRE at the beginning of February. And unlike most of the guests that appear alongside Josh, Sheldon was actually guilty of the crimes he was convicted of. The thing is, though, he received a 50-year sentence, which doesn't really seem to fit the crimes he pleaded guilty to. Let's let him explain.
Well, the gun charge that triggered the felony allowed those people to sentence me to what they did in 1990. 2 people in particular, I gave consent to, and I ended up getting arrested for a case when I sent someone to go pick up the money from them. It kind of just was like, man, whatever, I'm not paying. You got arrested for something, you're in jail. Yes, these guys figure since you're in jail, they were not going to pay him. And then the case that you were arrested for got dismissed. Then you come home. And I come home and, I need my money. I gave you something. And we had to understand that you were going to pay. And when I came home, when I finally located this particular It's got $5,000. And when I saw him get a bunch of children, his girlfriend, she had a bunch of children. Caught up in the situation, and this one guy had a bunch of love. Did you one of the guys that I was with, he identified me in the phone. The guy I gave something to, he's living in like inside. But I came up with short and I evaluated. But somehow I realized how long that was. But that was late on. At this time, the crime is, I just kept moving. Another guy that I ran into, he also owed me something. He owed me $7,000. He kind of went along the same. This is where he was at. So I was willing to give up. And the same circumstances kind of soon. And in between the lines, outside the borders without into it. Details and I found him because he owed me $7,000. Did he get physical? He got roughed up, but there was no physical. There was no physical harm.
So much to unpack here. First of all, like I said, he admits that he committed this crime, so it's not a matter of a wrongful conviction. The problem is, I don't think he fully understood at the time or even now how many crimes he actually committed by robbing those two people. It sounds like some weapons charges, attempted murder, robbery with a weapon, etc., etc. So it sounds like he basically got all these different charges piled on him and received the maximum sentence for each one. Couldn't serve them all concurrently. They had to be served back to back. But if you pay close attention to the way he was at his tone, he clearly still feels that because he was playing by the rules of the streets, he didn't really understand why those two guys were directly with police, which led to his conviction.
I am in the process of going to court. I'm going back and forth to court. I'm on Rikers Island at the time. It's just crazy on Rikers Island. I was blood.
And so even the gangster life and barrel of a long prison sentence.
My final offer before trial was 23 days. Which kind of blew me away because my lawyer kept telling me that my maximum sentence was 25 years if I went to trial. So in my mind, it just didn't make no sense to me. Why would I forfeit my right to appeal if there's only a 2-year difference? I told the judge I would take 15 years right now. He refused to accept my plea offer, and I went to trial and I ended up getting 50 years. So they gave me 25 for each case and 25 for each case.
In the extended discussion, he mentioned that he had a black lawyer, a black judge, and a white prosecutor, which he believed could explain why he received such a long sentence. It was part of a discussion about how black cops who are in the minority in their precinct will often treat black people more harshly to avoid any accusations of favorable treatment. Now, it's not really something I want to get into right now, but I thought it was important to mention that for context, but in terms of his journey, all of this happened in the mid-90s, and he was finally convicted and sentenced in 1999, spending 25 years in prison. He was released last year in May after some procedural issues were uncovered by Josh and his people, meaning he wouldn't have to see out his 50-year sentence. So, as of almost a year ago, was a free man. He became a youth worker with the Queen's Defenders and began to advocate for rehabilitation and criminal justice reform.
When I got out, I made a decision. And I was going to walk away. I didn't care about what the consequences were. And I said to myself, I've been doing bad for so long. I'm going to try to do something good. If all else fails, I can always go back. try. Let me give it a shot.
Evidence that they looked at,
And I
you know, there was
there's a benefit for them, you know, I don't want to call it authoritarian. I was a war guy. I'm still a war guy. And it was to their advantage to get rid of me anyway. I got into school, I got my so it's regular guys who teach you ART, replacement training, and I started to dig into positive visualization, deep breathing, how to remove yourself, conflict resolution, and these ideas of change beginning to take place with you. Man, it's so chilling listening to him say those things after his arrest yesterday. I was in a moment where I just want to point something out that I found really interesting. These episodes of JRE where Josh brings in one of his clients to tell their story are really interesting, and I personally try to listen to as many as I can. But one thing that blew me away in these episodes is how much humility it is. Strong victim mentality. Do you hear how he spoke out of the gangs being one thing that he wanted, and it was to their advantage? Plus, I thought I was a because I was the type of person who would say, I can't do that. The rule is here. This is total sin. Yeah, you can tell he has why organized crime is so harmful. It was more of an issue of those guys not following the rules, and even Rogan pulled him up and asked him for an explanation. Now, don't get me wrong, none of these things I'm talking about here aren't necessarily evidence of guilt like that. But if any of you guys listening know people like that, I once knew a guy who did a session with Cody. They takes it a certain way. Really, that's not all that well. I'll just leave it at that. That's it. I have a family. When police officers arrived to check on Small, Johnson was actually that's what they did. No one's there. Until someone like you goes in the root cause is natural. The root cause of I'm saying that not let's say where did we come up with 100 whatever billion dollars to set in Ukraine? So more people have a chance. I mean, we're looking at each other because we just like the precise conversation that we had. I tell you this. For example, the place that tastes money is really a psychotic behavior. Sometimes you just gotta gauge these guys off the streets. That's where I think these types of conversations. I should say that George did make it clear in this episode that Sheldon had seen yards ago. I always bring his yeah. Wise, more intelligent, more educated. He came out then, right? Which happens. We hear about these horrific incidents that somebody to a train track, right? So how do you prevent these things from being proactive? Sorry. Should never have been released from prison. Am I right? It's difficult. Into the comment section, and now all the people disbelief at how this could happen. Both Josh and Rogan didn't realize the articulate was sitting right next to them, even for the whole time. These are the Americans that are coming out. Right? He lost at the time, right? The cycle of the street to prison, back to the street to prison. Most of the time, I'm just saying it in plain English. Most of the time, it's churning out monsters. There's a great book called The Belly of the Beast by a guy that went to prison, and he describes what it did to him psychologically, and every cell, and then he goes out. Murders someone. I read it when I was
justice system doesn't. And for Rogan to dedicate so much of his time to these guys' voice is definitely a good thing. So even criticizing them for probably bringing on the wrong guy and not seeing the warning signs that he was unstable, it shouldn't really take. He's going to be overshadowed by this now, which totally sucks, especially considering all the other lawmakers behind the scenes who do a lot of the Rothschild is alleged to have done, even though it was entirely unpredictable and psychotic. But anyway, I know a lot of you like my legal breakdowns. I got so many comments and emails from you asking me to cover this in the last 24 hours. So I hope you enjoyed this. Let me know what you think of the whole. And if you haven't he's Mike Tyson's he's going to have a recognition of two of them. Hell yeah. I wanted to change this girl. Easy day, Mike. Welcome back to the channel, guys. I hope you're doing well. And if you haven't heard, Jake Paul and Mike Tyson on July 20th, which you can stream live on Netflix. This comes off the back of Jake's win last weekend, professional boxing record to 9-1. That's right, Jake Paul has been the only real boxer he's ever fought. Go figure. And now that Jake's fought a bunch of cab drivers, plumbers, and gardeners, and he's tapping his way to a respectable boxing record, he's decided to put his pursuit of a real boxing hold. While he catches on this circus of an event live on Netflix. Alright, let's see. Tyson advantage. Tyson's got the weight advantage. But all of this is meaningless because he's 7 years old. He's 30 years older than Jake Paul. So taking boxing seriously and finding his way to a world championship. And this just happened overnight. I'll show you the background in a moment. And we'll also hear from Jerry Riggs, Tyson, and Jake Paul, as well as why Rhodes actually scared of Tyson himself and made the desk in his podcast studio wider after Mike scared him during an episode of JRE. True story. But first, a massive shout out to my regulars smashing the like button. If you're new here and you end up enjoying this video, make sure you hit the like button as well and become a subscriber so you can keep up to date with the podcast world. Now, if you haven't seen it already, Jake Paul dropped one of his most cringy videos ever, and that's saying a lot. It was basically one giant ad for Netflix and his upcoming flight with Tyson in July, and it was full of little gags and parodies of Tyson. It even went so far as to get a fake face tattoo. Just like Mike's. Tyson basically Tyson's carrying the fight promotion because as you can imagine, the mainstream Netflix audience probably has no idea who Jake Paul really is. And
He was receptive.
yeah, I'm gonna like.
Yeah, that's the
Hang
thing.
on,
I
hang
think
on.
the
You
evidence
guys
is
noticed
there.
that too? Why were Jake and his dad sitting there in the lounge watching the screensaver on the television? Come on, guys, check the reflections. Jesus, Logan Paul sitting around wearing nothing but a towel. I digress. Jake Paul has been floating the one thought it was basically dead. Paul was a pioneer with his exhibition match against Floyd Mayweather Jr., where Mayweather appeared to literally carry him through the fight, only to be overshadowed by probably the biggest fail in boxing history, Paul versus Dylan Dennis. Man, I'm glad I didn't pick that fight. So for the most part, Joe Rogan was happy to promote that. He thought they were legitimate athletes with legitimate boxing skills.
Like now they have like celebrities who just
Again, every time you fly now,
Logan Paul doesn't quite. He does some wild doing jumping off the top ropes and slamming into each other. I'm like,
and so he
serious.
posted, take our best here, my attorney,
Just watch
play a video of the first arriving officer.
he's gonna have a recognition. Look over and go, oh my God, that's really good.
And so Rogan actually to discuss Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson.
And then
Part of it, it's just like, no, it doesn't. Also, feeding them down there, right? I don't really bad at the like. Really think about it. But when he to say, you don't know his story, he did some millions of dollars to be on broke because of his bad spin. Nowadays, he's doing fine. He's got his own podcast, cameos, movies, and TV commercials. Back to when he really came back onto the radar. The first hangover movie back in 2009. So, Mike, as well as truly been to hell, but let's not sugarcoat this. Which is why he's so much entertainment value. Even Rogan got to experience this
Middle-aged.
Then I did a podcast with Tyson. I did two of them with Tyson. One, when he was high, when he was running Tyson's Ranch. He was just high all the time. We had all this. And then next time he came here, he was Jack. He was so nervous. Like he was so keen. You could tell he was ready to go. Small day. I did not feel so nervous. I needed to have some distance. So as I was thinking if I was getting closer to Mike, instead of like that amped up, or like that's the way I was communicating with intimidating guy. And I was a bit full of so that's going through your mind right now. When that heart's beating again, and you know you don't like Tyson. So when you're doing all that, you're still like Tyson. Those thoughts have got to be burning inside you again. No one will understand that other than you. Like that's your man. Reagan's forehead was breaking overtime, and all of this so interesting is this. Reagan's a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. If you've ever seen him like a bag, he's been no court, maybe even the go, but that's in a boxing ring. If you're talking just a straight up fight with no rules, unless Tyson gets to Joe's ears, Joe would either throw some cripple line or take him down and choke him out. Now, that's not to say that Tyson doesn't really first. Sure, Rogan goes down and it's all over. But there is so many tools in his bag compared to just boxing and the contest. But with all that in mind, Reagan is still scared of Mike Tyson. What more of an endorsement do you need? Right? Has been excited for some of the most brutal fights in UFC history. Yes, Jake was just trying to stab that in. So, when they announced this fight, it at least has a few which he clearly failed to do. And there's also a legitimate argument he's ruining his legacy by getting involved with YouTube boxers, similar to how they've worked so hard to build a reputation for producing great movies and TV into stand-up comedy and the holy grail for comedy. says Tyson versus Roger Jr. fought at the end of 2020. Tyson basically did 3 punches to Jones' head. Yeah, I think we're probably going to see a repeat of that here. So it's 3 months away, and I want to go to in the meantime. But for now, that's it from me. Let me know. Subscribe to my uploads. That's it from me. Thanks for joining me. We'll catch you on the next one.
Full set of eyes, I don't really, but to me it was clear cut from the jump. You had a guy that's pissed off getting out of a relationship. And 9 times out of 10, anybody that you tell the story to could attest to somebody.
This episode of JRE is sponsored by Must Have Cut Kid and Check. This episode will be on the sponsorship sellout gag in Waynesville. Hey, but send me what it's all about. This episode brought to you by so many JRE fans have their knickers in a knot over this. Well, let's start at the beginning. What's a right hand?
Being malicious isn't necessarily.
I tell you, these for my birthday, they sent me
And so I get hired on the side.
So last year when I sent out a bunch of custom branded beers to sponsors, one in particular went viral, and for all the rocks that he gathered up all the bloodline he could find in his house, which was apparently quite a lot, and made a video of him pumping it with bullets. But now, all of a sudden, he's over it. He was even photographed a few months after the incident drinking a Bud Light at a Cold Ford concert in Nashville, and in December of last year, he declared finally that he was no longer boycotting Bud Light. But on this episode of JRE, he revealed that he was receiving free product from the company, which the FTC considers to be a partnership, even if you don't receive any money. If you endorse a product through social media, your endorsement message should make it obvious when you have a relationship with the brand. The material connection to the brand includes a personal, family, or employment relationship, or a financial relationship, such as the brand paying you or giving you free or discounted products or services. So, for all intents and purposes, Q-Rock is now a paid sponsor for Bud Light. But it doesn't stop there. He went on to explain that he now has a steady relationship with the executive team of Anheuser-Busch.
I talked to him about it.
I know you have.
You were there at the UFC fight.
Yeah, I met that dude.
He's a good guy. We become friends. He's a good guy. He's great. Trump there, Dana's great. Trump is behind me. That's the scale. And Trump's like, which in my mind is Trump said. And I'm like, that's a great conversation. At some point, he was telling me how he got the deal. He was actually on text.
talking. I can share all the conversation that might be appropriate, but with some of them, be friends with, I hang out with these people. That's awesome. This top 10. Double run, right?
It's crazy, and people are not happy about this. I thought Bud Light again, and they know all the good things Bud Light and how much money they gave him, and they still don't drink it. While now everyone goes from supporting a boycott to all of a sudden bring them back. Trump, Dana White, etc. I'm convinced that Bud Light is paying Joe to give them positive. It all just seems so forced at this point. He really had Jamie bring out Bud Light. Drink. But CEO played like if the Bud Light did because Kid Rock went on to explain how Anheuser-Busch almost got him to sign a paid partnership deal, but he just couldn't get over the line.
We had a good meeting beforehand, trying to think if there's something I can do. Then I just pushed them. Continue the conversations probably half the country at this point.
Yeah, like, you know, they don't care what people think. I think clearly realized doing a paid sponsorship would be going too far after what he did at the position that he stood for. But in the end, Bud Light got exactly the endorsement that they wanted without having to pay him a single cent. It's like all they had to do was walk over to his ranch for a few drinks and then send him a bunch of beer, and that was it.
They said, you know how much beer? 2 pallets, 100 cases. How much is that worth? Hey, you guys take a couple cases of Bud Light if you want. I'm going to take them in this room and stack them. They're like, what the dude? And I'm like, it's a long story.
It actually isn't a long story. It's pretty simple.
I'll wait for that moment. Right now, I'm with Kid Rock. You're out here making AKs.
I got that. Kid Rock.
I don't know what they do.
Saying it's a bit of fun and troll Bud Light, and then he realized how big the backlash had become and how much influence he had over his audience and backpedaling like he went on. And there was also a bit of re-education involved. Great company, like amazing things, Anheuser-Busch is an amazing charitable company. That was a lot of great things.
Yeah, that gets that. That was educated. Even before Dana called me on his deal, people discussed it. I did a little bit of talking to him. That's the one who holds me.
Trust me, man, I looked at all
machine gun case.
Okay. For me, this is the best part every time. Let me lay this out for you. We just heard Kid Rock flip-flopping around by saying, I was just happy to laugh. I said, just
even if it's 25 life, you're right. I'm probably gonna die in there.
so empowered.
Like, they're not gonna give you control.
I have a voice.
There's like a can of
All right,
it's so hard.
Still spending time with you clearly.
You don't know
Find something better. Yeah, it's definitely.
That's the slate of food.
That's what they know. They know now that it's possible. Bro, you guys did it. You were the ones trolling Bud Light at every opportunity when I was working on JRE running his mouth about how much they messed up and misread their audience. Literally shooting cases of Bud Light on video, apparently just for fun because he was bored. Except now it's the internet's fault for backlash. And so the comments section did not let slide. Guys, they're acting charitable. Also shooting Bud Light on the internet. They would call losers and then flip-flopping in your face. These two gymnastics, that's some of the best politicians I have ever seen. Rock's values go right out the window when he's offered free beer and money. Maybe just free beer. It's definitely a pursuit of losers. The problem is those losers can affect businesses. Joe Rogan, that's what he thinks about the paradigm. It's like Kid Rock and Joe don't understand their influence on billions of people. Is so stupid. People who got paid by advertisers. Because when people would buy, you have other people get aggressive. Kids will go after it. We send someone a message targeting their children like that. There's a fine line there, but ultimately, at this point, I'm wondering what they've got on here. Or he's been exactly costing a couple of outlets on beer by how their opinions are invalid, how they shouldn't be taken seriously until they get their lives back together. And it's not just homeless people he's talking about. He just generally views people who are less fortunate at their month to month as users who are too lazy to go and get money. But when it comes to his buddies earning money, whether it's the UFC or Shane Gillis or even Kid Rock, it seems, he's all for forgiveness, chances, and all that wonderful. Now, for me, personally, I don't have a dog in this fight. I couldn't care less who Butler has a partnership with and Rogan just pick with, depending on the way the wind's and then start calling everyone else after being stupid, generally disagreeing with his official position. Who supposedly bring the fair landscape through that long-form conversations which seem free from awkward strings that are attached to mainstream media. But time and time again, he proves that he's different. He's bought and paid for just the same. So if you do Rogan and Kid Rock CEO and think he's a cool guy, it's not like there's that. And the part is, I don't think Anheuser-Busch had to spend a cent to get them both on the side. Just a nod in a wink, they say, the best things in life are free. Anyway, that's my breakdown of Kid Rock here at some JRE. I hope you enjoyed it. Big shout out to my regulars. You guys are the best. You're all tuning up for me time and time again. But if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so you get all my uploads right there on your feed. I'll catch you in the next one. Conversations are still
Get you an attorney. You get like 30% of it.
I would live in almost in
Get enough
control. Guys, relax. It's right. I mean, Rogan's that down-to-earth man's man. He's got extra mindset, you see. Some people just have food, so it's more expensive than fresh produce. And that way, more people forced to eat healthy and lift themselves out of poverty. Maybe start a podcast, buy a nice bath, HGH, and buy a bow and somewhere. Oh man, I've been waiting to make this video for so long, and here we are. I've got so much for you guys, so sit back, relax, like the show, because there are a few things and of course, homeless people. Every time Joe talks about the homeless, he's bring up no matter what just edge past that line between healthy conversation and true feelings. Now, if any of us were to publish the balance of our own conversations, there would be inevitably patterns and themes. That's just the dark desires. So when Rogan is busting like they're animals, it sort of makes you wonder, why does Joe hate people so much? Remember, compared to the average person, think that we're camping out on his most trouble and racist. With Starbucks, like they understand that. I can just go, the sun was awesome. Right. So my son brings down homeless people everywhere. What's going on with that? Like, it's blew my mind. And I'm watching the fight happen. And then, San Francisco guys, 5 things where I swear to God, even though amazing fighters back then, with Fury, the fight outside was so hard. Entertaining. I remember filming Fear Factor. This is wild. It is insane the amount of cities everywhere. It's everywhere now. High contribution to that. But you know where it goes to? You know where it goes to? It goes to salaries and people working at home. But they get free electricity there. And so he's got like a bag of his stuff. Like he's got a little camp in the corner of the Starbucks. I'm like, wow, I wanted to get back up on his feet. Maybe this is the way they do it. They just do that iPad. But it's awesome. But like, standing by the apartment. There's a homeless guy living there. They're everywhere. Francisco's the worst. Like a state. San Francisco might as well be living.
Yeah.
That place is wild.
Like I said,
Venice is, I think they did or something, so now the homeless people are like cleaning instead of that.
People should just go to a park that has those ground far. Every park is like people with homes go to great areas. LA, people can't afford to live. I know it might as well be a third world country though. It might as well be the apocalypse. Some sort of like comprehensive program to try to help people that would that clean them up. And it would probably have to involve psychedelic drugs. Yeah, that's what I think that you probably because it's not a money thing, right? People they have money. It's not a cure, it's not a financial cure, it's just people that buy stuff. My mother always instilled in me like always buy homeless people food. If you see them buy them food. And so that's just what I automatically do. And you know what this guy says? I mean, granted, you're just that's probably why it's homeless. Seriously, right? Because of ego and like disagreeable. It didn't take long for the rich man's mindset to ring up something in particular caught my attention. It was my private set.
And the cops are like, you know, what they technically have the right to have it. You guys don't really need it, like that. But again, gun laws too have to outlaw the AK-47. Awesome. That video. It's called Florida. Florida fisherman. He goes fishing, and he walks like got strapped to him, right? AR-15 strap on his purpose to see fishermen. So crazy. Watching it. They don't know what to do. Yeah. All of a sudden, there's like 13 cops around him. And he's like, and he knows that law. Yeah, he's trolling. That's exactly what he's doing. Yeah, the armed fisherman. All the video. And I actually, once I got arrested, they took my certificate back, or I got a letter saying they were since everything's been expired, I got it back to the state, so they were able to get back. So I had to go back to my lawyer's office and get all my guns back. I had to give them all the other guns that I had. That was part of the so like when everything got done back to work, pick up like Joe got it. I was so nervous touching them like for the first time. I had touched one in so long. It was like, oh shit, like kind of.
Look at this motherfucker west side, Jay.
It does a good deal. And, I still get through the mindset of, like I said earlier, I didn't kill someone, I killed someone. All tell you different scenarios of what is legal, what is considered
Broad stripes and bright stars. We're so Middle Tennessee. We're brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony. Who's ready for the best fight? One more time for the undeniable Winona Judd. Keep going for the best there, man. So soft. Michael. On the drum. Matt Muelling on the electric guitar. John Dean, Team Madness live in the flesh. Yes, first guest that I'm going to introduce is, believe it or not, one of the newer guests in the history of the show. For himself, and so far as a guest on the show, he's done a pretty good job. This is the turn of one of our favorite guests. Make some noise for Tony Curso. He is 8 years old and he's not. Looks a lot like Dr. Phil. He's a boy. Who's got 2 notes and may or may not have a hooker? Oh my goodness. Can you believe those knees, those 82-year-old knees? Feel good. It's all right. Safe and safe. Ladies and gentlemen, your that's another. Literally, this guy, you guys, the storm tonight as I bring us one of my favorite guests in the history of the show, one of my favorite comedians, and one of the world's. Tony Caruso and Matt Wright. I like to try different things and fucking sex life. So, we are going to start tonight's show with a fucking cool. Ladies, with something steady. I have this show designed kind of fucking blow up as it goes. So, does that sound exciting at all? I think the best fucking roll tonight's going to be from Nashville. How many do you think it's going to be from Atlanta? I love it. How many of you like it when comedians do it on the show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on the show? Oh my god, you guys are ruthless. How it works, if I pull their name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. Time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to run with them. We meet them all at the same time. I can almost guarantee you that this is every fucking time forming in an arena. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? That is indeed from Austin, Texas, the one and only, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus fucking Christ almighty. I believe in God, and I think it exists within those ass cheeks. Who loves America, huh? Representing, getting the episode started. Make some noise. We're gonna meet them all together. Cassandra Ramos is here.
Sorry. I'm asking him, do you have any perspective on how it works out there? So I was like, I'll try that. I offered it up to my husband and said, great, let's do honky. You don't know what that means. It's like back in the 1920s, white men would drive through, honk his horn at black prostitutes. So he comes in the bedroom now.
Exactly 1 minute from Cassandra Ramos. Hello, Cassandra.
I'm so nervous. First time on stage.
Ever? Your first time on stage is going up for been on stage before. They look like you play Cinderella in a new Disney remake. I was in a band called
I love it. So this is your first time doing
business in Colombia, 45 minutes from here. And it's like a mall. It's like an indoor mall that they put on like a local husband and I, he helped coordinate I'm sorry.
what's it?
He's like wearing the shirt right now. He signed up too.
Well, okay. I love it. What made you want to do this tonight?
Each other and watch your show every week. So I was like, yeah, I'll sign up. I'm not gonna get it.
Well, where'd you meet him at?
Palm Springs, California.
Yeah, but what were you doing in Palm Springs?
We worked like the street fair. We had the business out there, and I was
Where you working at?
a coffee booth.
Or it's either coffee and waffles. Sounds like.
Yeah.
What's some of the most racist shit that he'll say to you with it?
Good question.
Real hardcore. I'm only half black, so yeah. Not really.
What's the other half?
Ecuadorian.
I think that's no count. States. Ever been to California? It's black.
Ecuadorian could be. It sounds like the first name of a black guy, right? Alabama University. Ecuadorian kids. Ecuadorian clings still. I love it. Do your parents still together?
No, my dad, since I was 12, they're together.
Mom's Ecuadorian.
My mom's black.
Do you ever talk to your Ecuadorian dad?
Talk to my
Ecuadorian dad? What's your stepdad?
wife.
Okay, yeah, so he's around, very supportive. Such a fucking all the white people on this stage don't have two white parents together. Anyway,
What do people say you look like if they stop you on the street?
Chili from
oh,
I don't want no scrubs.
yeah, we know TLC.
He was looking at me like
Well, Tony Caruso did listen to a lot of it, but we TLC.
Who's that member of TLC that got murdered at the
It's left eye Lopez. Well, no. Wait, no, she died in a car accident.
Mike heard it shit. It doesn't talk about it, but
No,
you ever get like
no, you're thinking of, there's a white racist lady that's thinking of Leah, the like plane crash repeatedly from the crowd. You're getting left eye Lopez and Leah confused. Taken from me, hip-hop entrepreneur Tony Hinchcliffe. In Nashville, I'm one of the most knowledgeable rap minds in the world. Only in Nashville. Anyway, what kind of music do you listen to?
I listen to a lot of rock.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world of having a white stepfather. All the white stepfathers in the crowd are going crazy right now. I'm going to tell you what, I love your energy. Do you have some yours?
I was gonna ask, do you guys ever fucked cut my life into pieces?
Is that O.J. Simpson's song?
Yeah.
Cut my life into
Too soon, man. Too soon.
Is it?
Really?
Do you always dress like you've been fingered in a Spencer's?
Do you?
It works. It's a good look. It's a good look.
I got a lot of kids, so only when I
You look stunning.
Thank you.
You look wonderful. Don't worry.
Very rarely does a first time performer get the big joke book, but I love your energy. I love your charisma. I love everything about you. Great interview. Fucking awesome. Cassandra Ramos is starting tonight's show with an adorable little bag. Your next fucking poll is fucking poll number 2. Let's see what happens here as I bring out the comedian known simply as VC. VC. Oh, there's the lovely Val with a D. Number 10.
Y'all ever look at fat people and start feeling bad for their shoes? No, because I was wearing a bumped up pair of New Balances. Leg kind of looks like you got a flat tire. Foot's hanging over the sole like a polka dot. I call them bitches off balances. Now we all see him waddling. It's wet.
Alright. Shut the fuck up. VC over here.
Gotcha, Tony.
Hello. How are you? Relax. Take a step over there. Get back on the KT over here. Now, Tony, it's okay. Jesus. So over here. How are you?
I'm doing okay, Tony. How you doing?
Very good. I think that's absolutely adorable. You look like a downside.
You look like both the villain and the undercover cop that's going to arrest him. Are you bombing in front of 20,000?
I don't have a wig on, motherfucker.
Something. Where at?
Atlanta.
LA?
Atlanta.
Alright. Okay, you guys don't like it. We got it. It's fucking weird. Nashville's one of the world, by the way. Let me tell you something. You guys are too great of a city. Alright. I get it. I would expect them to do you. But I'm surprised that you knew that better cities are supposed to be cities. You're good enough. I'll give you the encouragement that your parents did good. Disgusting. Together as the interview goes on, he's slowly turning in Cyclops, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. Sober. No camera. Stop looking at us. I don't want you to look at us anymore. His mouth growing and his eyes are together. This is absolutely a moment in there you go, right there. If you look at us again, I'm kicking you off off the stage. You're mean. Just keep the welcome. You signed up for it.
The weird thing they're doing is knuckle and his other two goes together. Call the number below 1-800.
It's Down syndrome, Patrick Swayze.
Wow, okay. Right. And throw it in the second Down syndrome joke on their insane record. Yeah, nobody likes him.
You would know.
BC, let's talk about it. What do you prefer?
I'm a set filmer.
A what?
A set filmer. So you know that. Mainly commercials. Like, I've been working for commercials the past, like, month and a half.
White trash thing about you other than your smile.
I smoke crack, Tony.
Do you really?
I used to. 5 years ago.
You are saying he is likable?
I wouldn't say it. But I'm hoping for
Let me throw some. Hi, man.
Oh, yeah, not my desk. You can see me strutting my stuff all around the house. They're the most comfortable boots around. Tony and Whit Tacoma's best in the West guarantee. You can
Send off at tacovas.com/guilt. Even you sign up for emails and texts, that's 10% off at DD. We're doing something different here tonight. But here's the third one. Right down the back. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds uninterrupted from Jonathan.
He walks up to me, puts out his hand, he says, man, I thought you were one of them gays. So I grabbed his hand, and I pulled him real close, and I said, I am. Everybody thinks code switching is cool.
Fuck yeah, Jonathan Rachels. Welcome to the show, Jonathan. I don't even know what that means. You mean like stay in one spot the interview? What are they telling you?
Can you remember now? Is there any recollection? What are we telling people before they come on stage? What do we tell them?
This is your show. You're supposed to know that.
No, I'm not supposed to know that. You're supposed to know that, you fucking hill. Fucking messed up fucking piece of shit. Fucking fools are coming up with a fucking attitude tonight. And you better kiss the fucking I can do better.
Still up Katie's dick. Still up Katie's dick. Still up Katie's dick. Still up Katie's dick. No.
Live from the Bridgestone Arena.
You know how many women are
Me, Davidson. It's like you have hair growing over a tattoo. Am I seeing that correctly?
Dude, I wish I was born with a really small dick, so I've been trying since
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Operation Earl Spread Band would come on Swift right now.
Which one of your tattoos is like the coolest tattoo?
okay. I love that you asked that. So my ex got the same tattoo of me, and so instead of covering it up, I get matching tattoos with dumb bitches. I also have a knee slapper, so it's cracked me up.
That's pretty good.
But yeah.
The first one's pretty cool. What do you do for fun, Sean? You're not whatever it is. HVAC. You don't care. You must have some hobbies.
No, man, actually,
Your entire personality is guided tattoos.
dude, I'm like the most famous.
Well, okay, well, go drink some water, buddy. There's a little jumbo. Oh, wow. Mr. Cool Guy with the tattoos, with the ear gauges. You're from Nashville?
You're from Nashville? From Augusta, Georgia. There you go. There you go. Augusta, everybody. There you go. The city.
I still stand by my gateway.
Wild. This is a new minute from Aaron Belial.
Because I'm blind in my left eye. And they're like, it's not pink eye. It's not glaucoma. Did you get acid in your eye? Fucking acid. No, you idiot. I hate a tie. God just doesn't like me. He saw me minding my own business and thought, here, and I don't get it. You can get insurance for like $80 a month, and it covers 90%. There's litter boxes at school or fucking treatments. They pat my head, I'm gonna get pet insurance and identify as a fucking dog. So if you see my king, I just didn't like my HMO.
Fuck yeah. The one-eyed king, Aaron. Ladies and gentlemen. Just when shit could be already broken, the brand and the king of the show comes up. And he took all the consonants from it. Then he took an I. It's like a bag. So.
Yeah, I've been to 5 American doctors and I have my health insurance. I quit my job, but I'm able to pay for all the doctors. I can't cash just with the money I make as a appreciate the shit out of all of this. You just push me down.
Well, you know what it is. It's an eye for an eye.
Thank you. Now, when do I get my new Corvette daddy?
Yeah, right. Keep dreaming, Captain Hook. Oh, God damn it. What was that? How dare you? Oh, God, he's typing so fast. Oh, he's making some kind of crazy Oh, you son of a bitch. You son of a... Sit down, Toby. Sit down. Oh, God. But he got something for...
People keep telling me I look like that, right? And I get it. These motherfuckers, as your mom used to coat hanger. This is your worst character. I don't like the energy. All right, he made that weird laugh.
I think he's talking to you, Tony.
Who is that for?
Yeah, that's for you.
Oh. Sounds like he's jealous. They can't get into the petting for weekends.
I think he gets it for free. Very good fucking shit. He probably would, but... Whoa. Okay. Oh, that is cold-blooded. I love it. Aaron Belial, your fucking energy and goddamn headwind of this show. Make some goddamn noise for Aaron Belial. The lovely trying to get your pussy sweat, your inside of your 90 is a little refreshing. I don't want to be a savage. Back to the fucking we go. We having fucking fun tonight? Here we go. Another innocent soul signing up for the opportunity interrupted by Jeremiah Maltese. This is Jeremiah Maltese.
It's 2025, and a lot of gender confusion, but I think I've been with one black woman in my life. I can to be a lot lower than the actual black are. So, like, people my whole life have told me that I'm not black. But I say no. Look at Puerto Ricans. That joke. Fat Joe says nigga in just every one of his songs. Nobody gives a fuck.
show. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is my first time.
Oh my God, your first time doing stand-up. What made you want to start here today?
Well, it's actually,
Well,
Donald Trump gave me a month vacation, and I get fired at the end of it.
okay. What do you do for work?
I work for the government.
What did you do for the government? Okay. How were you? Okay, shut up. Jesus Christ. Were you working from home?
I was working from home.
You were getting away with murder.
I guess so.
On the taxpayer's dollar.
I was doing my job.
In real time, the reigning defending president of the United States got you to stop stealing money from us? You're welcome. Mr. President.
I voted for Trump.
Well, Shakespeare pit bucket full of Stephen Ramirez. We're just gonna fly through the Ramirez.
When I was a boy, because I have that Enter Sandman song with prayer, his wife and sells drugs. But at least he sings a prayer. I called it murder, suicide. Really the fairy tale ending I was hoping for. Not that I don't like them. I just don't want to buckle under queer pressure. Do something I don't want to do. Being gay sounds expensive. And I don't got money. But if a gay dude offers me some Lululemon shorts, I'll suck the vagina.
Okay, the crowd liked it. Very interesting selections here tonight. Stephen Ramirez, how long have you been doing stand-up?
Under a year.
Where at?
Here in Nashville.
Okay, this is where you're born and raised?
No, I'm from Canada originally. Alberta, Calgary.
Okay. The home of that heart. So,
Like the guy who gave the money to the kid who shut up the school.
okay. So, I had a lot of math there. You look like the guy that went to the gun store and then
But this Red Bull is laced with fentanyl. BC did it.
Alright. Stephen Ramirez.
Yes, I'm in construction.
Yeah. What exactly do you do in construction?
Like renovations, new builds. Yeah.
Okay. And what made you want to start stand-up comedy?
I've always been a Batman since 18 from your show and the podcast.
In the past year, how often mics and stuff to practice before?
I try to do as many as I can. Yeah. Z's just actually has the new open mic from here in Nashville.
The lab connected to Zany is one of the great comedy clubs in the world. Just here in Nashville, Tennessee.
So I get out as much as I can.
How often is that?
I try to get once a week at least.
Love life like.
Married, 3 children.
Wow, look at that. How old are your kids?
We got 8, 5, and 3.
All right. All boys, all girls?
First 2 boys and then this girl.
Okay. All right. Very interesting stuff. Fun fact about your life that we'd be interested to know about you.
I once upon a time had a part-time job as a cremator.
Yeah, Rain Man thinks that's the guy that beat on Kitty. Very full erection here. How was that? Did you enjoy that?
It was weird. Johnson Bill. I'm in here. Extra bike. No experience. Did you grab a tip before you burn?
Good question. Do you ever grab a tin of a female corpse?
No.
Before you burn it? Would you?
No. Is it illegal or you just chose not to be fun?
You gotta find out how certain people die every now and then. How written on their license to hit.
Okay, what's weird stuff?
We had this one lady, she was probably 25 years old, and she put her head in a circular saw. Yeah. So,
Let me ask you this. When you're doing that job, is it kind of just like a wooden box?
yeah, sometimes they're like beautiful caskets. Sometimes they're cardboard boxes. Yeah.
You ever take
Well, yeah.
that's you ever use the ashes for a shovel?
After people are cremated, because they want to be buried with their dolls and stuff. So there's like porcelain dolls sometimes in the ashes.
That's scary. You open it and there's a little baby in there.
Yeah.
You have a flitter or a blood plug or something?
Like a Baisley again.
Is there ever things left behind that were like in their body, like a bullet or
Like certain dentures and whatnot.
oh, that's creepy too.
Yeah,
It's funny because both a set of teeth and a porcelain doll would be two of the most frightening things to open up. Like, oh god,
I've seen both of those, yeah.
yikes! Incredible. Well, that's interesting. I like you in the interviews. That was definitely, something to medium joke book.
Thank you.
Stefan Ramirez. You know, we have knocked 5 fucking holes and the Golden Ticket winner already. And now is a time in which a special will happen. Because, ladies and gentlemen, from Nashville, Tennessee, she's an absolute icon. It's a brand new from the one and only, the purple beautiful.
There is a within disabled community. It's true. Like, the harder it is you to go to the bathroom by yourself. Say this to me all the fucking time. Hey. You know, God gets his toughest. You heard this? Yeah. Well, from where I'm sitting. You all a bunch of pussies to me.
Absolutely incredible in front of your own home field advantage here at the Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee. Incredible. We've done it again. How do you feel?
Disabled.
Perfect answer. You're right in the sweet spot of the show. I gave you a good spot, much like parking situation.
Yeah. That's how I threw out to my fiance, honestly. Just hang out a parking decal in front of him.
Hell yeah.
Minnersless.
Spot thing. That's what we call that, an old spot thing. Instead of a digger.
Yes.
Digging for a spot. One of those front row homes. You know what I mean? I love it. So what else is going on in life, Fiona?
I haven't told you about that I thought would be fun. Yeah.
You can walk.
Would be the greatest twist ever. You know,
Wait
it
for
started,
the next episode.
she started dancing and running off the stage like toes. Like, I love it.
I know we recently talked about the engagement and stuff. Not always okay. I used to date this guy, and he had a thing where he would piss in mason jars. Hold on. And keep them like lined around his fucking background. Okay. I didn't like realize when I walked down the stairs to use the bathroom, and I fucking butt scooted downstairs. I'm a lady. But one time I was unaware these were full piss, and I was gonna fuck him, and as one does, and I fell on the bed in a cold jar.
A cold jar of piss fell on your head. Oh my god. Were you a redhead before that?
No.
You could have some type of like lemon juice effect perhaps.
Can you send me a link to that? Yes.
So how many? Let me stop you there. That's right. How was the moonshine? But did it happen to have a tank?
Hey, it's better than it smells.
God.
There might be something to this. You're conditioning. Yeah, what's it called?
Free.
Musical chairs come in different flavors.
Question to me.
Like orange, like do you get to pick the color, or is this just
Oh, it's one color. It's kind of a bold choice to be the only one. I don't know what to do for the wedding.
Yeah, the wedding.
But you know,
This wedding, I'm just telling you right now, I can picture so many amazing things happening. I am using our account on DraftKings. Using the promo code Kill Tony, just to let you know, and I am at the wedding. I see it going perhaps as short as 3 to 4 feet. It's going to be one of the. It's going to be.
girl.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The back wheel of your chair is going to be catching that bouquet at the wedding. Yeah. You are beautiful. Stuff. Everybody loves you. You started it. Taylor. Congratulations. Some guy named Matt Taylor. Absolutely amazing. Fiona, we love you. You have done yet again. Have a more time for Fiona. An absolute crusher. Killing it. Fiona Cawley, ladies and gentlemen. She was with a guy that peed in mason. Fun fact, he now pees in toilets and she pees in mason jars. Oh, how life hits you fast sometimes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going back to the bucket. How do we like that idea? Good? 66 uninterrupted. 6 goes with it. It's on Kill Tony.
what's up, Nashville? I grew up in the projects as one of 5 white kids. I went to an all-black school. What they don't tell you when you go to an all-black school is when you get that yearbook, it's the worst. They're like right there. So I didn't look like anybody growing up. Some told me I looked like Kevin Bacon from Footloose. I rushed home. I asked Jeeves, who's Kevin Bacon, because I'm older than Google. And when I saw his goofy ass face, I've never wanted to fight a bitch so hard in my life. So a couple of weeks ago, I did one of those 23andMe DNA tests. Turns out I'm transgender. I was born male, but I grew these Americans, so we got a lot of DUIs in my family. Thank you, that's my time. Well, it takes a lot of effort, Tony.
Absolutely incredible. Okie dokie. That's an old on reference from what exactly do you do as a civil engineer?
Construction site, I'm the middleman between the contractor and the engineers.
Land there than on an airplane. Am I right? You don't want to be next to this fucking guy. What's your favorite airline to fly? Sell me for fun. Yeah, when you're not watching comedy, like to do.
Yeah, I like to go out, go on hikes and stuff.
Matt Wright, what do you think about his hiking lies? This is something he just puts on a dating site bio. I think you look like Cruz.
Such a good energy watching him. I can tell you're a very nice person.
Yeah,
I am a nice person. Stop it. Where's your favorite place to hike? What do you like? I like Inner Lake.
oh shit, wow.
It's near here. It's a local spot.
There must be a lot of ice around that lake.
Not anymore. I took him out.
Wow, I'm surprised COVID didn't take you out. A very interesting shape to you. Your legs are shorter than your torso.
Yeah.
From waist to neck, you are bigger than your legs. Much bigger. It is incredible.
It's like Hank Hill. Yeah. Well, you're very likable.
Tony Caruso playability.
Yeah. That's the first thing I look for in a comedian. So like a dress like you play trombone in the Mighty Bosstones. Is it a compliment? That's a dope gig to get.
Yeah. Looks like he plays in the Mighty Kidneys. Really? There's nothing you look forward to once or something?
I like going to the birthday ball when it comes up.
Okay. Well, you are shaped like a birthday ball. What exactly is the Marine Corps birthday ball? Look like that.
The Marine veterans and active duty.
Are you a Marine veteran?
I am.
Well, there you go. That would have been something.
What a surprise.
What do you been a fucking weather balloon for that job?
He said somebody said, who said you look like Kevin in high school? You sure she wasn't referring to Bernie Bacon, the guy who said the record for you the most bacon and one? The real guy. We'll cut this out. What is your?
Well, stand is hard, and for him, standing up is hard. You can tell he's a Marine because every time he tries to stand up, he goes, ooh. He's got short legs and an eye. You're carrying around a lot of weight. How are your knees?
The right one's shot.
Right.
Yeah.
See, I knew that.
So I'll stay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You ever wear those kind of hats, or is that your thing? Like, I do declare hats. Last night I didn't wear a hat, but tonight they were like, put the hat on. I was like, okay, great story.
Who's they?
The comedians in the comedian section.
Comedians talk you into putting the hat on.
Yes. Come on, let's see about it. Guess you have? Yeah. All right, never mind. Never mind. Okay.
It is kind of a tiny head, too. You are misshapen. It is incredible. Short legs, big body, long arms, tiny head. All right. What do you guys think? Big joke book? How many of you think a little joke book? How many of you think a big joke book? Dustin Callahan.
Thank you, Asher.
There he goes. All right, on to another very special treat. See, because we went bucket bowls early in the show, now you get more often. Isn't that
I present to you one of the greatest strengths of the show, ladies and gentlemen, a once-in-a-generation talent, an absolute juggernaut, a superstar, found, discovered, and molded here in the Toby universe. This is the great and powerful Cam Patterson.
Today's a pretty good day, man. But it's been pretty weird for me, dog. I got a homegirl that's in the hospital right now because her boyfriend had beat her, and she got like a black eye, you know. She got some broken ribs and a fucked up leg, and she was telling me how she felt like the whole world around her was like coming down, and she didn't know how to feel. And I just asked her, I said, well, what did we learn? And then she went, don't fuck your boyfriend's favorite comedian.
Perfect. That was it, dog. Sounds like a true story to me. I never really have. Look at this sweet, sweet cowboy. Looking like.
See, nigga, look at him.
Bro, sweatpants. But it's hard, though. This is why Beyonce didn't win. Look at the boots. Howdy, white bitch. You're like Coach Lansing sandals. The game moving. As long as it wasn't the game moving, I'm happy. I'm good. No, it's good. You look like Crooks and Dunn. What? Phil Nas ex-con.
No. Okay.
Ex-Conway Twitty.
Come on.
Johnny who stole my cash.
The only guard in the blood guy? Who are these people? No,
That's a regular guy. It's a real guy. That's a real black guy. It's a real black guy.
I'm sorry, Darius Rucker. I'm sorry, nigga. I apologize.
Yeah, right down the middle there.
That's your Darius Rucker apology.
Shit. No, I'm so sorry. Keith from the urban neighborhood.
I like my boots, nigga. My boots is clean. I got taller. I'm taller than these boots.
And you got the horses in the back.
That was good.
Hell yeah.
That's my favorite. You know, I'm never dressing up on this show. I'm taking my eyes in my finest boots, and now I'm getting called a bunch of gay slurs and shit.
Toby Keith.
Winona Thug.
Keep going. I like this. This is
Unfaithful Hill.
Dolly Parton. That's fucking great.
I did too much on this shit. To be called all these weed names.
Willie, rape my daughter, Nelson.
Wait a minute. What are you doing? No.
Guard, what's your credit like, Brooks?
Okay. They got better. We back.
Kenny Rogers chicken.
Thank y'all for having some fucking integrity, bitch. Goddamn. About time, nigga. It took 12 off the pieces of shit. The Hennessy of Tennessee, that was good. I like that one. Call me that. Yeah. The Hennessy of Tennessee, fuck, nigga, that's good. I like that one. That's good. That's better. That's better. I like that's good. Alan Blackson, okay. You lose him. Fancy crap house. That's not even Fred Man Secret. Jesus Christ. Y'all born Red Man, nigga, that's great. It's fun when you can hear what they meant. Good, man. I love it. This is great. I like Nashville. Yeah. Hell yeah. That's what everyone said this last day. That's what everyone should all die. But besides that, I have a great. Yeah. I love it. I like it. Okay. That's a Jim Crow. I'm just saying shit that happened. What? Hey, you know what? I wanna throw this hat to the crowd, but it was $400. Pink Floyd Mayweather. Country. I don't know what a lot of these people y'all naming. That's what's fucking me up. I know. I'm looking up the country. Wallen. I don't like Morgan Wallen. What nigga y'all do that? None. Why? Yeah, lady got it. Hell yeah. You finally outside it for your 2-5. For sure. Where is it? What are the material of the books? This shit ostrich, nigga. Oh shit. Wait a second. Comedy stylings. Robbie. It's Robbie, everybody. One more time for Robbie. And sometimes they're not. Like the size of a woman's vagina. I was at work the other night and Becky runs in and says, Tasha's in labor. She's at 6 centimeters. And a half hour later, she's like, she's at 7 centimeters. I'm like, man, she's talking about how large this woman's vagina is. And 9 months ago, when I was telling everybody how this soon-to-be single mother's vagina was so tight, I have to go see HR.
sun. And that's my meal.
Okay, Robbie. How long you been with them?
About a minute.
So this is your first time as well. A lot of first timers here tonight. Very interesting. What made you choose tonight to start?
Okay, this was closer than Austin.
Okay.
I've been planning on doing a minute at Austin.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I have two jobs. I do custom cabinetry, and I cook at a restaurant.
All right. He's a cook and he makes it. It's very interesting. Tell us a fun fact about you. Okay, what did you do in the band?
I play bass. It's a little piece of top. It's curious.
It's the worst band one I've ever seen.
I got rained on again. I don't know if you noticed that there was not good weather after the sign up.
In here. Okay, here you go. There's a little joke book. We're gonna keep it moving. Thank you, Robbie. We're gonna keep it moving.
I thought that was the lead singer of Smash Mouth for a minute.
Yes. All right. The bucket rolls. Now the place will go wild as I bring to the stage another one of the greatest regulars in the shows. And on such a patriotic night is as excited as possible to hopefully one day become the newest citizen of the United States.
Last time I was in Nashville, I was at a house talking to bitches. Nothing creepy, low smooch. You know what I'm saying? And some dude at the party behind me pulls out a guitar. All guys know this feeling. You're talking to a girl at a party and then you hear that. You're like, fuck, there goes my pussy. Fuck your guitar. Play that shit at home. I know what you're trying to do. I don't trust any guy who's good at something. you doing, you fucking... I get it. Listen, I just love the guitar. It's a romantic instrument. If I had a... Thank you so much.
Sorry, Patty. We're doing twice as much work as he has to. Continues with the new 2 minute and 5 seconds. Debuted right here at the Bridgestone corner. Look at that.
Are you going to open mic? Look at me now. That's right. Shiny my
One of the top grossing ticket selling comedians of last year, shining your shoes.
Listen, Matt. I gotta tell you something. I usually never know if a man is handsome. You know when a girl goes, he's handsome, and what the fuck you talking about? Now looks like Shrek.
Dude, don't you fucking flirt with me. I jerked off to you 3 times in Nosferatu.
Holy shit, you're a beautiful man.
I love this.
So symmetric. Holy shit.
It really is undeniable.
And you. If Hitler only knew, you're the poster boy, symmetrical, blue-eyed.
See what happens. See how the music goes. That's when he hits the accordion button, and that's the moment that he went with, everybody. He's coming off a slight hangover. We were at Kid Rock's bar last night, and we left. And we forgot Redman. We were still there for another 2 hours without looking. So he stayed at Kid Rock's bar until the wee hours of the night. And then he yelled at us for leaving him at Kid Rock's bar. How can you leave me? We argued about it the whole drive here from the hotel. I said you have to stay with the group. We can't leave you. And he goes. Oh shit. All right. So, Ari, let's talk about it because this city really is special. You know, we love Austin. It's fucking its own thing. And every day of the year, we have fucking fun there. It could be a random ass Sunday. God save you if you're there on a Monday. Tuesdays are unbelievable for their own reasons. Wednesdays in Austin are their own thing. But every time this crew comes to fucking Nashville, we talk about the word residency comes up, the word let's stay a couple extra days comes up, the words fucking let's hang out. Love the food, love the vibe, love the people, the music, love the stores. Love the tornado. We're having a tornado party tonight. Yeah, is the show really a show if you didn't hear fucking tornado sirens beforehand? You know what I mean? This is rock and roll. I got room 216 in the La Quinta Inn in Memphis to the party. Little 3-hour drive to Tony Caruso's. I love it. What's your favorite part of so
Well, today I was doing that tornado warning. Did you go off too? Easy. Because in Austin, all I have is an alert. It's just been a file. Yeah. No, it's San Antonio, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, San Antonio.
Trying to kidnap their kid. arguing over their kids. Just a fun fact. You're wondering why there's so many.
It is funny that when you see an Amber Alert and it says last name, last seen with the kid, child, and everything reconnect with his
Let's stick to the accord.
You know, that turned out 96. I was playing a pool with another guy. Chili Willy. Beep, beep. Dude, we're on the hotel, the room. With another guy, little bit. That was Fiona's chair.
Because a tornado next to the worldwide waters is a pretty American thing.
Never seen anything. I've never seen a lawn.
Yeah.
And then a guy working for us out there fights the lawn chair back. I'm like, Miguel, get back here. This is what you mean immigrants do. Don't let them and get a lawn chair that ain't his. Ain't no American doing out.
Well, Ari, Maddie, we're gonna have fun tonight out on the city. One of my favorite drinking buddies, one of my favorite pals, one of the funniest people off stage, one of the funniest people on stage, truly one of the best in the world. Ari, Maddie, good. Patterson, we found them all. Your next bucket full goes by the name of Kenny Kavanaugh, everyone. One more time for Valerie Vaughn and those Americans. Kenny Kavanaugh.
Holy shit. They know I'm Canadian. 51st state. 51st state. Hold up. Are you booing me because I'm Canadian? Damn. There's been like 5 of us. I was like, I'm going to be the only Canadian here. They kind of fucked me over backstage. But seriously, Nashville, if you've got a problem getting it up, this is the place to come because the women here are insane. Honestly, I was flying in this morning, 6:30, came right across the prison, largest women's prison in the United States. So it's easy ass after 10 o'clock if you need to get any. All right, guys, I love you. I hope you guys have a good night. Thanks for having me here.
Yikes, Kenny Kavanaugh. Plowing through booze the entire time. Not really sure how to handle it, leaving pauses for jokes and then asking them if they're booing you because of this or booing you because of that. A lot of big, basic mistakes there. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
A couple of years, just, we're Canadian, so we're stupid. It happens.
You're making excuses. I would just stop saying that you're Canadian for every single answer.
I'll stay away from it.
It's not working out. You know what I think? I think those Canadians better stop doing our national anthem, and I think they better start learning it. Craziest thing about your life. before I get you out of here fast. Two broken vertebrae in high school, so I'm not supposed to do anything to him there, but wrestling. Okay. This crowd hates you. I'm gonna save you. Here's a little. Instrument. You know what? That underrated sexy instrument. Anyway, so the lights say boy, oh boy, are they adding up. Man, you're living the dream. How do you feel? Good. Yeah, it's cool. You love Nashville? Yeah, it's a nice place. Yeah. Knocking it out. Yeah. What you been doing while you're here? Tornado. Sorry, and it's like going to the basement. Track. All right. Never mind. Holy shit. Love it. Your people, they messed up the border. What's my name? It's like you guys. Not back there or something. No, they're give us the lineup tonight with the regulars. Yeah, yeah. It's supposed to be on tonight. I know exactly. I'm like, oh, sorry. That was
You son of a bitch.
Tennessee tonight. You can make it there.
Any of those out there?
No, hoppers and whores. What's your favorite drug? What's your favorite drug? What drug can you do that's not gonna make you all wobbly top? Like what drug can you do that will
Try them out. Listen, see what you got and shoot me on the rack of the wall. We do it the right.
Martin, we love you. We're going to keep it moving one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe he has. Alright, he's attacking him. Yeah. Tony Barris. So going a little hard. He saved his life. There's the lovely Heidi. My goodness. I mean, it's always especially after the handy people where she really shines. It's just like we're French. It's like getting an extra video game. Feels good. It feels safe when she's around. How about a hand for the events? This guy's coming in with a mop. When that last guy did his set, a lot of Americans vomiting in the crowd tonight have been disgusting Canadians that have dared show themselves in such an American venue. Make some noise. 60 seconds. I'm interrupting Callum Lee or BCALEP. So what I've come to realize, y'all, is people on social media, they don't want help. They want attention while living miserable. So my timeline's so annoying. This road, I'm honestly, nobody likes me. Nobody cares. If I don't get 25 likes by the other night, I'm gonna kill myself. So I messaged her, right, one human to another, like, hey, I don't know what you got going on, but people love you, Jesus loves you, and I just hope things get better. And she fucking Look, Nashville, I know the teenager. And my sister. Y'all like the boo, boy. I'll tell you what. Comments in the arena. Caleb, how long have you been doing stand-up? I've been doing stand-up about 4 years now. Where at? Dayton, Ohio. Like Dayton either. Wow. What a shocker here in Nashville. Taylor, weed dealer, and deals drugs with cup jeans. That shit is about to be all over me. He's drug dealer ever. Oh, shit. How old are you, Caleb? 29. Just to make sure it's Caleb. With a P. With a P, yes. C-A-L-E-P. You're saying the name. One. Boo. Caleb, what do you think your mother, whose womb you came out of, she held you in her belly for 9 months, and in the end she looked at you and goes, that's Caleb. What do you think she was thinking? She was white trash on Xanax, right? Caleb with a P. That is incredible. What does she do? What does she register for a living? What's a urine cost? Urine? She's dead, RFA. She's in a urine. That is only something a guy named Caleb would say. My mother, she's in a urn. It's a fucking urn. As in, he will never earn a living as a comedian. It's an urn. Wow. Oh my goodness. The cremator that we met earlier used to put bodies in a urn. Everyone. So how did he die? Around the pandemic or something like that. Or something like that? Are you not, you don't have your finger on the wall? I brought my dead mom up, I'm sorry. It's okay, that's fine. It's actually the most interesting part of your entire appearance so far. What's the story with the rest of your life? It's probably a bad time to plug it, but me and my friend Jeff out at the long. Let me cut you off right there. No one cares about an open mic in Dayton, Ohio. Caleb, this was so rough for you, you might as well have been from Canada. The least liked American of the night. Tony Caruso, do you have any advice for this young buck? I mean, just a few years ago, he was the young kid in the movie Unbreakable, and now, that's the wrong movie, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to invite you to my party, and came to enter room 316 in Memphis, Tennessee tonight, but we already have a Caleb showing up tonight, bringing energy down.
Caleb, I'm going to save you as well, my friend.
That's a lot to you.
Who do we think? How many fucking fools do we have up there, huh? Out of all of you, all right, sit down. All of you sit down. I'm going to do something I've never done before. Colt, you have a better angle than me. We've had so many first-timers tonight. I'm just being present. I'm being in the moment right now. I'm going to ask you a question. You guys have to be honest. Everybody sit down. Stand up if you've been doing it longer than 5 years. All right. Now, sit down if you've been doing it years. How many people are standing? Is that a black guy with his shirt off that's been doing it longer than 10 years?
10 years of comic.
Is that true, or are you lying, black guy? Okay, who's talking? I'm talking to that guy up there. Hold on. Who's been doing it the fucking already up there? You're all pointing at that guy. Is that true? Can anybody else argue that? How long have you been doing it, black guy with his arms up? 10. How long have you been doing it, guy in the baseball hat? Show me with your fucking hands. Jesus Christ. 15? You've been doing it 15 years? Come on down and do it, man. Let's go. We're just living in the moment. That kid signed up? You signed up? You have a minute? Get your ass back there. Are we having fucking fun tonight or what? This is the only, every other television host you've ever seen has a teleprompter. They pre-interview their guest. This is Kill Tony, live. Anything can happen in the moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your 15-year veteran going first tonight, doing 60 seconds, goes by the name of Evan Mertz. Evan Mertz. Let's see what happens here.
Phil, thank you for doing that, Tony. I'm blessed. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be alive, y'all. When I was 17 years old, I was almost killed in a car accident. I was sitting in the middle of the back seat, not wearing a seat belt. That's where they made me sit. And we're all familiar. It was the two guys sitting beside me who died. Now. This was awesome.
All right. Your name again?
Yes, sir.
Very good, Evan Burke. And you've been doing it 10 years?
Since 2009, so I guess a little longer than that. All over. Started in Charleston, South Carolina. Atlanta, originally. Go Braves.
Oh my God.
I know, it's a rough start. It's a rough start. And then I spent some time in New York, Los Angeles. I actually did a show with you in Los Angeles. You probably don't remember. I was probably an add-on. I was an add-on. It was at the Ice House, Valentine's.
Very good.
I remember because you made a woman cry in the front row. It was pretty
I
awesome.
did. Do you remember what happened there?
Yeah, she looked really good. She was there with her significant other. And you said she looked like a lady of the night.
That's all it took.
Yeah, she was soft. She couldn't. Yeah, she should have been in the front row.
No chance. I love it. What do you do? How do you make a living?
I have a day job lead for a research company so that I can do comedy. Haven't put all the eggs in the comedy basket so that I can reinvest in my comedy.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to self-produce my own comedy special using the money that I made from my day job. Matt Rife knows about self-producing comedy specials over here. So, yeah, big fan of you.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, see you.
Appreciate it, dude.
What is the name of the research company? One more time? What is the name of the research company?
Good question, Tony Caruso. Everyone's itching to know the name of the research company. I love it when you ask questions like that, Tony Caruso. I love it. It leads us in a great direction. It's going to be a bunch of jokes that come from this. Let's see what happens here. What's the name of the research company?
I'm having a party until like and the criminal 368. Sorry, I love you. Thanks for bringing me out. Go ahead.
Wait, you sounded like out of brain there for a second.
Go ahead. What do you got? This company called Alpha Sense, rated one of the best places to work by some nerds. Some outlet, you know?
You're right. What are you researching? What is the thing that you're researching?
We're making hedge funds richer. Nothing that these people are going to be all too excited about me.
All right. I'm going to tell you what. We're going to keep it moving. We're getting deep in the show. Here's a big joke book. There you go. Little balance to the scale. See New York comedians, 1 year, 2 year, 1 year, first time. Opportunity for a comedy veteran to come out and some little fucking kid had the balls to show kids face. And now, for the first time ever, on Kilt, this is, I don't even know, how old is he? Okay, I guess they're already bringing him out, everybody. It's Cindy again.
One more time for Sid again.
To be clear, I'm not Canadian. Hi, my name is Finnick Timothy O'Malley. Clearly, my mom made me to be an alcoholic by 21.
people who were people who did not, they just wanted to be themselves. I can't be their influence. My friend Jackson is taller than me. And because Jackson is a 5'4" beat. Every day, walking there, we're forced to wash our carrying a disease. And then we have to eat food days. Because we can't.
Wow, you are a mass retard right there. I love this. Oh, he's flipping you guys off. You're wrong. You're retarded. Let's go back to the punchline that anybody with fucking common sense, not just somebody working on this show for 12 years, would know not to interrupt. You fucking retard. Here he is. The end of his show gets fit, everybody. Literally destroyed live. Do that last one again and hit the punchline.
And then we have to eat food that expires in 2 days. Because we can't waste food. If they keep it, won't expire in 2 days.
Trophy of the Keltoni universe. Oh my god. Get him up here. Let's go. Finnegan Timothy O'Malley. Holy shit. A star is born. How old are you? Comedy before you 15 years. This would make it longer than you've been alive, and here you are, pure charisma, fucking. I was nervous that you weren't going to speak directly into the microphone or have. That's amazing. Tony Caruso's going to ask you an obscure. I do gotta say, it's you've never gotten a person in an arena before. This is the moment. Oh, he's powering up. Wait, what is it? Oh, come on, don't boo him, don't boo him. We're gonna give him one more chance. Don't boo him. Come on, word.
Okay? Fuck.
This is as live and as wild as it gets. A chance of you getting it probably right. And here you are, after crushing Finnegan Timothy O'Malley, the first Olympic. Do I have news for you. You are the newest golden ticket winner on Hilltop. In the moment. Oh, they're giving him a rep. There we go. Give him an AR-15. You get to have a naughty red gold sighting. And sitting in Timothy O'Malley from Lexington, Kentucky. One last thing. You are for August 6th. There's a venue called Madison Square Garden, and you will be performing there at the world famous arena at 11 years old. You ready to catch this joke, bud? Here it comes. Almost had it all, everybody. Almost had it all. It's fucking fantastic. Now, let me give you a cigarette. No cigarette. How long can this place get for fitting in Timothy O'Malley? Sitting in you, congratulations. Welcome to the family. The 11-year-old Timothy O'Malley. You can go, buddy. Hell yeah. Where the hell are his parents at? You guys cool? We good? Are we good? Okay, good. I consent to lug him around in Madison Square. Oh, the mom's crying. How adorable. She just told the dad it's his. I love it. She just told the dad it's not his. Parents' permission have the 11-year-old on the show and in Madison Square Garden, just for any creeps watching. She did her job. Yeah, in real time. In real life. And now, Michael. And now, what's crazy is that kind of steps up on the toes of something crazy that I had planned here. We'll go through with it anyway. I had extra golden ticket winners that were here that wanted to go on stage. And fourth is Jack Shaw. So, we're going Rick, David, Drew, Jack, going first with 60 seconds. Make some noise for Rick Diaz. I'm so happy to be doing this. Yeah, I woke up this morning. I didn't mean awake and breathing. As a kid, I broke a window at home, and my parents were like, Rick, just stop trying to get in. I was talking to my therapist, and I was like, you're not taking any notes. And he was like, I'm trying to forget this. me, and you can do whatever you want to me. Americans, you know, everybody don't get offended about every fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? Well, goddamn Americans, they have a that's yeah, the good old days. I'm glad we have social media back in the good old days. Something had this thing. Actually was assaulted by Samaritan. I got a TBI and I actually lost a tooth. And it was really scary because I had to pick myself up. So I picked myself up. I picked up that tooth. And I put that bitch right under my pillow for the tooth fairy, am I right? And there was $2 under my pillow the next day. She knew I had an injury before I did, and there was a Chris Benoit action figure on the side of my bed. With the fucking trap camera to make the hose squirt. You gotta give that hose a return. That's why you do the Star Trek symbol. There you go. And then you wave like a retarded guy. You gotta make that noise so it sounds like a vibrator. Like, you gotta make an eye contact. Women are horrified when I do that joke. I only do that for entertainment purposes only. Now I shoot out. Shot. So I went to the beach for the first time, motherfuckers. I want to fucking gun, guys. It was so much fun. Understand, I grew up in Los Angeles, California. I grew up liberal, anti-gun. Would anyone want a gun? No guns. And then I picked up a gun. And I was like Nancy Pelosi. Well, this is another fun experience. Why don't you guys line up how you performed, Rick? Come on, you guys step up. Rick Diaz, David, you guys, we go side. Here we go. Jack. Over here. Not the smartest people. Okay, now I've been informed. Officially said the crybabies on the internet and anywhere else fucking see how science tonight. Actual science, the technology seems to be getting better as the Netflix deals start rolling in. Ladies and gentlemen, you
decide who goes to Madison Square Garden. Also decide who's taking 6 months away from the show. Is so much decision making been in the hand. Tenths of a point. Jack Shaw pulls it off. A little more depressing than I thought it would be. Drew, we love you. Everything's okay. With the mic, Drew. Are you okay? Everyone loves you, Drew. You've been doing it so hard on yourself. Part of a competition like this is much better than not being part of a competition like this. You're in the game, Drew.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr.
Based on fucking God point 3, let's get David Jolly up to at MS. Why not? There they go. Give it up for the boys. Jack Shaw's going to Madison Square Garden. Madison Square Garden. Barely beat. Boy, they're really close. Yeah, 1 at 3.7. Hey. That I take chances. It's fun that we have fun. One more time for the boys there. It's different. Fun that we had tonight. Jeez Louise. I mean, that's just this. I hope you know that. You know, when they come up here to do an hour-long set, but only until Tony are we. I think that there's only way to end a night like people call him the Memphis Strangler. Gorilla. From Memphis.
Texting of war plans, the biggest time. The Trump team texting me war plans. Writing a damn article. Mom is such a bad slut. She's an old Why not Coda got busted for sitting in masturbation? You know how to get this crowd into a tizzy. It's incredible. Right now. Expect William to die on that stage. I hope not too many people are saying. But no, Tony, I'm so sorry. I actually ended up with Kid Rock after the show last night. We went to the beautiful Vanderbilt University campus and literally kidnapped Vanderbilt. Kid Rock and I, so I was having a good. There's blood everywhere. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Kid Rock is kind of a racist, Tony. I learned last night, but he's really nice. No, I love his public apostle. He's not racist. He has a half-black granddaughter. He has a black lesbian drummer. I know this because he mentions it every 5 minutes when you're hanging out with him. Right after he says the word. I'm kidding. I'm joking. William, I don't know if you noticed it, but there's a lady holding up a sign over here. Did you see that sign that she held up? I'll show Anthony, you got that shot? Oh no, there's an 11-year-old. I forgot it. You're almost in. Give me his first titties. Oh no. Oh, that's how gays are made. Oh, he's got his hat over his face. Get a shot at that over there. And they're not always tucked in their pants. Turn hard left, camera guy. Show them what's going on there, please, for the love of God. There you go. Like he's heading Epstein's Island. Awesome. We saw a second ago. Slow motion replay only in Nashville. Only in the... Oh my God! Oh, there's people. This is the most ridiculous show of all time. I'd like to apologize to the Bridgestone Arena and the city of Nashville, Tennessee. Due to my party into the Cape Today. Wow. 3-6. Tennessee. It's going. It's going. Dreams are coming true here tonight. We got to see that lady's sweet, sweet rib.
What were those metal things or nipples?
Those were so. My goodness. You know that she's from Tennessee because those look like the tits of a volunteer.
Wait, Tony, what the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Someone who like volunteers a soup kitchen or something like that, kind of. Not the actual college, but someone that would volunteer for something. Someone that wouldn't get paid to do something. That's what I'm actual volunteer. Those were some huge tits, though. Any lady want to show their small tits for a small joke book? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Shut up. William, how do you feel?
Feeling good, Tony. Feeling really good.
You're back in your home state of Tennessee. Is there anything you want to say to these people before we get you out of here?
I just want to say it really is a pleasure. I was born in Tennessee. I will die in Tennessee. Don't shake your head like a fucking idiot, okay? That's what I just said.
Did you see him play the West Hollywood Bear during an Herald destroying, having a moment of it earlier? Did you see Redman do that?
Yeah.
No. You're not even going to make a joke about it? You're just going to say, I know? That's like the meanest thing you could have done.
I know. It was funny. I thought it was funny. I was laughing over there.
Very good. Oh, Redman, a lot of confidence there. That's very nice, William. William, I noticed that you always love Tennessee. I've seen you live in California.
Tony, that's so weird. I don't think I'm gonna be up with Tennessee.
William, lights out Montgomery. The big, machine, the Memphis Strangler, the Manila Gorilla. Has done it again. Guys, holy motherfucking one of the best in the world, Matt Rice. How fucking awesome. What an honor to he's on the state golden. It is MattOfficial.com. He's probably got tickets. You guys are the best comedy bands in the world. If he's coming to your town, fucking get him. Every show is different and fun. That's guaranteed with him. Master supervisor, master stand-up. Anything else, Matt? No. Tony Caruso is having a party tonight at the La Quinta Inn, but it says here that he's promoting the tours of Adam Ray and Dr. Phil. They are both on tour. That would be Kill Tony Hall of Famer.
They're early. Finishing your parents. We got tons of Zima.
The entire band and the musicians, all of them are playing at Brooklyn. For something to do, they're going to be absolutely best musicians in the world. One more time for truly one of the all-time goats. Why was on AdamRayComedy.com for everything Dr. Phil, Adam Ray, Tony Caruso, Matt Wright Official for everything Matt Wright. We are on Netflix April 7th. That's at 2 a.m. tomorrow night. 2 a.m. 3 a.m. East Coast time. So 2 a.m. You guys 3 hours behind LA or 2? Great. Oh, it's midnight every time zone. So midnight tomorrow night on Netflix, our Netflix debut of Kill Tony. How exciting is that, huh? One more time for all the comedians. Thank you to the comedians that signed up. Oh, look, there's a cool clown over there. Look at that fucking guy. God damn, that would have been cool. Red man. Love you guys. Sorry, kid. We absolutely love Nashville, Tennessee. God bless Nashville and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. We love you. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much.
I got this is called the national anthem. Fuck up, this sucks.
Okay, well, what did he spend his money on? What does he do on social media? What kind of interaction with people? What did he watch on YouTube? What did he look for you? From Amazon. And then you have these awesome games on Facebook. Everyone just wants to play. What's the character you were in Lord of the Rings or in Game of Thrones? Well, people try that shit. What do? They go through an answer questions, right? And those questions give a certain type of social section.
This is how you root for you guys. You're in the sphere right now. On the show. Every time the Rogan sphere gets talked about, we never did. I just started doing testosterone from a company. It's like, it's above board taking it, but like you should make sure you monitor your blood all the time. I'm like, yeah, we'll get to that at some point. When you take it. Shouldn't just give you testosterone. Should be like, but dude, shout out to men's health. Things you can do where you see a doctor, they're like able to essentially predict within a couple of years of when you're actually going to die. It's the Joe Rogan doctors. I want to know, Joe, who's he sent birth to when they come and they put him in that machine like Luke Skywalker on off?
After Tom Segura's untimely retirement from stand-up comedy to pursue a Hollywood acting career, and Brendan Short's retirement from the stage just last year to go full baseball dad Redact, two spots have opened up in Joe Rogan's elite group of top 250s, and he may have just found two new recruits.
You wanted an apology. I didn't see the monologue, but I heard he ended the monologue by saying, if you can give me an apology, it's a wrap. That's all he wants is an apology. It airs for a joke. We got comedians asking other comedians to apologize for jokes. I don't know if it was a joke. Taken out of context.
When you were saying,
That's my right.
once welcome back, I don't know if you've been following the Jimmy Kimmel Aaron Rodgers beef, but it's the gift that keeps on giving.
Why that happened in the first place? Because Yeah. Yeah, I love stories about PA being really slow and not efficient. My dad was in PA, he was attorney. This is just amazing. So kind of go there for some checkups, physicals, getting a hearing and it's kind of really positive experience with PA. He said, really great cases. Lady Ballard in that video documentary made about the story or her story. Pretty incredible. So a lot of problems with VA. A lot of VA issues. Dealt with a lot of psychological issues. Being a SEAL in Iraq. Area here is outside and let's go in and after that and you have that we already have stuff though. But they're all made not far away.
Rabbi!
Think about technology and AI. Are we really like? Are we really
I'm good. Very well, sir.
So, the later, it is something like what they want to test it. They hate portable interest rates. They like it. And the scary part is that the stranger out there. I never would know about it. And it's that's fairly concept in the past that we didn't know about. Really nice though. You work with local things. What if someone did put a bomb on there and it's only one or how many of these are really floating across the sky? Look what they're doing up. And then somebody CIA right now. Oh, you remember what happened right before this, right? Right thing, and they're probably verifying what they had done with one of the Pfizer who kind of talks about how they had and the whole process. A couple of days later, oh, we have I don't remember that this year. Elon Musk, all that. It's like yeah. run it by CIA deputy director. They had a conference call, three-way call with his editor at the publication and the CIA deputy director on the phone. The record didn't have it on record. He said
Miss Aquarius.
everything about those cells.
Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius.
Let's Rabbi, yeah.
Are you ready for me?
Yes, they pay for free. Let's go. Come on.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Oh, you did it.
Aquarius. Get it. Come on. Come on. They giving me that. That took some skill. Just to get it over there. All right. All right. I see you. Get these three. Get these three.
No, just two. Come on, Rabbi.
Got it. Time. Whoa. Okay, now this a very tough split. Let's just get these two. Come on. Get. Ooh. All right.
And 15.
Nice. There. That was great. That was great. Ooh. On me. 3 in a row. Right here. I think you got it locked up. You got it locked up. You got it locked up. Two. Two's the minimum. Get three. Get three. Get three. Get three. Get three. Man.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Come on. Come on, Rabbi.
There you go. That's how we sit.
Yeah. No. We got the win. Got the win. No. Okay.
It's not what I wanted to do.
Okay.
Oh, that was bad. Was it? But I'm gonna get this. No doubt. Come on.
Strike it.
Okay, I'm gonna get these two. It's really easy. No. I'll take it though. 9. Get it. When you do that, you become very different. Oh, in the last frame, Miss Aquarius, another one. I'm gonna win this game right here. You got it. No doubt, Aquarius. Got it. All right, I gotta get these. Another game. I don't need it. I don't need it. Undefeated in friendship, undefeated in the game.
Hey, I'm going to bed.
Sweet dreams, Aquarius.
Got it. I finally knew him now. I think he must. See you later.
Take care, Miss Aquarius. Thank you. Thank you.
honestly can't get enough of it. And Rogan's always had a side beef with Kimmel as well, which goes back to the pandemic days. But I've got to say, never have I ever seen what the latest episode of JRE with Aaron Rodgers, because Rogan brings up the Jimmy Kimmel bit for calling him a kitty fiddler without evidence. And since then, Rodgers went on the Pat McAfee show and tried to Tom and Burgess burst in to promote their new vodka, so I'll have to cover that next week because I'm going to chill this week and enjoy the Super Bowl. But yeah, I've got all your emails and I'll cover that next week. But in this, I think Andrew Schultz, believe it or not, has the best take, and when Schultz has the most perspective, you know everybody involved are acting like a bunch of snakes. So stick around, I'm going to break it all down for you guys and get you up to speed. I'm also going to spend some time focusing on Rogan's ongoing beef with Hollywood, because now that he's signed this new Spotify deal valued at up to $250 million, he's starting to look like a massive hypocrite, and it's got to do with how he's no longer in control of his corporate sponsorships. So if you actually stop and look at the big picture, there really isn't any difference between Rogan and the Hollywood establishment that he's constantly crapping on. So there's so much to talk about. As usual, shout out to my regulars. We're getting close to 110,000 subscribers strong now, and we're still growing by the day. So if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button to stay up to date with all of my uploads. But let's start with the Aaron Rodgers Jimmy Kimmel controversy. The best part about all of this is how it all started this time last year when Rodgers went on the Pat McAfee show and they were talking about the Epstein list. They believe that there's an interesting other things going on in the world. Did you hear about the Epstein client list about to be released?
What's that? What are you talking about?
There's some files that are getting released pretty soon. So it's important to understand this next bit. Aaron Rodgers was talking about how there are all these things happening around the world at the moment to distract us from the Epstein list. That was what Jimmy Kimmel roasted him over. So Rodgers hadn't actually mentioned Jimmy Kimmel or anything like that. It was Kimmel himself who started to have a dig at Rodgers. Then in January of this year, in response to Kimmel's claims to the list, Jimmy mocked them for it. Aaron's not forgotten about that, but here we are. Kimmel and list. And remember, Jimmy was the one who started this, but he couldn't take it. He went on these funny one-liners. Unfortunately, though, I think Kimmel took him one step actually prove the claims. So I'll give you my legal angle in a moment, but let's hear from Aaron Rodgers as he attempts to clear the air by back his claims. This is good. This will give you guys the full picture. In my opinion, you would have to be satisfied. You're a comedian. Go for it. Not offended, but that was an L. We're talking on a lot of different topics. somehow the Epstein file list comes up. Are we excitement about the corruption where it gets exposed and people who are accused of the in my for this last week, right? And I said a lot of people are end quote. That's what I said. That's the entire quote. Okay? I was referring to the fact that there is a list, which again this hasn't come out yet. There's just right? And there are names on it, and that would be soft brain, Judas, students, wacko, sci-fax, purveyor, spreader of because that's what I said. Did you watch what I said? Generalize the case. I think Kimmel is just flexing, and honestly, it's which is weird given that he's a comedian who impresses people. So then, when Rogers went on JRE this week, wrote it up and gave his 2 cents on the whole drama. Why did you reach out before talking about forever they talk about things? And I'm an idiot for even thinking that this is helpful. So when you were saying that he doesn't want that list about you weren't saying that he was on that list. No. Okay. See, that was a lot of if they saw because they nobody watched the clip. That's why they just saw a head stop very. Oh, it's the anti-vax guy again. Let's click on it. And like I said before, I think he really needs to. People seem to think that these type of cases are open and shut, but people really have an uphill battle, and it'd just end up being a strike as well. But it'd still sell a few newspapers. They could easily afford to just call it if he. Any of the publicity. But lawsuits aside, Andrew Schultz running on the action. Really idiots, and I think he absolutely idiots compared to flagrant. else new. I feel like that's what's going on here. Anyway, take
Jimmy at the end. Kids to be here. Nobody wants kids terrifying when that comes to your family. Well, in here for a job. We got comedians asking other comedians to apologize for jokes. I don't know if it was a joke. That's why I said Seacrest. Okay, I get it. You ain't right, Seacrest. You could body Aaron Rodgers. You're nice with jokes. You could body him hard. Shout out to Jimmy Kimmel, bro. I have between Williams. We love you, kid. We love you. But you're still a comedian. So you're still a comedian. Never not be a comedian, bro. Well, comedian Murphy sued someone for making a joke about this. It's like it'd be heartbreaking. I mean, like, you kidding me? So you just gotta be thin. Somebody said about you, you would want to be. Of course, there's.
well, he must be worried about the list coming out. I'm sorry you think of Aaron Rodgers. If you can't take the heat, then move to Austin, bro. And speaking of moving to Austin, Joe Rogan actually has a beef with Kimmel as well, which is adjacent to what's going on here, and it goes back to the pandemic. His own contributions to this information during the pandemic is where Rogan comes into the picture, because he took it personally when Kimmel said way back during the pandemic that most people should be admitted to hospital, and if you're not jabbed and you took the RIP, brutal. I don't know what you guys think, but that's a pretty irresponsible thing to say, especially coming from said he's worried about unless that was the Kimmel. Whatever. No, the Jack's off 14. If you ever touch with him in person, don't think that conversation is a conversation in front of an audience. Like they do on television. You have to let air out. I want to know why you think that. And, sit down with you. Really, how you feel? Like people that are sitting from seats that was created in a lab that was funded by our own tax dollars. That's how you feel like. Those people should just die because they don't trust the government, trust the pharmaceutical industrial complex that's oversighting some of the biggest criminal fines in the country. And then all of a sudden, they're the ones we're supposed to trust. We're always the ones that were anti-big pharma. They were always no trust anti-big banks. Yeah, anti-big banks. All of that. And then all of a sudden, anti-war. Yeah, all of a sudden, everything that they use to control the media in terms of news. They use it to control the media in night talk shows and forums as well. It's the same. These are the same sponsors, the same money on the same network. Even if
affects your livelihood, it affects your future, and your ability to do this thing that you love doing. It's hosting a talk show, and you're doing it on a network that is paid for.
The gang.
Science is you have to study material objects. Everything has to be objective, and we're studying the material world, and we think about things in a certain. And when you're studying something that has to change your whole thing, sort of just like really counterproductive. To science in general, the way that
guess what? That affects. Okay, so this is where I want to get to with you guys because Rogan just brought up he's maintained. Independence compared to Hollywood and like I made a previous between Rogan's new Spotify deal and the old one, and I outlined how his new deal is probably worth about half. And nowhere else, he was still able to position. To $100 million per year on top of this deal. That means over they would have made somewhere around $500 million. The deal is different. You see, he's no longer monetizing the Spotify is. And as part of this new agreement, Spotify will now distribute across multiple platforms instead of just their and this is the key. Spotify said that's around half of what he earned in the previous 3 years, so it's a massive pay cut. Look at it from that perspective. The reasons why in my previous video, so go check that out if you're interested. But here's the bottom line. This marks the first time that JRE will be controlled by a publicly listed corporation. What that means is not only will Spotify be responsible for organizing all the ads and sponsorships, but they will have to ensure that all their advertising lies with the various platforms they distribute to, such as Apple, Amazon, and of course, YouTube. That's why when Rogan makes comments like this, if it affects your livelihood, it affects your future, and your ability to do this thing that you love doing, which is hosting a talk show, and you're doing it on a network that is paid for by that money. Guess what? That affects, well, he could soon be the one getting the tap on the shoulder from Spotify saying, hey buddy, the things you're talking about are upsetting our advertisers, or maybe even YouTube will start demonetizing JRE, which is what they did previously, just before he left the platform back in 2020. None of
this is new. So I think it's ironic that Rogan thinks he's somehow exempt from the things that he's criticizing people like Jimmy Kimmel and the Hollywood establishment for doing, when he's clearly in the same boat now where he's getting paid by a public listed company to sell his content across multiple platforms. So I think it's only a matter of time before all of this blows up again. Rogan will start calling out YouTube for demonetizing his podcast, or even worse, Rogan will start self-censoring so Spotify can get that ad revenue and pay him his cut. From where I'm sitting, it's a bit of the old pot calling the kettle black, but time will tell. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Take a break. Just enjoy the Super Bowl and all the madness that follows. Just quickly though, I've received quite a few emails, and I'll be sure those guys are completely out of control. But if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so that you don't miss out on any of mine. That's it from me. It smells like farts. It's dog, yeah. Dog farts. It's dog. It's wrong. As soon as I got in the club, I was like, I need Slayer's footage. And then he was like, oh, now everyone's going to see me falling. I was like, I'm going to Rogan tomorrow. And he was like, oh. Like 10 million people at least. Shane Gillis made his 15th appearance on JRE this week with his partner in crime, Matt McCusker, and like all of his appearances on Papa Rogan's podcast, it was an absolute banger. And it's an interesting time for Shane at the moment. He's got a lot going on this month, which is what I'm going to cover from his recent Bud Light sponsorship to the rumored Super Bowl hat this weekend. And don't forget he's hosting SNL on the 24th, 5 years after they sacked him, which helped to elevate his profile even further. But here's the thing, Shane owes a lot to Joe Rogan. Like I said, this is his 15th appearance. That's right, it took Rogan 2 years after Shane's era, and since then Shane has been a regular. And there's an old intention brewing the two of them, which I first noticed in his last appearance from episode 24, just recently in December. So I'm going to break it all down, I'll play you some clips from the podcast and explain my thoughts and opinions along the way. And I'm going to play you guys one clip in particular that shows just how different Shane is to Rogan and his comedy brats, so make sure you stick around for that one towards the end. But just before we get into all of that, if you haven't subscribed yet, sort that out, get on board. We're pushing for 110,000 subs. I got a few videos per week keeping you updated on everything happening in the podcast universe. So a massive shout out to my regulars who always turn up for me and help to grow the channel. You guys are the best. The bears are forced in certain parts of Europe, I know for sure. I know they have brown bears out there. But there's definitely some Russians who are in my brain. I was like, you drink enough remembering Spanish. It's like, oh, so for a bear. I think that might be bear. It is. Nice. Yeah, oh, really? What a great name. Hell yeah. So Tom and Bert are the only ones recently signed a sponsorship deal with Bud Light and went for a tour at their facility in New Orleans, and the narrative being thrown